Linhai City, light rain. The news was still playing on the computer in my rented apartment. International exchange tournament. Sword Saint Sejino's katana broke, narrowly losing to Yu Chenghui of our nation. I turned off the screen. This world has a peculiar type of creature. Beings that transform into weapons on the battlefield and take the form of young girls in daily life. People call them weapon maidens. And me? My name is Lin Yun. When I was 5 years old, I woke up one day with memories of my past life. In that previous life, I was also named Lin Yun, a bladesmith who once took first place in the global forging competition, a master of martial arts theory, and an expert in the techniques of wielding virtually any weapon. A renowned and celebrated bladesmith on the global stage. In my vision, there has always been one hovering line of text. Form a formal contract with a weapon maiden to activate the magic forge. The magic forge can refine, forge, enhance, and enchant, turning a broken blade into a legendary weapon. I'd been eyeing Flowstream, the weapon maiden I had been taking care of for 3 years. As long as she agreed, the forge would activate. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. I opened the door. Flowstream, come on in, don't stay in the rain. Flowstream's coming with me to compete in the city championships. The person at the door interrupted. Go find yourself another weapon maiden. I froze. It was Zhang Li, standing at my door, dyed green hair, an ear cuff on his earlobe, my younger brother. He pulled out his phone and played a recording in front of me. On the screen, Flowstream was lying on a bed, wearing only her undergarments, and my hands were on her back, massaging. If you keep pestering her, Flowstream and I will take this to the Weapon Maiden Rights Association and accuse you of harassment. I almost laughed outright. Harassment? A weapon maiden's true form is a weapon. Inside the blade are intricate lines and networks resembling veins, bones, and muscles in a human body. Misaligned networks can lead to diminished performance or even a broken blade in severe cases. After every training session or competition, I'd help Flowstream align her blade networks. Physical contact is inevitable. You're my brother. I looked him dead in the eye. You know I was realigning her blade network. You're accusing me of harassment? What's next? If I slip my finger into the hilt ring, does that mean Flowstream's first time belongs to me? Zhang Li furrowed his brows and jabbed his finger in my direction. She's my weapon maiden now, so watch your mouth. And another thing, you don't even have a certified bladesmith license. How dare you call yourself a bladesmith? I got it. He'd been planning this for a while. Everything I'd worked for over the past 3 years, along with every plan I had for the future, all wiped out in one night. Without a weapon maiden, I wouldn't even qualify to enter the city championships. Did you threaten her? I couldn't believe Flowstream would leave like this. Click, click, click. Footsteps from high heels echoed in the hall. At the end of the corridor, a tall girl dressed in a bold, street-style outfit walked toward us. She wrapped her arms around Zhang Li's and looked up at him, obedient in a way that seemed entirely out of character. Lin Yun, stop making a scene, Flowstream said. I stood there stunned. She used to hold onto my arm just like that, her eyes full of admiration, saying she would only contract with me in this lifetime. She said that if I ever died, she went straight back into the forge, melting herself into a lump of scrap metal. No one could hold her hilt but me. Now, she's in Zhang Li's arms. I stared at her, and a panel slowly surfaced in front of my eyes. Lu Shui, Combat Power, 22,200. Type, 9-ring broadsword. Potential, FD. Material, red iron quicksand. Weight, 61.2 kilograms. Sharpness, 40. Hardness, 30. Toughness, 23. Range, 20. Assessment. The red iron quicksand content is too high, so soft it feels like kneading dough. Good enough for farming tools. Fit to make a blade? Not at all. But somehow, someone squeezed the water out of it, forcing this blade from F to D rank. That craftsmanship, I'd like to learn from them. This was a gift from the magic furnace, my power to see the stats of every weapon girl. I'd asked other smiths if they could see it too, but they just thought I'd played too many games and gone crazy. So I know for sure, I'm the only one who can see it. Lu Shui was a failed product by some blacksmith, crafted from completely unsuitable red iron quicksand. She was as soft as farming tools, unfit for combat. She was meant to be melted back into the forge, trembling in a corner when she met 15-year-old me. She begged me with puppy eyes to buy her, and take her home. So I did. I spent 3 long years hammering her from E rank to D rank, carving out victories in underground tournaments. First place, second place. If she agreed to contract with me, with one flick of my magic furnace, I could replace that cursed red iron quicksand and transform her into a true 9-ring broadsword. And just when we were at the tipping point, she said goodbye. Zhang Li had one arm slung around her waist. Lu Shui, did I threaten you in front of my brother? Lu Shui burrowed into his chest, her face pressed against him. Lin Yun, you're a good person. But with Zhang Li, I can reach even higher ranked tournaments. The Jiang family had money, ran 5-star hotels. And Zhang Li, well, I later found out he was a kid they adopted from a park. Meaning, none of the Jiang family's wealth had anything to do with him. No money equals no top-tier materials, no premium gems, no rare ores. Nobody could help her rip out that fatal thorn that was red iron quicksand. You're great. Thanks for massaging my blade lines every day, Lu Shui mumbled, lowering her head. Even though it didn't really do anything. Plus, Zhang Li is a martial arts university student. Only he can get me into the championships. I almost laughed in disbelief. 3 years working on her blade meridians, and to her, it was just daily massages. Those 2 wins in the underground tournaments, weren't we in them together? It was my original 9-ring broadsword form that carried it. She cut me off. Winning had nothing to do with your craftsmanship. You just used maintaining weapons as an excuse to take advantage of me. If you keep pestering me, I'll report you for harassment and make sure you end up in jail. My fists tightened, knuckles turning white. Do you even know what it means to be a blade? Spine, back, and power all in one line. Do you know what that's even for? I enunciated each word carefully. Your initial combat strength was 22. 9-ring break blade of Scarlet Iron Sands. Potential, grade E. I was the one who pushed you to grade D. And now you're telling me your actual body is so incredible. Stream's face went progressively pale. 3 points, 1 line. What's that? What does it even do? But when I mentioned initial combat strength of 22, Scarlet Iron Sands, and grade E, her heart sank hard and fast. The forging materials, only her forger and herself should know about them. Initial combat strength? Growth potential? Those were deeply kept secrets for living weapons. Even top-tier forging masters would at best guess vaguely, never with precision. And yet me? Someone without even a certification. How did I rattle them off perfectly without the slightest error? Could he actually be a forging master? No, impossible. He must have been guessing. Pure luck? Definitely just a lucky guess. Zhang Li sneered. What's with the yelling? All your talk of 3 points, 1 line, clearing out blade channels, pretending to be some grandmaster day in and day out. If you're so fantastic, why doesn't any sentient weapon want you? If you're so capable, show me your skills in the championship. I slammed the door shut. Fine. Lin Yun, the championship, it's a date. Standing by the window, I watched Zhang Li and Streams disappear around the corner before heading out for some air. Scarlet Iron Sands had way too much moisture content. Without repeated hammering to expel the water, it stayed soft. But thinking from another angle, sacrificing the blade's sharpness and instead maxing out weight and toughness, it wouldn't rely on slicing but on blunt force trauma. Each strike would be a shockwave, a thundering slam. The skin might look fine afterward, but the internal organs and bones shattered. Streams, do you really think the strength lies in you? Without me maintaining the blade channels, without my techniques, who would cover for Scarlet Iron Sands' fatal flaw? Leaving me. That's the worst decision of your entire life. I strolled along the riverside road, pondering where I could get my hands on a sentient weapon. Forgers never directly sell their creations. Anything D-class or above goes straight to auction, starting in the millions. F-grade weapons were mainly melted down for reuse. E-class was usually kept for logistical duties and championships. And the minimum qualification to compete? A D-class weapon with combat strength around 200. Only a month left until the championship. Even the cheapest E-class would cost at least 100,000. I'm flat broke. Forget buying a sentient weapon. I can't even afford the materials. That's when I saw her beneath the bridge, a girl in a kimono. Her posture was jarring to look at, heels pointed skyward, face and palms flat against the ground. Her spine was fractured, her lower body was paralyzed. She wore a coarse, dark indigo kimono embroidered with pale pink sakura blossoms, and she was clawing her way inch by inch toward the riverbank, leaving a wet trail behind her. A fragmented memory flashed through her mind. In the resting area before an exhibition match, she had said to Sugino, "Sister, Yu Qinghui's true form is the Miao Dao. Its attack range and resilience both surpass mine. If I go head-to-head, I'll—" Broken blade. Sugino held her hand, his forehead pressing lightly against hers. "We've grown up together since we were little. Toby, do you think I'd leave you just because your blade has broken? Never. You are my one and only sword in this lifetime. I only wield you. Even if you're shattered, I would sell everything I have to find the best blacksmith to repair you." He pressed her hand against his chest. "The honor of the cross, Shinto Ryu, rests on our shoulders today. Defeating Yu Qinghui means becoming a sword saint. I would rather die by her blade than take a single step back. Toby, could you bear to leave me alone?" Yu Qinghui's reputation shook the world, and her chosen weapon, the Miao Dao, carried immense power and prestige. Toby was scared, but still she said, "Little Toby, stand by your sister. Face her with me." On the battlefield, she saw everything clearly. Yu Qinghui was holding back, barely trying. It was Sugino who, driven by reckless determination, met her sword head-on. That's how his blade cracked, putting an end to the fight. After the match, her hands wouldn't stop trembling. What she feared most was Sugino abandoning her. Sugino gently cupped her face, his touch soothing. "Toby, I won't leave you. I've already started searching for the finest blacksmiths in the world." "Really? You won't leave me, right? Come on, let's take a walk." And so, they ended up on this riverside road. Sugino walked with her, painting a bright picture of the days to come, vowing again and again that he would restore her. "Little Toby, lie down here for a bit. I'll go grab a bottle of Coke." Her heart clenched, and she grabbed the corner of his shirt tightly. You'll come back, right?" "I will. You were like a little sister to me, and now you are my most important sword. I believe you. I'll wait for you here." 10 minutes passed, then 30. She glanced nervously left and right, gripping her belt tightly as tears began to roll down her cheeks. She muttered to herself, "Big sis must have just gone to get the Coke, forgot her wallet, and went back to the hotel. It must be something urgent that's tied her up." I crouched down in front of her. She was still here, still alive. No, not a person. The stats floated up in the display panel before me. Toby, combat power, 50. Type, Japanese long sword potential. SSS material, Tamaha gain weight, 46.6 kilograms. Sharpness, 75 hardness, 80 toughness, 12 range, 30. Evaluation 1, Sugino Toby. Displayed unparalleled talent in Kendo at age 5. By 8, she had undergone a sacred forging ritual, fusing her soul into the blade, becoming both weapon and spirit. Evaluation 2, a peerless soul, bound to a mediocre smith. Mistakes in tempering, reforging, quenching, and hammering left the blade overly thin. With toughness reduced to a mere 12, it became a masterpiece prone to shattering. Evaluation 3, talent, dual heart resonance. When two hearts are aligned and share a deep bond, the wielder can channel her insights into Kendo, amassing sword intent effortlessly. I lowered my gaze, locking eyes with her. That face. This was Sugino's famed blade, the blade that carried the honor of a sword saint. Toby. Broken. The blade named Toby. I crouched down in front of her. "You've been abandoned by Sugino." She propped up her face, her eyes meeting mine. Under the bridge, she had waited for 4 days. For days, and Sugino never showed. Deep down, she already knew she'd been discarded. Sugino didn't even want to spend the little money it would have taken to reforge her. He left her on the riverbank to fend for herself. In those 4 days, countless martial arts students had passed by. When they realized she was a blade maiden, their eyes lit up. But after spotting the crack that split her in two, they avoided her like the plague. They came with excitement, only to leave as if running from bad luck. One after another. She knew better than to hope someone would take her home. "Big sis said she'd come for me," she whispered, clinging to her last fragment of hope. "She want to get a soda?" She didn't abandon me. Her voice was stubborn, yet tears clung to her lashes. I pulled out my phone and showed her the news about Sugino boarding a plane back to his home country. Her lips tightened, and tears began to drip onto the ground. Her sobs were quiet, restrained. She, she said she'd come back. I handed her the phone. If she'll come, call her. Make her prove it. She stared at the screen for what felt like an eternity before mustering the courage to dial. Hello, hello? Her voice trembled. It's me, Toby. I'm sorry. She bit her lip, unable to stop crying. I gently took the phone from her. Sugino, I said coldly. She's still waiting for you. Through the line, his clumsy Mandarin echoed back. Toby, I don't want her anymore. If you want her, take her. A warrior who abandons their weapon will, one day, be abandoned by it. I hung up, my voice icy. Such an adorable, gifted blade maiden, thrown away like nothing. If you don't want her, I do. I knelt down and picked her up. What? What are you doing? She squirmed in my arms, her tiny fists weakly pounding against me. I'm taking you with me, I replied calmly. I'll fix you. She knew how severe her damage was. For a blade so broken, even the world's top blacksmiths could only piece her form back together. The hidden fractures within would last her a lifetime. She'd never return to the battlefield. The thought of being discarded yet again, by me, this stranger who had just offered her a fleeting hope, was too much. It was already too late. The words she had been longing to hear had finally come, but they'd come far, far too late. Even if she said yes, she'd only be a burden to me. I'm just a broken blade, useless to you. Let me go. I am one of the world's top blacksmiths, I said, carrying her toward my shop. I can fix you. Her fists froze mid-strike. She tilted her head to look up at me. You're really a top blacksmith? As long as you believe in me, I am. Trust me, and I'll restore you. Her whole body shivered, and she clutched tightly at my shirt with trembling hands. She knew the fate of broken blades all too well, smelted down or discarded forever. These kinds of comforting words, not even Sugino had ever deigned to say them to her. She said it once. Funny how it happened to be a stranger who uttered those words. That'll cost a fortune. Even if it gets fixed, that doesn't mean I can go back to the battlefield. I'm a top-tier blacksmith. It'll only cost you the materials. It won't be much. Really, really. I carried her into my own weapons shop, pulling up the creaking steel shutter with a clatter. She glanced around, taking in the worn-out decor and the haphazard piles of, or lying around. Doubt flickered across her eyes. Was this really the workshop of a top-tier blacksmith? I set her down on the workbench. I can fix you, but you'll need to sign a contract with me first. When I was 15, I had wanted to make a contract with Flowwater. She told me that for a weapon girl, a contract was like a human marriage certificate. You're not even an adult yet, and you're already thinking about getting married, she had teased. So I waited. When I came of age, I brought it up again, but she deflected, saying, win the championship first. We'll celebrate by signing the contract together. Liar. The biggest liar. This time, no matter what she says, I'm signing the contract first. Then I'll focus on throwing money and effort into fixing her. She stared at me in disbelief, though somewhere in her eyes, I caught a fleeting glimmer of something, an expectancy she couldn't quite hide. I'm just a broken blade. My combat ability is only at 50, a useless, broken weapon who'll just drag you down forever. I gripped her small hand, speaking every word with earnest determination. I'll fix you. I'll get you back into the arena. And I'll make sure Sano, the one who abandoned you, sees just how strong you really are. Her heart wavered for a moment. But, no buts, I said firmly. Do you want to crawl on the ground for the rest of your life? You know how much it costs for a forge job. Do you have the money? Who's going to pay for it? She frowned, hesitating and conflicted. But the thought of living her life crawling on the ground seemed unbearable. If you don't mind me being a burden, then fine, I'll do it. But only if it's a free contract. That way, if one day you don't want me anymore, you can just leave me behind. All I wanted was to fire up the forge immediately. Any contract was fine. Deal. She held my wrist with both hands, drawing my index finger to her mouth. A cool sensation brushed my fingertip like the trace of a sharp blade. A moment later, a soft tongue gently licked across the tiny wound. New information unfolded before my eyes. Contract established. Magic Forge activated. Magic Forge unlocked features. Reforging, enhancement, enchantment. Current unlocked function, Reforge. Reforge, a process that preserves a weapon girl's soul while reconstructing her weapon body. My eyes lit up. A weapon merges with its soul to become a weapon girl, and the materials used to forge that weapon lock in her maximum potential strength. To replace a body's materials while preserving the soul intact, that was nothing more than a fairy tale in the eyes of blacksmiths. No one had ever succeeded. But the magic forge, it was putting that possibility in my hands. If Flowwater knew that just signing a contract with me could replace her cursed red iron sands body, I wonder what kind of expression she'd make. I lowered my head and gazed at the girl, her body severed in two. Let's get your body back together first. As for the internal injuries, we'll take care of them slowly. She nodded, her eyes still shimmering with disbelief. But then a thought crept in, dampening her hope. If my repair fails, he'll leave me eventually, won't he? The roll-up door slammed shut with a metallic clang. Outside, the neon sign reading, Weapon Maiden Under Maintenance, flickered on and off in tenuous rhythm. I turned my gaze toward Fiyue, sprawled across the workbench, and finer data streamed into my vision. Blade type, Tachi Katana. Blade length, 72 cm. Tip thickness, 1.1 millimeters. Normal, 1.5 to 2.5 millimeters. Base thickness, 1.9 millimeters. Normal, 2.8 to 3.2 millimeters. I frowned. Tachi blades are long and slender, relying on precise alignment of the edge, spine, and back to deliver force. Even the slightest deviation in this three-point alignment could render the blade useless. Forget cutting through a scarecrow, the blade would shatter under its own misstep. True swordsmen don't train for brute strength, they master precision, keeping those 3 points in perfect harmony. Even a blade of standard thickness is prone to breakage. For Fei to be thinned down this much, every strike demands absolute precision. Just a fraction off, and the sword would be ruined. I'll start by restoring your blade to its proper shape. As for the inner networks and patterns, those will take time and careful work. She blinked at me, then glanced around the room. The workshop was filled with raw iron ore, sword crafting tools, hammers ranging from massive to dainty, tongs, you name it. Yet, not a single one in use. Suspicion clouded her face. "Take off your clothes," I said flatly. Her face flushed scarlet as she crossed her arms over her chest protectively. "In no way. We're not even dating yet. Besides, weapon maidens can't have kids. You should go find yourself a human girl." Thunk. I gave her a flick to the forehead. "What on earth are you thinking?" I explained patiently. When a blacksmith works on forging a blade, unique patterns form as a result. Grain-like textures, you could say. In your weapon form, these patterns correspond to internal structures like bones and blood vessels in your human form. Right now, your blade is damaged. In weapon form, I can't feel the curvature along your blade's spine. The blade spine aligns with your spine in human form. A puff of steam practically rose from her head as she clutched it in confusion. The more lost she looked, the more professional I must have sounded to her. Eventually, a faint, bewildered escaped her lips. I slipped off her kimono, revealing porcelain-white skin, black lace undergarments, and long legs encased in white thigh-high stockings. The stockings left a faint, delicate indentation near the top. This world sure knew how to nurture its weapon maidens. In my past life, she'd be considered a legendary beauty. My fingertips rested on the back of her neck, tracing her spine as I worked my way down. With every groove and curve, an idea began forming in my head. Can it be fixed? She peeked at me timidly through fingers clasped over her face. It can, but I paused, my fingers halting at her lower back near the tailbone. Not there, she squeaked in protest. I rolled my eyes. Get your head out of the gutter. I'm just determining the most precise angle and force needed to realign your spine. Oh, sorry. I got to work. Her joints popped and cracked under my precise adjustments. Hours passed, 4, maybe 5, and by the time I was drenched in sweat, finally, I sank into my chair, utterly wiped. Standing aside, admiring my handiwork. Name, Fei, Combat Power, 150. Contract, Lin Yun Potential, SSS Material, Jade Steel Talent. Dual Resonance, Subject, Lin Yun. Sharpness, 75 Hardness, 80 Toughness, 12 Range, 30. Evaluation, a discarded broken blade. No one knows which master attempted it, but they managed to reconnect the main vein. While it can't return to its original combat power of over 10,000, Staying with the same wielder should make a return to 5,000 achievable. The smelting forge has imbued its hammering capabilities into these very hands of mine. Essentially, I've become a human-shaped forging tool. 150. Hitting 200 before the tournament shouldn't be difficult. Once I've scraped together enough money in the matches, I'll invest in reforging her true form. That's the ultimate solution. Looks like heading to the underground arena to rake in some quick cash is the next step. All set. Don't believe me? Try wiggling your toes. She cautiously tried to move her toes, and they moved. Then her leg. Bracing herself on the workbench, holding her waist, she slowly stood up. It moved. But why? Tears welled up instantly. When a blade breaks, even the greatest smiths can only reconstruct its shape. They can't truly restore it. For her, who was bound to that blade, it meant spending the rest of her life in a wheelchair. Movement was no longer an option. But this man before her, he not only repaired her blade, but also gave her the strength to stand again. Something even world-class masters couldn't achieve. How could he? She couldn't figure it out, nor did she care to. Barefoot, she stepped down from the platform, standing directly in front of me. Thank you, may I ask, what is your name? Lin Yun. I patted her head gently. You are a famed blade, known across the world as Fei, the saber of the sub-saint of cross-kami swordsmanship. This is just the first step toward reclaiming your peak. Her small hand clasped mine tightly, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head with determination. I'm no longer Fei. I am my master's blade. She bit down gently on my fingertip. Please, give me a new name. Soft warmth enveloped my fingertip, followed by a sudden sharp pain. I glanced out the window. The moon hung brightly in the sky, casting its silver light. How about Scarlet Moon? My name is Scarlet Moon. In that instant, a new segment of memory surfaced within my mind, of a 5-year-old girl, dressed in a cherry blossom-embroidered kimono, wielding a bamboo blade, tirelessly practicing strikes beneath a sakura tree. I could physically feel the change in my muscles, a newfound instinct for blade movement emerging. Not merely theoretical knowledge, but practical combat understanding etched directly into both my body and subconscious. So, this is dual resonance? I tossed some spare clothes from the shop to her. Put these on. We're going to test a blade. Her small figure swam inside the oversized shirt and slacks. Once dressed, she followed me to the park. I raised my hand, and she gently placed hers over mine, transforming into her true form, a blade. Black as night, with silver roses etched into its surface, its edge gleaming with an ominous light under the moon's rays. Gripping the handle, I slowly, almost reverently, traced the blade through the air. With each strike, the edge, the spine, and the back maintained a perfect alignment, slicing into the night like it was made of silk. SHHHH. A sharp, piercing ring broke the silence. A wave of chill blasted outward in all directions. There was no wind, yet the branches swayed, and the distant sounds of insects suddenly fell mute. At the same moment, down the street, Lin Yun and Lu Shui were heading toward the couple's hotel. My words still echoed endlessly in Lu Shui's mind. If he wasn't a forging master, how could he know her initial combat power and potential? Lu Shui, Lin Yun isn't even a forging master. Zhongli interrupted her thoughts. If you let him modify you again, you're going to end up wasted. Why else have you been stuck at 200 combat power? Anyone else working on you, and you'd have broken past 300 by now. Before she could respond, the shrill sound of a blade cutting through air entered their ears. Zhongli turned toward the sound. A figure was swinging a blade in the park, moving at an unusually slow speed. A slow blade sonic boom. For a blade to slice at 340 meters per second and create a sonic boom. This wasn't something even senior fourth-year students at the Marshall University could achieve. That silhouette felt vaguely familiar. Lin Yun? Impossible. He hadn't even attended Marshall University. No way could he achieve a slow blade sonic boom. Only then did Zhongli feel assured and murmured. Since when did we get a new expert in Linhai City? Lu Shui fixated on the figure in the park, an inexplicable feeling of familiarity tugging at her, and she suddenly became uneasy. Could it be Lin Yun with a new weapon girl? No, Lin Yun couldn't have another weapon girl. Just as she moved to head over, Zhongli grabbed her arm. He isn't a martial artist. There's no way he's capable of that. Lu Shui forced herself to calm down. Lin Yun was broke and hadn't been trained at Marshall University. There was no way he could have found a new girl, let alone reached the level of a slow-blade sonic boom. Only then did her chest loosen, a breath escaping her lips. Anyone capable of pulling off a slow-blade sonic boom isn't someone to trifle with, Jiangli mused, staring at the figure's back. Probably some national-level contestant on vacation. Won't cross paths with them. Good. Lu Shui replied a bit absent-mindedly. Back at the rental apartment, the sound of running water from the shower mingled with a girl's humming tune. I was busy researching Linhai City's upcoming underground competitions, trying to make enough money from the fights to buy more materials. Weapon girls only qualified for city championships after surpassing 150 combat power, leaving many stuck on the sidelines. But weapon girls were born fighters, with a natural thirst for destruction and battle. If they didn't vent every so often, it became unbearable for them. It's for this reason unofficial competitions became so popular. Underground fights weren't illegal, and their rescue systems and commentary were just as professional as the official events, drawing in plenty of participants. The formats generally came in two types: one-on-one battles between weapon girls, ending at first blood, or the more dangerous variant, throwing dungeon monsters onto the field, where contestants either killed the most creatures or survived the longest. The juicier prize pools were usually for the latter type. Two events were displayed on my screen. One at Golden Bay, first place, 100K, second, 50K, third, 10K, and another at Grand Blade Canyon, first place, 80K. Both were on the same day. Obviously, I'd pick the one with the better payout. I shouted toward the bathroom, "Himari, tomorrow we're hitting Golden Bay. Let's aim for first. 10,000, just like that." Amidst the sound of running water, her face flushed crimson. Talking through a shower door. That's something only an old married couple would do, isn't it? Yu Jun is so cunning, trying to get me used to this kind of life step by step, inching closer bit by bit. I can't let him succeed. But, at the same time, I can't completely brush him off either. At least we should go on the Ferris wheel once, right? She softly hummed in response, but her voice was so quiet that I didn't hear her. As the water stopped, I smirked and walked toward the bathroom door. I had been too focused earlier, tending to her blade's fractures, and didn't get a proper chance to inspect her body. The door cracked open. Hayatsuki emerged, wrapped in a fluffy towel, her pale, silky skin tinged with a faint blush, with damp hair cascading down to her waist. Her black eyes darted towards me as I appeared suddenly, hesitant, timid. Unfair. She's way too cute. Get on the bed, I demanded. Her hands clutched the towel tighter. She curled her toes nervously, keeping her head down as she climbed onto the bed. Wrapping herself tightly in the blanket, she peeked out with just her eyes, watching me cautiously. Yu Jun, Hayatsuki's waist is still sore, so please, go easy if you're going to, she murmured almost inaudibly. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, and I couldn't make out a single word. Lie face down. I'm going to align your blade's energy flow. Blade energy flow? Not what she thought. Her face burned even redder. I pulled the blanket back just enough to reveal the small of her back. Don't move. Placing my hand on her back, I let it slowly glide downward along the spine. What a perfect back, smooth and flawless. Relishing its texture for a fleeting moment, I focused and got to work. With precise pressure, I pushed and massaged, gradually piecing together the fractures in her blade's energy flow. All she could feel was heat spreading through her body, leaving her limp and powerless. Her legs instinctively squeezed together under the blanket, while a fog of shyness clouded her teary eyes. She bit her lips tightly to hold back her voice, finally burying her flushed face into the blanket. A stifled gasp escaped. This blend of discomfort and relief had her utterly mortified, as though she'd unlocked some very peculiar tendencies. Meanwhile, I was completely in the zone. My vision filled with the glowing patterns inside her, a faint bluish-purple pulsating light resembling a map of arteries, nerves, and bones. It was thanks to these visible lines that I could realign the broken pathways one by one. +1, +1, +2. The moment two severed pathways matched up, her combat power spiked by 10 points. The once blocked energy within her suddenly surged back to life, an unmistakable rush coursing through her. Shocked, Her gaze shot toward my hands again. She knew these hands were extraordinary, yet experiencing it anew still left her astonished. Yokai Blade Hayatsuki, Combat Power, 150-170. Contractor, Lin Yun Potential, SSS Material, Jade Steel Gift, Twin Heart Resonance. Contractor, Lin Yun. Sharpness, 75 Hardness, 80 Flexibility, 12 Range, 30. I stared at the status panel, deep in thought. Gradually smoothing out the patterns would steadily increase her combat power. Yes, but it was only a temporary fix. To truly eliminate the hidden damages, a complete reforging of her core body was necessary. The problem? Jade steel was incredibly rare, not something money could always buy. Hayatsuki, jade steel is hard to come by. Reforging your body will have to wait a while. It's okay, she replied softly. I'm happy as long as you've done enough already, she replied softly. For a weapons girl, her body is the weapon. To reforge her core is as good as shattering who she is now. And who knows if she'd even remain her after being reforged. She'd never heard of a single blacksmith capable of fully remolding a weapon girl's body anyway. No need to rush, Fishkuin. I laid out the steps for her to build up power. Sharpening your blade's veins takes time. Can't be hurried. But enhancing your weapon strength with forging or enchanting can also work in the meantime. Right now, let's head to Gold Bay to earn some money first. Her expression darkened suddenly. Fishkuin, Feiyu's body is too thin. I'm not built for combat. She looked down slowly, her two big toes shifting nervously against the ground. Her little hands gripped the edge of the blanket tightly, as if afraid I'd kick her out. Feiyu only clashed 3 times against Yu Chenghui's weapon girl. The blade broke on the 3rd strike. I'm so sorry. Feiyu is just useless. Please, Fishkuin, don't send me away. Feiyu will work as support. Work hard to repay you. My silence pierced her like a needle. I stared at this girl, so cautious, so scared of angering me. Then, I gently rested my hand on her head. Becoming stronger isn't just the weapon girl's responsibility, I told her. The wielder has to master their technique too. A thinner blade might seem like a fatal flaw to others, but to me, it's a lethal edge. She lifted her head slowly, a faint light glowing in her eyes. For someone to praise her, to affirm her for the very first time, warmed her heart in ways she couldn't articulate. If the blade, ridge, and spine align in one straight line, even the thinnest blade won't snap, I said. In fact, a thinner blade strikes fiercer. Really? Feiyu. Feiyu is a good blade. But I really am thin. Her voice faltered, and she thought back to the ashen, sweat-soaked face I wore after repairing her core last time. The memory was enough to make her stomach twist. Feiyu's not afraid of breaking. I'm scared that snapping my blade in a match will end up hurting you. I lightly patted her head again. Deep down, weapon girls are inherently battle-thirsty. Not one of them would shy away from combat, unless their confidence had been utterly crushed and self-doubt buried their instincts. Weapon girls are resilient by nature. They might lose 100 matches, but their fighting spirit burns just as fiercely each time. Yet whenever a competition is brought up, Feiyu's gaze wavers. It's clear how much she's been worn down. Her history isn't difficult to piece together. She must have wanted to compete too, once upon a time. But she must have constantly heard, "Your blade is too thin, it'll snap instantly." Years of those words weighed heavily on her. When she finally broke and was discarded, her self-esteem plummeted entirely. Her small hands clenched into fists, trembling with tension. Feiyu, do you trust me? Feiyu trusts Fishkuin. Tomorrow, we're taking first place together. But Feiyu's just a broken blade. I didn't answer her. Instead, I slid into the bed next to her, enveloped by the faint, sweet warmth of a girl's scent. Beside me lay this petite, long-haired beauty with jet-black locks, completely bare. Sleep. Time to sleep. For a moment, it seemed like she'd forgotten all about the competition. Nervously clutching the blanket tightly, she was worried about exposing herself. Sleep. On the same bed. There's just one bed. What else would we do? But, Yukuin, we haven't reached that point yet. At least let me ride a Ferris wheel with you first. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I fell asleep. She, seeing me completely passed out, let out a small sigh of relief. Then, after sneaking a glance at me, she gently tucked me in and quietly slipped into my arms. Himetsuki was an early riser. She was shaken awake by a chilling nightmare from last night. Always the same dream, of a swordsman stealthily attacking her from behind, aiming straight for her spine. The sword wasn't even sharp, continuously prodding but never piercing her. "Why is it always my back?" she muttered to herself. Maybe it had something to do with the traumatic shadow left by that previous weapon girl. I woke up around the same time, having had a dream of my own, dreaming of getting intimate with my girlfriend, ready to take the next step, only to face a literal wall. That dream, honestly, was scarier than any ghost story. "Yuko, you're awake." After washing up, I took her to the Golden Bay Arena. At the registration area, weapon girls and their wielders lined up side by side. Himetsuki noticed some people walking off into the nearby woods after signing up. Tugging on my sleeve, she whispered, "Master, why are they heading into the woods instead of the arena?" I let out a wry chuckle. "They're sneaking off to grab a bite." Her eyes lit up. "There's food in the woods?" "Himetsuki wants to sneak off with Yuko too." The people in line ahead and behind us turned their heads all at once. Their gazes seemed to scream, "Kid, it's not the food you're thinking. She's coming for you." Me, sneaking off? It's you they want to feast on. Our turn came. At the desk, the staff member pointed to Himetsuki. "Have your weapon girl transform back into her weapon form." I gently held Himetsuki's hand. In an instant, she morphed into a sleek, black katana. The person at the desk marked katana on the form but paused when they noticed how unnaturally thin the blade was. "The blade is far too thin. It's highly prone to breaking. Are you sure you want to enter her in the competition?" "I'm sure. Let me be clear. If your weapon breaks during the match, or if you're injured as a result, the organizers bear no responsibility." "I understand." The staff member sighed and turned to Himetsuki directly. "If you don't want to enter, you can refuse the registration." Himetsuki changed back into her human form, her gaze landing on my profile. Fear flickered across her eyes, fear that her breaking might bring harm to me. But seeing how resolute I was, she took a deep breath and nodded. "Himetsuki will compete." The staff member handed me the entry tag, watching as we walked away with a slight shake of their head. A katana that fragile, and they're still entering, must be desperate for money. I just hope it doesn't shatter. At the waiting area, Himetsuki and I sat together, waiting for our match. "So, you're the guy insisting on entering with such a flimsy weapon?" I looked up. The voice belonged to a man in a tailored suit, rocking bright yellow-dyed hair. Behind him stood a tall, elegant weapon girl with a strikingly mature aura. Whispers emerged around us. "That's Yang-chun, a Tier 1 rookie captain of the Wolf team's youth division. He could go pro at any moment." "And the one by his side, that's the dragon scale spear, right?" I glanced at the weapon girl standing beside him, and her stats promptly appeared in my view. Dragon scale. Power, 211. Type, long spear bond. Yang-chun potential, B material, high carbon steel. Sharpness, 30 hardness, 35 toughness, 45 range, 68. 211 points. High enough for a championship. Balanced attributes with toughness of 45, making the spear flexible and capable of significant bending. Range of 68 meters, suitable for both close and distant combat. No wonder they say he's bound to be promoted any time now. Keeping a weapon this capable in the youth training team is plainly a waste. Noticing me staring at his spear, Yang-chun stepped sideways to block my view, his impression of me visibly worsening. "I saw your blade. It's too thin, not structurally sound, and highly prone to breaking. Don't bother entering the competition," he said. Crimson Moon lowered her head. She already knew. She'd longed to compete before, but everyone always said her blade was too thin. They'd even shown her what happens to weapons like hers when their blade breaks, left abandoned by their masters, or worse, melted down and erased entirely. Dragon Scale sat beside Crimson Moon, her tone calm and measured. "You know your own flaws. Your blacksmith must have told you. You're not suited for combat, let alone entering the battlefield." She glanced at me, obviously aware of how much Crimson Moon cared for me. "This tournament isn't a game. It's against monsters released from the abyss. You wouldn't want to put your master in danger, would you? You know what needs to be done." Crimson Moon looked up at me hesitantly, stammering, "You can—" I squeezed her small hand, meeting her eyes firmly. "Everyone has flaws. Where I'm lacking, you make up for it. Where you're lacking, I'll support you. A light sparked in her eyes as she turned toward Dragon Scale. Her voice was soft, but this time, it didn't waver. Crimson Moon wants to compete. Dragon Scale felt an unusual stirring in her heart and glanced at me with a trace of newfound respect. Still, no matter how moving the words were, if Crimson Moon ended up breaking her blade, I'd just be another smooth-talking liar. She studied me skeptically. You a student at Martial Arts University? I shook my head. She sighed in exasperation, another smooth talker trying to deceive his weapon-bonded girl. I hope you've got some real skills. Don't let her break. With that, she returned to Yang Chen's side. Yang Chen tried once more to dissuade Crimson Moon. Aren't you afraid of breaking and being abandoned? Crimson Moon clung to my arm tightly. No, Yu Kuan would never abandon me. Even if my blade broke, he would fix me. Crimson Moon trusts him. Yang Chen opened his mouth as if to speak, but stopped. This girl was far too naive. A weapon's body could be straightened after breaking, but invisible damage would linger beneath the surface. Her weapon form might look fine, but her human form would be injured, reduced to sitting in a wheelchair at best. There wasn't anyone alive who could restore a broken weapon-bonded girl to her true form. Seeing how easily won over she was only made Yang Chen more uncomfortable. But in the end, she wasn't his bonded girl. It wasn't his place to intervene. He turned to me, his expression dark. If you break her and leave her behind, we'll have a big problem, you hear me? With that, he and Dragon Scale walked away. A few minutes later, an announcement came over the speakers. All participants, please enter the arena. The tournament grounds were situated on an island. Shaped like an ancient Roman Colosseum, a gigantic screen hangs in the center. On the screen appear 2 men and 1 woman. Good evening, audience. It's your host, Xiaolong, back again. Tonight we have a powerhouse commentary team, featuring a provincial champion and a competitor in national-level tournaments. Let's welcome Mr. Li Boming and Miss Yu Ji. Hello, everyone. I'm Li Boming, and this is my partner, Yu Ji. Tonight at Golden Bay, we've got 3 main events. First, a martial arts performance. Second, a monster-slaying challenge. And third, a competitive duel. The final duel will be a single match between the top 2 scorers from the first 2 events. The winner claims first place and a 100,000 yuan prize. The camera shifts to Yang Chun and Long Lin. Here we have martial artist Yang Chun and gun-wielding Long Lin. Don't underestimate them just because they're trainees from the Wolves Youth team. Long Lin boasts a combat rating of 211, which is city championship level. The camera pans to the stands where fans are cheering wildly. Yang Chun, you've got this. Long Lin, look over here, my queen. Mr. Li, Xiaolong asks, what can you tell us about their real-world performance? I'd say they're using this underground event as a warm-up for the upcoming city championships. Li Boming replies thoughtfully. After a pause, he adds, have you ever heard of the slow-blade sonic boom? The arena goes nearly silent. The crowd is full of martial artists. Even the casual spectators understand the weight of those words. Xiaolong raises his voice to explain. Any object moving at high speed through the air can create a sonic boom, whether at standard, subsonic, or supersonic speeds. But could a move so slow it's imperceptible to the naked eye cause a sonic boom too? The answer, yes. In national-level speed challenges, there are people who've mastered blades that create explosive sounds like sorrowful draw and slow blade sonic boom. Are you saying Yang Chun is capable of that too? Xiaolong inquires. During a training session, these two stood locked in place for 5 straight hours, seemingly motionless, but in truth, inching forward imperceptibly with their weapons. I happened to be on site and witnessed them execute their first slow blade sonic boom. I can confidently say that this pair has national-level potential. If they keep steady in the city championships, advancing to the provincial or even national level isn't out of reach. The entire arena falls into stunned silence. Eyes full of envy fixate on Yang Chun, unable to look away. Achieving a supersonic boom requires sheer speed, 340 meters per second, and you're there. The mechanisms are understood, and it's a feat others can replicate with effort. But a slow-blade sonic boom? No one has fully explained how it works, nor has anyone discovered a reliable way to produce one. To wield such a technique sets this pair apart by an entire level. The focus of every competing participant in the arena shifts to Yang Chun and Long Lin. Wolf team, always in the top 10 of city championships, someone mutters. Trainees rated as Tier 1, on the verge of promotion, and now they've mastered the slow blade sonic boom. They came here to dominate us. First place is as good as gone. Crimson Moon tugs at my sleeve and looks up, her voice proud and gleaming. Hey, Yujun, we pulled off the slow blade sonic boom last night too. We're pretty amazing. I pat her gently on the head. My voice isn't loud, but those nearby catch it anyway, stealing glances my way, eyeing up my arms, my legs, my frame, but no one says a word. The form of the martial artists. Still dreaming. The nearest person spoke up. Bro, you say you managed to pull off a supersonic sonic boom with a strike, and I'll believe you. If you're in peak condition, hitting 340 for a split second might even be possible. But you're saying you managed a slow strike sonic boom? Man, that's just pushing it too far. Feiyu pursed her lips tightly, her little cheeks puffing up like steamed buns. Last night, my master and I really pulled off a slow strike sonic boom. The person shook his head and stopped engaging with her. A burst of laughter echoed around them, but nobody took it to heart. Really, she clenched her little fists, pouting angrily. In that moment, she wanted nothing more than to prove herself. Master you. Feiyu wants to win. I patted her head. They don't believe you? Then later, just do it again and show them. The first round will be split into 2 groups. Xiaolong's voice echoed across the arena. Numbers below 100, step into the center first. The rest of you, head to the resting area to await your turn. Feiyu glanced at her number card. It wasn't under 100. Her entire demeanor perked up. Why is it not under 100? I wanted to show everyone right away that Master and I can pull off a slow strike sonic boom. I took her hand and started leading the fuming little girl toward the resting area. Don't rush. The main characters always go last. When the spotlight hits, it'll be clear to everyone who the real stars are. She nodded repeatedly, repeating my words. Yep. In manga, the main characters always go last. Master is the male lead, and Feiyu is the female lead. Let them go first. In the center of the arena, a square formation of 100 participants spread out, spaced 10 meters apart from each other. Martial arts showcase. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as the martial artists took hold of their weapon spirits took form. Oldly, explain the rules. A performance needs to both look impressive and also demonstrate combat ability. That's why there's rhythm. We chose a 3:1 rhythm. 3 showy moves followed by 1 practical combat move. Bang! A thunderous sound grabbed everyone's attention. Xiaolong shouted excitedly. Camera! Zoom in on Yangchun. Yangchun spun his silvery-scaled spear with a heroic flair, whipping up a spiraling whirlwind as he twirled it high. Nearby participants were thrown off by the vortex, struggling to even stay on their feet, their rhythm completely thrown off. The wind pull is too strong. Damn it, why is Yangchun standing next to me? Seeing the chaos around him, Yangchun smirked slightly, proving, as expected, they're all nobodies. After completing his 3 showcase moves, he gripped his spear with both hands, thrusting it forward with blinding speed. The motion erupted with a sonic boom. Bang! A ring of white mist formed at the spear's tip. A supersonic sonic boom, a mock ring. Xiaolong was beside himself with excitement. Yangchun and his dragon-scale spear made it happen. Bang! 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 As if triggering a chain reaction, other participants ramped up their speed, desperately trying to force out their own sonic booms. Yangchun's smile remained calm. Sure, you can manage 1 blast. But can any of you maintain the 3:1 rhythm? Can you guarantee a sonic boom exactly on the 1 every time? Oldly, someone asked, what makes achieving a supersonic sonic boom so hard anyway? The burst of power needs to be immense, and you need to hit 340. It's easy to create a single explosion, but keeping it sustained, that's the hard part. The rhythm of 9 movements with 1 explosive strike, most people can handle that. But the 3:1 rhythm? 3 moves, either slow in 3 seconds or fast in 1 second, exploding every 1 to 3 seconds. That tests your endurance. Look around. So many people can't keep up anymore. Time ticked on, clothes drenched, beads of sweat pouring down their foreheads. Movement slowed, faltering further with every passing moment. But only Yang Chun and Dragon Scale kept their pace completely steady. No doubt about it, they're Tier 1 in Team Wolf. That endurance, mad respect. Only 3 seconds left, it's about to end. The commentators seemed resigned to disappointment, not seeing the fabled slow blade shockwave. But just then, Yang Chen's silver spear came to a sudden halt. His left leg moved forward, his right shifted back, and he slowly extended the spear forward. In that moment, he seemed both in motion and utterly still. 1 second passed, then 2. Boom. A slow blade shockwave. The whole arena froze, spectators wide-eyed, gasping in disbelief. It's the slow blade shockwave. Yang Chun and Dragon Scale pulled it off. As the timer hit 0, the entrance call for the next group blared. Hand in hand with Crimson Moon, I stepped into the arena, while the commentators still buzzed over Yang Chen's performance. It wasn't until the second round began that they reluctantly moved on. With Yang Chen's masterpiece setting the stage, let's hope for a dark horse this round, a newcomer to surprise us with their own slow blade shockwave. Their tone made it obvious they weren't optimistic, as though they wished they could fast forward to the next event already. The slow blade shockwave, it's notoriously difficult. Li Boming said. What exactly makes it so hard? Hey, old Li, you fought at national level competitions. Explain it to the audience. What even is the slow blade shockwave? Li Boming rolled his eyes. No one really understood its mechanics. The slow blade shockwave, also known as the slow speed shockwave. There's an ancient story from centuries ago. A supersonic sword master once split a powerful magical beast with a strike so slow it seemed imperceptible, but the beast perished instantly. Though the blade seemed unmoving, the shockwave rang out, and the enemy was annihilated. No one has uncovered how he did it in all these years. Afterward, his swings alternated between wicked speed and deliberate slowness, but everyone feared that one strike above all, the slow blade shockwave. It's said that once you hear it, you're as good as dead. So, the move was forever named the slow blade shockwave. But what's that got to do with the mechanics, old Li? Don't tell me even you don't know. Li Boming faltered. There are countless fighters out there, and even those who can consistently execute high-speed shockwaves are rare. But the slow blade shockwave? That's a whole other level of impossible. All right, countdown, 3, 2, 1. Round 2 begins. Crimson Moon tilted her head toward me. Master, the slow blade shockwave. I nodded. We'll give them the shock of their lives. She transformed into a 73-centimeter-long Tachi sword. I gripped her hilt with both hands, counting the rhythm in my head. 4, 3, 2, 1, 4, 3, 2, 1. On and on, continuously shifting my grip and posing in various stances. Around me, the air was filled with the fierce slicing sounds of others' blades, with the occasional sonic boom ringing out. Crimson Moon, are you ready? Master, Crimson Moon is ready. Then, let's begin our performance. The performance began. I didn't mess around with any fancy tricks. I went straight into a bodybuilding pose. Flexing my biceps and following it up with a lat spread, I was utterly out of place amidst the crowd of martial artists. But precisely because of that, I became the center of attention, drawing every eye in the audience. Look at the guy in the third row, seat 6. It's been a minute, and the dude hasn't even performed a flourish. What is he doing? Clowning around. Yang Chun and Long Lin were stunned, exchanging a glance. Long Lin, with that posture, does he think this is a bodybuilding competition? Long Lin gave a wry smile. More likely, he doesn't know any blade techniques, so he's resorting to posing. Remembering my earlier braggadocio and seeing me clowning around on stage, I must have looked like nothing more than a ridiculous fool. Long Lin suddenly felt a pang of pity for Fei Yu. Saddled with such an unreliable swordsman, she could practically see her blade shattering in the second round already. Yang Chen sighed and shook his head. Takes all sorts, huh? Honestly, I'm still holding out hope that this is just the wind-up before some big, grand move. Maybe he's actually hiding some real skills. Xiaolong rubbed her eyes. Maybe he's just moving so fast that I can't see him clearly? Camera, zoom in on third row, seat 6. And just like that, Fei Yu and I were up on the big screen. A file was handed to Li Boming and Yu Ji. It revealed everything. Not a martial artist, and suspiciously, an unusually thin blade. According to the information, contestant Jiang Yu didn't graduate from a martial arts academy, so it's very likely he doesn't know any blade techniques at all. Xiaolong's words were polite, but my dramatic posing had unintentionally turned this segment into a comedy showcase. Reminder, Li Boming added with a merciless quip, this is the martial arts performance round. Posing doesn't earn points. The audience erupted into laughter. I tapped my toe to the ground, spun elegantly into a crane pose, and continued hamming it up. Cameras, spectators, and contestants alike focused their attention entirely on me. The moment of truth had arrived. Mock me and Feiyu? Kneel, fools, for ignorance is bliss. Feiyu, time for the final prelude. Father of all. Understood, master. Standing firm with feet apart, I held Feiyu in one hand and the scabbard in the other, raising them above my head in the shape of devil horns. Together, the blade and scabbard formed the Chinese character for Father, Fu, with one stroke slashing through the diagonal of my pose. I froze in this stance for 10 seconds, absolutely motionless, allowing the audience to fully absorb my comedy. Suddenly, gripping the hilt of the blade with both hands, I lunged one leg forward, bent the other slightly, flipped the edge upward, and shouted with great force, boom. Switching into another stance, I shouted again, boom. And again, another pose, another booming cry. The entire arena broke into an uproar of laughter. Yang Chun and Long Lin were trying their hardest to contain themselves, one clutching their belly, the other covering their mouth, barely able to hold in their laughter. Long Lin, what's this guy trying to do? Can't produce the sound waves, so he's dubbing for himself? Is he some monkey they sent in here for comic relief? Even Xiao Long bit her lip to stifle a grin. He may not know any blade techniques, but, boy, does this contestant know how to put on a show. This segment was sure to get a spike in views. Jiang Yu, the competitor, gave us his own interpretation of martial arts performance. It's not about the moves, but the impact of the performance. I'm trained and professional. Usually don't crack a smile. Unless, well, haha, it's just too much to hold back. Li Boming and Yu Ji exchanged a glance before nodding in sync. He spread his arms wide, exposing his chest and face, almost as if telling his opponent, I'm right here. Come at me. That earlier move was the Father of the World opening stance, a ceremonial declaration of battle often seen with island warriors. And that single-toe spin? Smooth, seamless, definitely not something an average person could pull off. The two froze momentarily. Was this just for show, or is he about to unleash a big move? Their train of thought was blown away by an ear-shattering sound. Boom. The crowd winced as their ears rang and their minds reeled in confusion. What was that? Supersonic? Subsonic? No, neither felt quite right. The tone of that explosion, it was closer to Yang Chen's famous slow-blade sonic boom. The commentary booth, Yang Chen, and Long Lin were all dumbstruck. Yu Ji was the first to snap out of it. Camera. Focus on Jiang Yu and Crimson Moon. It's time. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted. Boom. Boom. I gripped the hilt with both hands, blade skyward, spine pointed down, with the hilt raised above my shoulder. Despite being completely still, anyone who looked at this stance could feel an immense pressure bearing down on them. Like a boulder teetering on a cliff's edge, ready to crash down at any moment. Like a cracking dam, moments away from bursting and unleashing catastrophic floods. Every martial artist and spirit weapon in the vicinity held their breath, pupils contracting, as if they were pulled into the very heart of the storm, danger and dread washing over them like waves. The slow blade sonic boom echoed again, shattering the tension. The entire venue gasped in unison. Yang Chun and Long Lin's eyes narrowed sharply. He could pull off the slow blade sonic boom? And two back-to-back at that? The two of them had to concentrate deeply, often meditating for hours, to even have a slim chance of succeeding once. But me? I attempted it on a whim, and it just worked. Dead silence filled the stadium. The people who had mocked me moments ago, people who probably couldn't even qualify for an underground competition, let alone a regional one, watched in awe as someone they laughed at delivered a feat of national-level prowess. The slap in the face was palpable. Jiang Yu and Crimson Moon, another slow blade sonic boom. Xiao Long's voice reached a fever pitch, stumbling across two fighters capable of executing the sonic boom in the same matchup. This match was bound to go viral. A pairing this capable of hitting the slow blade sonic boom. They have national-level competitive potential. Boom. There it was again. The third one. Boom. The fourth and the fifth. The entire crowd began counting. 14, 15, 16. Finally, the clock hit 0. I slid Crimson Moon back into her sheath as she morphed back into her human form. A young girl, seemingly unaffected by our display of might. Rest up, Crimson Moon. Get ready for the second round, I said. Yes, master, she replied softly. On the screen, the audience watched as I took her by the hand and began walking toward the rest area. Any bystanders in our way instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for us. From the stands, martial artists and their spirit weapons alike watched in stunned silence, not uttering a single word. People were silent. Even with the 3 commentators present, no one spoke a word. The massive, ancient-style gladiatorial arena was now cloaked in an eerie silence. Yang Chun and Long Lin had somber expressions on their faces. The two of them managed to pull off a single slow-blade sonic boom, and that alone was something to celebrate. But Fei Yue and I, we held a 3-1 beat rhythm till the very end, and on every single one, a slow-blade sonic boom erupted, echoing throughout the arena until the final stop. Consistency at this level is something even top-tier regional competitors can't achieve. Old Lee, how hard is it to hold a 3-1 rhythm till the end? Long asked, genuinely curious. That's high-intensity rhythm work from martial arts performances, Lee responded calmly. Even a lot of competitors good enough to enter city-level championships can't handle that. As soon as their stamina runs out, their speed drops, their form loses precision, and their scores fall apart. The fact that Yang Chun and Long Lin can consistently land a supersonic sonic boom every 3 strikes puts them in the top 100 tier of city championships. They even closed it with a slow-blade sonic boom for flair. It was already incredibly impressive, and yet, here comes Jiang Yu and Fei Yue with this. So, what's your take on those two? Long prodded further. They look like they're just posing and fooling around, Lee said with a wry smile before his tone turned serious. But think about it. Back in ancient wars, the vanguard would provoke and taunt the enemy to drag the generals out of the fortress. In gaming terms, it's like they're using taunt to aggro the opponents. That final Fu Tian Xia pose? That was throwing the ultimate gauntlet. Look, my fortress gates are wide open. Yet here you stand, too afraid to attack. The real performance begins only after the taunt. So, every move they've made so far has just been one giant provocation against every other competitor. Long's voice grew louder, brimming with excitement. That ticket alone was worth the price. On the big screen, my silhouette displayed front and center. One hand on my sword sheath, the other gripping the hilt, arching into the massive character for Fu, or father. The entire crowd buzzed with emotion. They couldn't fully decode what they'd just seen, but after Lee Boming's explanation, the entire performance seemed to unleash waves of mockery toward their own lack of comprehension. In the resting area, Fei Yue and I sat side by side. Master, the people around you earlier all froze like idiots. Fei Yue said, playfully mimicking them by forming 2 circles with her thumbs and index fingers and pressing them against her eyes. Their eyes were this wide. Yang Chun and Long Lin approached us. Fei Yue clung to my arm, hiding her face behind my back. Master, the bad people who underestimated us are back again, she whispered, her small head retreating further. I patted her head with my free hand as if reassuring her, my voice calm. I'll make the bad guys go away. Then I looked at the two of them. What do you want? Yang Chen spoke first, his tone apologetic. I'm sorry. I assumed you didn't know anything about combat. That was arrogant of me. I didn't respond to the apology and waited for him to get to his main point. How? He hesitated slightly before pushing forward. How are you able to consistently pull off slow-blade sonic booms with such stability? Both he and Long Lin seemed genuinely perplexed. They didn't care how I used it offensively. They cared because landing stable slow-blade sonic booms was a core technique every national-level competitor needed to master. People who couldn't do it with consistency, they'd be sent back to regional competitions. Fei Yue and I exchanged a knowing smile. I had no idea how I did it, so I made something up on the spot. Well, it's just, like this. You get it right. Holding the weapon, then with a single swing, it explodes. Got it now? Scarlet Moon quickly chimed in. Yes, yes. Master is absolutely right. At that moment, my mind was buzzing like Paika, Paika. As long as you trust Master, fully trust him, and follow his movements, everything works out. The two frowned. It was just too abstract. My explanation clearly came across as a bit mischievous. If Scarlet Moon wasn't so adorably clueless, they might have really thought I was messing with them. Yang Chun let out a sigh. Long Scale, take her to get a drink. Before the sentence was even finished, Long Scale had already understood. Yang Chun wanted to talk me out of participating in the second match, or at the very least, advise against bringing Scarlet Moon along to avoid her getting broken. He also wanted her to try persuading Scarlet Moon. Long Scale crouched down in front of Scarlet Moon with a smile. Let's go grab a drink. They've got things to discuss. Scarlet Moon hid behind me, revealing just half of her face. Her eyes brimmed with fear. No, Scarlet Moon doesn't want to leave Master. She was terrified they'd speak poorly of her behind her back, or, worse, that I might abandon her then and there. I turned to look at her, catching the unease in her eyes, and held her hand tightly. I won't leave you, and I'll never abandon you. She responded softly with a delicate her grip on my arm tightening even further. Yang Chen had no choice but to address me directly. Zhang Yu, the second match is a direct fight against magical creatures. Scarlet Moon's blade is too thin, far too likely to break. Scarlet Moon's hand suddenly clenched tighter, and she looked at me in panic, as though I might push her away. Yang Chun continued, oblivious. For both your sake and Scarlet Moon's, you shouldn't. Enough. I cut him off. Can't you see Scarlet Moon is on the verge of tears? If you truly cared about weapon girls, the first thing you should notice is how upset she is right now. Taking her hand, I walked away, ignoring the sound of Yang Chun shouting behind me. Zhang Yu, will you only be satisfied when you see Scarlet Moon break during the second match? I didn't look back. Long Scale said to Yang Chun, you tried your best. Every warrior and every weapon girl has their own fate to follow. Warriors die on the battlefield. Weapon girls eventually meet their end by breaking. If they won't listen, let them be. Yang Chun exhaled sharply, already plotting. If Scarlet Moon breaks during the fight and gets tossed aside, I'll take her in. Elsewhere, Scarlet Moon tilted her head up to look at me, her gaze dim. Master, am I really just a useless blade? She thought back to every moment she'd endured. Every person she'd ever met, every master craftsman the Sano family had brought in. They all looked at her the same way, with that regretful expression. She couldn't be saved. She was only fit for casual practice swings. Just give up. She's a useless blade. Again and again, she asked her family, knowing the answer, yet hoping someone would say otherwise. I held both of her hands. My voice was firm and unwavering. You're the most perfect blade I've ever seen. Even the strongest weapons have weaknesses. A warrior proves their true skill by wielding an imperfect blade. Thank you, Scarlet Moon. Moon, because of you, the world can truly see my strength. Her dim eyes started to shimmer, bit by bit. Master, is Scarlet Moon the most perfect blade? I nodded. Wait and see. We'll use the competition to silence them. The digital leaderboard lit up with scores for the top 10 participants. Third place, Zhouchang Echo Blade 66, 1/3. Second place, Yang Chun Dragon Scale 90, 1/3. First place, Zhang Yu Scarlet Moon 96, 1/3. Yang Chun patted Dragon Scale as if to console. The first round was about performance. Losing is no surprise. The second round, though, is more about technique and composure under pressure. A moment of hesitation and your score tanks. Besides, Zhang Yu and Scarlet Moon, the second round might be their breaking point. As he spoke, a random thought crossed his mind. If I freeze against the beast, ironically, it might actually play to Scarlet Moon's advantage. Dear audience, I'm sure you've all seen the scoreboard, came commentator Xiaolong's animated voice. Predictable results? Not quite. It's brought a bit of a twist. Yang Chun and Dragon Scale take second, while Zhang Yu and Scarlet Moon landed first in the opening round. Oldly, care to explain the rules for round 2? The second round involves battling a monster, explained Li Boming, another commentator. This is a competition of points. 200 participants will fight the same monster simultaneously. The goal? Land as many hits as possible before the beast is slain. Judges award scores based on the damage inflicted. Contestants, please enter the arena. Xiaolong announced enthusiastically. The beast will be unleashed in 3 minutes. I led Scarlet Moon into the arena and scanned my surroundings. At one side of the Colosseum was a semicircular archway, pitch black inside, not a sliver of light to be found. Suddenly, in the inky darkness, 2 glowing crimson eyes slowly opened, meeting mine with a bone-chilling stare. A monster, humanity's ultimate predator, lying in wait deep within subterranean caves, ocean abysses, and rifts in space-time. Before the era of weapon girls, humanity's technological arsenal stood useless against them. Even nuclear bombs were effortlessly repelled by the monster's lord's energy fields. Only when martial artists emerged, capable of standing toe-to-toe with them, did humans manage to carve out safe zones. Later, with the pairing of martial artists and weapon girls, humanity fought monsters to a standstill, pushing them back into their underworld lairs and ocean trenches. This is the stuff of textbooks. To ordinary people, the caves, abysses, and top-tier weapon girls are worlds away. Those are the battlegrounds of elite warriors and their elite weapons. The weapon girl competition system came about to cultivate such top-tier pairings. I awakened memories of my past life when I was 5, and even now, I've only ever seen monsters in the competition arena. In the first round, the favorite to win was Yang Chun from Wolf Squad's Tier 1 training team. But then Jiang Yu and Scarlet Moon emerged as the dark horse. Xiaolong's voice declared, "So, Oldly, do you think they stand a chance against Yang Chun in round 2? That rapid-sonic boom Scarlet Moon pulled off was indeed stunning, Li Boming replied. But round 2 is about real combat. When it comes to battle experience, Yang Chun and the Wolf Squad undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Jiang Yu had no competition history, nor any martial arts background, making experience his greatest shortcoming. Moreover, he paused. Moreover what? Just say it. Moreover, Feiyue is a katana. Among all weapons, katanas are the most prone to breaking. Recently, even the famous blade flying door from the sub-saint of swordsmanship in the Juji Shinto school cracked. Feiyue involuntarily shuddered at the mention. Feiyue's blade is also too thin. In actual combat, the likelihood of it breaking is very high. If Jiang Yu would only listen, for Feiyue's sake, and for his own, I would advise giving up in the second round. The audience whispered among themselves, that thin? It'll definitely break. If the blade snaps, a weapon maiden becomes useless. I reached out to pat Feiyue's head and whispered, others might break, but I, Jiang Yu, promise, I will never let you shatter. Feiyue trusts her master. The iron gate before the arch slowly cranked upward. A heavy stomping echoed through the arena as tremors rippled across the ground, even causing the water in audience members' bottles to ripple. From within the shadows emerged a towering 20-meter-high beast, its body jet black. A lion's head covered with a thick mane, its broken wings dragging along the ground. Heat rose from its nostrils, condensing into white mist in the cold air. It shook its massive head periodically, letting out a deep, resonating growl. A sharp, feral stench characteristic of magical beasts filled the arena. "Griffin!" shouted the young dragon. The apex predator of the subterranean world, the slightest flap of those wings can summon a Category 14 hurricane. Contestants, you have one mission. Kill it. The stands erupted in chaos. Totally worth the price of the ticket. It's ranked in the top 30 of the subterranean world's strongest beasts. No joke. On the field, contestants stared at the griffin, their throats bobbing nervously as they unconsciously stepped back. Hey, why'd Golden Bay throw a griffin in here? I forfeit. Several turned and left on the spot. Yang Chun, weapon in hand, walked up beside me, facing the magical beast with his back to us. He likely expected me to withdraw at the mere sight of the griffin. But my eyes were alight with fighting spirit. The first round had already proven my potential, but in Yang Chen's mind, Feiyue was a poor choice of weapon. If her blade broke, I'd be in grave danger, and Feiyue would be ruined. Jiang Yu, I know you have potential, he said, but Feiyue just forfeit. Wait until you find a new weapon maiden. I'll see you at the city championship after that. Feiyue tilted her head back to look at me. I ignored Yang Chun, gripping her hand as we moved towards the griffin. Fei Yue. Yes, master. A black ribbon materialized, wrapping around her body, transforming her into a katana with a blade length of 73 centimeters. Fei Yue, your blade's cold brilliance will light up the entire world. I took the sword in hand and rushed at the griffin. Yang Chen sighed, shaking his head. Why won't you listen? Do you need to break your blade first before you regret it? With one hand on his spear, Yang Chen chased after me. The moment we drew level, his silver spear swept horizontally towards my waist. I dropped into a slide, barely brushing past him. The sound of the wind whistling from a spear cutting through the air filled my ears, and behind me, two deep skid marks trailed across the ground. Yang Chun and Long Lin are making the first move against Jiang Yu. Xiao Long shouted. Jiang Yu dodged with a swift slide. Laoli, who do you think will come out on top in this second round? Wolf Team has years of real combat experience, enough to qualify for urban championships anytime. They definitely have the upper hand there, Li Boming responded thoughtfully. But honestly, I've got my eyes on Jiang Yu. That being said, if Fei Yue's blade breaks under pressure, it's game over for him. A skilled warrior paired with a top-tier weapon is the only way to dominate, Xiao Long lamented. Let's just hope we don't witness the tragic sight of a broken blade. I stood up and turned my gaze toward the two players. The second round was a monster hunt. Word on the street was that in the underground labyrinths and deep-sea trenches, warriors and weapon spirits never operate solo. They always form adventurer teams to take down monsters together. But there are always some with ulterior motives. More than a fair share of warriors and weapon spirits meet their end, not at the claws of monsters, but through the betrayals of their own teammates. To recreate such realistic stakes, today's match didn't just involve hunting monsters. Players could team up, sabotage each other, and even attack one another outright. I drew Fei Yue. Though the blade itself was only 73 centimeters, a 30-meter-long black slash materialized out of nowhere, cutting toward Yang Chun. With a single step forward, his speed increased dramatically. My blade's shadow missed him entirely, dropping to the ground instead. A massive boom echoed as dirt erupted in all directions. When the dust finally settled, a thin, 2-meter-deep crack stretched across the ground for 30 meters. Yang Chun turned to stare at the fissure and muttered under his breath. Trying to take me out for real? Huh? No respect for teamwork. With just one glance, he had already assessed Fei Yue's effective range, exactly 30 meters. Meanwhile, Long Lin's reach was an impressive 68 meters. As long as he maintained a distance of 30 meters from me, he could strike me at will while staying out of harm's way. Mind your own business, I shot back. The two of us stood rooted in place, a gleaming silver spear and a sleek black blade locked in a tense standoff. The wind blew past, tangling our unkempt hair. Around us, others ignored our duel, darting past to attack the massive griffin beast. Everyone was eager to rack up points early on. My eyes flickered between the monster and Yang Chun, calculating, plotting. That 10 grand prize. I brushed past him, heading straight for the griffin beast. Yang Chun wasn't far behind, and every time I lifted Fei Yue to attack, his spear would sweep in to force me to retreat and abort my move. Jiang Yu, I'm doing this for your own good, he said as he blocked my path, his spear jabbing relentlessly toward the griffin beast's exposed flanks. Dozens of silver spear shadows appeared in quick succession, puncturing the creature with deep, gaping wounds. Blood spurted from the openings, streaking down its fur in narrow, sticky rivulets. I was stuck in an impossible position. Fei Yue could only do any real damage within a 30-meter range, but every time I tried to get closer, Yang Chun would block me with Long Lin. If I turned to focus on attacking Yang Chun instead, as soon as the distance between us exceeded 30 meters, I'd lose my shot at hitting the monster, while Yang Chun could happily continue farming points from afar. Watching the others steadily chip away at their scores, Fei Yue became restless. Today, we didn't come here to settle for anything less than first place, or that 10 grand. Damn it, of all times to run into these two troublemakers. But still, even though her blade is thin, unless she goes up against some overpowered physical damage sword girl freak, breaking her is no easy feat, and this griffin here? It's not even close to being worthy. Master, Yang Chun and Dragonscale are bad people. Fei Yu hates them. Don't worry. I'm here, I said as I closed in on the beast, dodging Yang Chen's sweeping attacks and swinging my blade in tandem. Fei Yu, do you trust me? Weapons have consciousness too. Fear can make them flinch, skewing the angle of a strike. If the force distribution between the edge, spine, and back of the blade isn't aligned, the blade could snap. But as long as Fei Yu trusts me and doesn't instinctively resist, I can guarantee every strike I make will hit with perfect precision. Fei Yu never breaks. I trust Master. Good. That's all I need. I glanced at Yang Chen's spear sweeping toward me, carefully judging its height above the ground. Placing one foot forward and the other back, I raised my sword over my head in a ready stance. Yang Chen sneered. Can't rack up any points, so you're panicking and getting reckless now? Yeah, Jiang Yu and Fei Yu are getting desperate. Big mistake there. This next move from Yang Chen? It's absolutely going to land. Dragon Scale remarked regretfully. He's done. My black blade flashed downwards, aiming for the griffin's spine, and I bent forward just enough to slide under the spear's trajectory. The crowd's eyes widened. It didn't seem possible, but I had dodged the attack. Thunk! The blunt thud of my blade biting into the griffin's spine echoed. The black sword plunged deep into the beast, and I pressed both hands firmly on the hilt, pushing down. My goal? Cleave it in two and secure the points for this round. That sound sent a shiver down the spines of everyone watching. All eyes turned toward my blade, curious but filled with unease. If it dulled? All right, fine. But if it broke? Fei Yu's life as a weapon girl would be over. Is it just dulled? Or actually broken? Dragon Scale asked, his voice tight with anxiety. If it's dulled, she can recover. But if it snapped? Fei Yu's lower body in her human form would be paralyzed. I could feel the shock of bone meeting steel reverberate through the blade and up into my hands. I didn't even need to look to confirm. Her edge had already sunk deep. One more push, and the spine would be severed. I bore down hard against the ground. Yang Chen frowned, his anger flaring. Are you freaking serious? You're gonna break your blade just to cut it in two. Do you not even see her as a person? He started rushing toward me. Li Boming and Yu Ji sighed and shook their heads. So many fighters like me, selfish, willing to shatter their weapon partners just to win. But Fei Yu was my partner. They couldn't step in to stop me, even though they both knew her blade wasn't suited for this kind of direct confrontation. All they could do was watch as a tragedy unfolded. Weapon girls are more than tools. They're companions. They're living, breathing beings with souls. Dragon Scale said with frustration in his voice. Let's just hope Jiang Yu takes better care of Fei Yu in the future. I plunged the blade down with everything I had. The griffin. A sharp crack echoed as the eagle-lion beast was cleaved in two. Blood gushed forth like a crimson wave, painting the ground and splattering onto the nearby warriors, leaving them stunned. The beast let out a ferocious, agonized roar. Roar! In midair, my body rotated once before the shimmering blade in my hand swept past the ground, leaving a fine crack in its wake. As I landed, I flicked the blood off the edge of the blade with a sharp motion, watching the droplets slide off. Slowly, I pulled out a piece of white linen and began to clean the blade. Scarlet Moon, did you sense the difference in technique between her and me? How power flows when we strike. Scarlet Moon froze in place. The blade was achingly thin, yet when it pierced through the bone of the eagle-lion beast, she could only feel its unyielding strength, as if there wasn't even a chance of it snapping. I finished cleaning the blade and sheathed it back into its scabbard. Around us, stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Every pair of eyes seemed to be locked on the scene before them. What? Cut clean in half with one strike? Killed instantly? How is that possible? Li Boming and Yu Ji stared blankly at the twitching form of the eagle-lion beast on the blood-stained ground, their brains seemingly grinding to a halt. An instant kill? And not just any kill. It was done with a blade so thin that it looked like it would break before piercing through the fur, let alone bone. Yet, it didn't shatter, and it split the beast in one stroke. An instant kill? Jiang Yu used Scarlet Moon to instantly take down the eagle-lion beast. Xiao Long's voice rose as he exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is unbelievable. That eagle-lion beast may have lost its wings, but let me assure you, its combat power was completely intact. Normally, even with a weapon spirit boasting a combat power of 500, you'd need to engage in a drawn-out battle to take down a creature like this. Director, Can we get a replay of that moment? As he switched off the mic, Xiaolong hushly asked Li Boming, "Old Li, what's going on here?" Scarlet Moon's initial amplification is just 1.1. Its core output barely 1.9. It's as thin as an A4 sheet of paper and has a combat power of, what, 170 tops? How did it not break? And then just, boom, a clean instant kill. What are we watching? The group crowded to watch the playback over and over. Yuji's eyes sharpened as her gaze fixed on the beast's spinal injury. Abruptly, she pointed at the creature's spine. Here. Look here. His strike didn't sever the entire vertebra. It landed at the joint between two of them. Li Boming narrowed his eyes at the screen. The circular vertebrae of the spine were entirely intact except for a small protrusion on the edge, sheared clean off. Was it luck? Or had Zhang Yu intentionally aimed for that precise point? He didn't brute force through the thickest part of the vertebra. His blade landed exactly at the seam between the joints, slicing through the weakest connecting part. Li Boming let out a relieved sigh. A calculated, precise hit. Even the T1 rookies in Wolfpack's training squad would struggle to execute such a pinpoint strike in a live battle. If they couldn't explain what had just happened, the audience might genuinely begin to suspect that Golden Coast was throwing a rigged fight. He turned the mic back on and spoke with conviction. "Director, zoom in on the spine here. Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely. Jiang Yu's blade didn't sever the whole vertebra. Instead, he cleverly targeted the weakest linking point, completely bypassing the most solid part of the spinal bone. A masterpiece of precision." His explanation finally dispelled the confusion in the audience. As I passed Yang Chen on my way out, I tossed a final remark over my shoulder. "I care about Scarlet Moon more than you ever could. As for your fear of the blade breaking, if she can trust me unconditionally, Scarlet Moon will never shatter." Yang Chen stared after me, his mind flashing back to the blade, thinking again about its thinness, no thicker than 10 stacked A4 sheets. This blade, just how could it? What gives me the audacity to say forever? Is it because I possess a blade technique he doesn't understand? Or was it pure dumb luck? I held Scarlet Moon's hand and led her off the field. His gaze darted between us and the scoreboard. First match lost, second match lost, and a third loss would mean, where would Wolf Team's Tier 1 training squad even put their pride? Moments later, the screen flickered, showing the top two positions. First place, Jiang Yu Scarlet Moon, 196, 2/3. Second place, Yang Chun Dragon Scale, 170, 2/3. I stared at the score, replaying the feeling of gripping the blade in my hand, falling into deep thought. In my past life, I was a renowned global master blacksmith, but my knowledge of martial arts had been strictly theoretical. In theory, knowing 3 points in perfect alignment is one thing, but executing it with precision requires years of practice, muscle memory, and instinctive reflexes. Yet, at the moment I held Scarlet Moon, countless memories of swordsmanship surged into my mind, like snapshots of a little girl in a kimono. Through rain or shine, illness or health, she never stopped swinging her bamboo sword. It was as if her small hands overlapped with mine, guiding me on how to strike. All I had to do was follow that sensation, each motion naturally aligning into perfection, 3 points, 1 line. Every strike executed without fail. Every strike unbreakable. Was this Scarlet Moon's talent? Dual resonance? Just like that, overnight, I became a kendo master. Win the last match, and we'll pocket 100,000. I murmured to myself. Should I give Scarlet Moon an enchantment or enhance her instead? And then, quietly in my field of vision, the Forge system chimed in. Forge notification. When the final match to unlock enchantment abilities. Enchantment. Use specific materials to grant your weapon's spirit elemental properties, power boosts, and other enhancements. My eyes lit up. Reforging has always been my trump card, the ultimate secret weapon. There's no other forger in the world capable of rebuilding a weapon's spirit's physical form except for me. Because of its rarity, I'm a coveted anomaly, but for the same reason, I dare not expose this skill, fearing corporate conglomerates might try to control me. But enchantments? That's different. There are already other forgers who can perform enchantments. If I reveal that ability, it won't be enough to put a target on my back. Another avenue of profit has opened up. Wealth is within reach. Looks like I have no choice. I have to win the next match. Scarlet tugged at my sleeve. Master, the bad guys are back. Following her finger, I looked over. Yang Chun and Dragon Scale were walking toward us, whispers swirling among the crowd. Who'd have thought Yang Chun from Wolf Team Tier 1 training would lose the first 2 rounds? That second match move, was it really skill, or did luck play a part? If it's skill, we've never heard of this Jiang Yu guy from Linhai before. If it's luck, well, he did pull off that explosive blade sound in the first match. Still, Jiang Yu doesn't have a martial arts background. His real-world combat experience doesn't compare to Yang Chen's. Odds are Wolf Team wins the 3rd round. Scarlet Moon puffed up her cheeks and shouted at them defiantly. Master and I are the strongest. We'll definitely win the last round. Victory. She tugs at my sleeve again. Master, we're definitely taking first place, right? First place? Did I or Feilong agree to that? I teased her. Fei Yue planted her hands on her hips. Fei Yue agreed. Yang Chun and I exchanged a glance. And what makes you think you can beat me in the 3rd round? Is it because you've never attended a martial arts university, know nothing about real combat, or are banking on the so-called luck of landing that strike in the joint? Or are you planning to push Fei Yue to her limits, even if it means breaking her blade, just to satisfy your ego? I looked at him and stayed silent for a moment. A strike landing in a bone joint. Luck? I can see the patterns in the blade's trajectory, and naturally, I can see the structure of bones inside a living body just as clearly. Luck? No, it's just an excuse for those unwilling to acknowledge my skill and ability. Push Fei Yue to break her blade? You're overthinking this, I said calmly. In fact, I hope you don't lose to someone who hasn't even attended martial arts university. He opened his mouth to argue, but I'd already reached for Fei Yue and started leading her into the arena. Enough talk. First place belongs to me and Fei Yue. Fei Yue glanced back, pulling a face at the two of them, her mischief unmistakable. They stood frozen, watching us walk away. Yang Chen exhaled sharply, his dissatisfaction with me growing. To him, anyone who doesn't care about the well-being of their blade spirit doesn't deserve to have one. When he was 10, his parents had died in a car accident, leaving him homeless on the streets. It was Feilong who took him in and raised him, forging a deep bond between the two. The thought of Fei Yue's blade being damaged during the match, making Feilong upset, only made his disdain for me, someone he saw as negligent, grow stronger. Feilong turned to him, concern in her voice. Do we really go all out? What if Fei Yue's blade gets broken? We'll focus our attacks on Jiang Yu and avoid her blade as much as possible. Knock him out directly and eliminate them. Feilong let out a small sigh of relief. After a pause, she pulled him into a hug. Thank you, Xiaochen. But our priority is still winning. Jiang Yu's nothing special. I can win this match without even touching Fei Yue's blade. Would Jiang Yu and Fei Yue, Yang Chun and Feilong please enter the arena? The crowd erupted in cheers for Yang Chun and Feilong, their fans deafening. The two entered first, and Fei Yue and I followed behind them. I glanced around. The stands were packed with their supporters. Finally, my gaze settled on the scoreboard. I let myself sink into thought. Weapon spirit competitions are usually made up of 3 rounds. The first evaluates potential. The second measures battlefield performance. These 2 rounds are enough to determine 3rd place and any rankings below it. But the 3rd round, in my opinion, is always the most intriguing. Throughout history, there have been countless stories of human teams hunting down monstrous beasts together, only to turn on each other and fight over the spoils. The 2nd round of these competitions illustrates the power of human cooperation to face common enemies. But the 3rd round? It's a reminder, a reenactment, of the treachery, conflict, and infighting that erupts when the prize is within grasp. I think I've figured out the unspoken meaning behind this structure. It's their way of reminding every martial artist that the only one you can truly trust is the blade spirit you signed a contract with. The 3rd place will be decided based on the total points from the first 2 matches, Xiaolong explained the rules. 1st and 2nd? It's all about this round. So, Laoli, who do you place your bets on? The dark horse Jiang Yu and his weapon Shuriwei, or Yang Chun with his weapon Long Lin, a fighter with city championship level skills? Li Boming cursed silently. This was definitely a trap for him. Betting on Yang Chun might backfire if Jiang Yu caused an upset. Betting on Jiang Yu disregarded the clear strength of Yang Chun. After just a second of thought, He chose a neutral response, analyzing the facts. Jiang Yu's potential was fully on display in the first round when he decisively took down the Eagle-Lion hybrid. His skills are undeniable. However, there is a slight flaw in the pairing. Yang Chun graduated from a double top-tier martial arts university, while Jiang Yu is not formally trained, so his personal power might not stack up. As for the weapons, Shiryu has a combat power of 170, while Long Lin is at 211. Additionally, Shiryu's blade is thinner. If handled recklessly in the third round, there's a very real risk of breakage. The crowd nodded thoughtfully, their confidence in Yang Chen's chances growing. 3 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Third round begins. Yang Chen spun his silver spear in his hands, creating a flower-like display that stirred up dust as it cut through the air. I gripped Shiryu's hand. She transformed into a 73-centimeter katana in a flash. With my left hand clasping the sheath's mouth, I pushed the blade out just an inch, its black blade glowing with an eerie allure. I weighed the differences between the weapons. Long Lin's effective range was 68 meters, while Shiryu's was only 30. A spear has the advantage of range and power. If I can't close the distance to within 30 meters, I won't even have a chance to strike. My first priority is to shrink the gap to under 30 meters. With my plan in place, I didn't hesitate. I stepped forward, dirt spraying underfoot, and dashed towards Yang Chun at full speed. But Yang Chun wasn't clueless. He understood I was trying to close the distance. He stayed on his toes, perpetually ready to retreat, deliberately keeping the gap wide. His right hand gripped the spear's end, while his left supported the midsection like a brace. The spear tip lashed out repeatedly like raindrops in a storm, so fast that it formed a tapestry of shadows aimed straight for me. The crowd of martial artists gasped, their faces pale. Facing such a flurry of spear attacks, an average fighter would have been skewered through and through like a sieve. This kind of speed. So, this is what a city championship-level martial artist can do. Yang Chun is merciless. His spear strikes are as relentless as a downpour. No ordinary fighter could evade that, Xiaolong exclaimed with excitement. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to keep pushing forward. Before Xiaolong could finish, I charged straight into the storm of spear shadows. My left hand held tight onto the sheath, and in that moment, it was as if I could feel an 8-year-old girl guiding me through this deadly rain of spear strikes. Step back half a step, twist your body, and push the sheath out along your back. I followed the voice in my mind. The blade sheath slid along my back while I thrust it outward. With a sharp metallic screech, the spear tip scraped against the sheath's surface, bursting into a cascade of orange-red sparks. I steadily closed the distance. Yang Chun had no choice but to retreat another step, pushing the gap back to just over 30 meters. The crowd fell silent, stunned. How could he be that fast? Was he another national-level fighter disguising himself to fish in shallow waters here? The shadows overlapped in layers, and I moved through them effortlessly, forcing Yang Chun to retreat step by step with frantic stabs. Yang Chun is at a disadvantage. Xiaolong's voice boomed. He's being continuously forced back by Jiang Yu. The entire arena went silent. Even Li Boming had no words. Yang Chen's spear thrusts were already at a city championship level, nearing provincial standards. If the two of them were to compete in the city championship, they could easily land in the top 30, with a solid chance at breaking into the top 10. But against such spear speed, I remained composed, even managing to push him steadily back. He muted his microphone and asked Xiaolong, "Do we have any other information on Jiang Yu?" Xiaolong nodded. We started gathering info after the first match. Before he could finish, someone entered and handed over a file. Here's Jiang Yu's record from his underground matches. The three of them skimmed through the file. Jiang Yu acquired a companion weapon, named Flowing Water, at the age of 15. Since turning 18, he began participating in underground battles with average results. However, this year alone, he and Flowing Water secured 2 first-place wins and 1 second-place finish. Flowing Water's physical form is a 9-ring blade with a combat strength of 200, already meeting the standards of a city championship competitor. It clicked. Finally, the three of them understood. Jiang Yu's personal combat skills were also at the city championship level. Xiaolong immediately unmuted his microphone. Breaking news for viewers. Just like Yang Chun, Jiang Yu has another weapon aside from Fei Yu, a blade companion named Flowing Water. Its physical form is a 9-ring blade with a combat strength of 200, and it has achieved 2 championships and 1 runner-up position in underground matches. In other words, Jiang Yu himself has long been operating at city championship caliber. He secretly felt lucky to be hosting this match. With 3 matches released, the buzz would keep climbing, drawing more fans in the process. As for the other competitors in the audience, they lost it. Yang Chun and Jiang Yu, you're both smuffing scumbags. City championship level players stomping low-tier matches, so shameless. Recommend the organizers immediately ban their accounts. Only now did Yang Chun and Long Lin realize who I truly was. No wonder. I kept wondering how his movements seemed so seasoned, Yang Chun said. I thought he was a rookie, but turns out he's a veteran pretending to be a newbie. But as the thought lingered, something struck him. If Jiang Yu already had a 9-ring blade with a combat strength of 200, why not use it to fight in underground matches? Why choose Fei Yu, a weapon as thin and delicate as a cicada's wing? A light bulb lit up in his mind, and he thought he'd cracked it. He must be using these underground fights as preparation for the city championship, keeping himself in fighting form. He's probably worried the 9-ring blade might get damaged in these kinds of matches, so he brought Fei Yu instead. Jiang Yu, I didn't think you'd be this selfish, he said coldly. You don't seem to care at all about how fragile Fei Yu might be. I couldn't even be bothered to reply. My left hand remained on the sheath, my right hand empty, never drawing the blade. I simply advanced straight toward him. He kept retreating. Wolf Team's Yang Chun is being forced back, step after step. Old Li, who's coming out on top in this match? Long Lin's range is 68 meters. Fei Yu's is 30. Li started to answer. Boming said, it looks like Jiang Yu is chasing after Yang Chun, but in reality, it's Yang Chun backing up to maintain his 30-meter range advantage. As long as Jiang Yu can't close in within 30 meters, Yang Chun is safe. Plus, Jiang Yu's only dodging and not blocking, refusing to clash head-on with his blade. That means he's afraid of Fei Yu breaking. A cracked blade is always a risk hovering over his head. Seems like a stalemate now. It'll come down to whoever breaks it first. That girl's voice echoed in my mind again. Draw your blade. Slash at a 45-degree angle to the incoming spear, knock the spear away, and then lunge forward. Gripping the hilt in my right hand, I unsheathed my blade and slashed diagonally at 45 degrees toward the spear shaft. Clang. The clash of steel rang out. Yang Chen's silver spear was jolted out of his hands, leaving only his right hand barely clutching the end of the shaft. He stared in disbelief at his left hand. His whole arm had gone numb, unresponsive. Impossible. How does he have such strength to knock my spear away with a single strike? Xiao Chun. Long Lin called out urgently. Yang Chun snapped back to reality, but I had already moved inside the 30-meter range. His pupils contracted as he spun, grabbing onto his spear with his left hand once more, sweeping it horizontally toward me. He didn't care about Fei Yu's condition in the slightest, daring to pit blade against spear. Jiang Yu, I won't hold back anymore. I tossed the sheath toward him and gripped the blade with both hands, striking head-on. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The clash of blade and spear stirred up gusts of wind, blasting out in all directions, making those around us lose their footing and suck in sharp breaths. Jiang Yu, he's not afraid of breaking his sword anymore. Impressive, Xiao Long exclaimed. Jiang Yu knocked the spear aside with a single strike, forcing his way into close range. There's only 22 meters between them now, and it's closing. Fei Yu's blade is so thin, Jiang Yu is insane to let it clash directly with Long Lin's spear. A single misstep, and it'll surely snap. The discarded sheath was knocked into the air by Yang Chun. As it flew, I accelerated, darting toward it. My blade's tip aligned perfectly with the lip of the sheath, sliding back into place with precision. That girl's voice rang out again. Left hand on the sheath, thumb locking the guard. Hold it horizontally at the waist. Step forward with your left foot, right foot anchored behind, bending at the waist. Use your thumb to lock the guard with all your might. Unleash your strength with your right hand to draw the blade. Juji Shinto Ryu's secret art, single stroke, 2 severings. I followed her instructions, eyes sharp like a wolf's, locking firmly onto Yang Chun. My right hand landed on the hilt once again. My left thumb exerted all its strength. But how could the strength of just one thumb contend against the force of an entire right arm? The guard slipped past the lock of my thumb. The black blade shot from its sheath. Li Boming and Yu Ji bolted upright, palms planted firmly on the table as they stared at me, unwavering. The Juji Shinto-ryu family's forbidden technique, the Ai of the cross. Ai is the art of drawing and striking in one movement. Xiao Long turned to look back, puzzled at the sudden change in their demeanor. But my stance alone filled him with an inexplicable dread, a fear of a devastating attack about to be unleashed. Oldly, what's going on? Neither of them answered, their eyes still fixed on me. Yang Chen frowned, sensing, this stance looks familiar. I can't quite recall where I've seen it before. In an instant, a memory flashes through Long Lin's mind. Recently, at the sparring match between the sub-saint and holy saint of swordsmanship of the crossed divine sword style, Sugino had started with this very same draw stance. Xiao Chun, the crossed divine sword style, Iato slash. Yang Chen's face turned snow white in an instant, the knuckles of his clenched fist cracking audibly. Gripping his spear with both hands, spear tip planted into the ground, he pressed a foot against the shaft, bending it into a crescent. The straight line Iato. To challenge the Monkey King's skyward gaze, Li Boming shouted. Before his words could fully land, Scarlet Moon had already slashed forth, carving a pitch-black arc across the air. Yang Chun launched himself skyward using the recoil of the spear shaft, flipping midair, single-handedly grabbing the tail end of his spear and coming down to strike directly at me. I went to sheath my blade, preparing to evade, but a vivid vision emerged in my mind. Spring. Underneath a cherry blossom tree, Sugino Toy stood in a traditional kimono, a wakizashi tucked at her side, her gaze lifted to the swirling storm of falling petals above. The blossoms whirled and swayed, as if lamenting the fate of the second daughter of House Sugino. Has my path of swordsmanship come to an end? The girl gripped the broken blade at her waist, bowing her head. Tear after tear fell swiftly to the ground. Suddenly, she turned, her gaze piercing through me like she could see me now, and spoke. My lord, you're so infuriating, always spying on others. Remember this, my swordsmanship never retreats. I entrust you to go and see for me what lies at the peak of swordsmanship. The scene faded, leaving nothing but a soft sound of sobbing. I thought that if I poured my heart into mastering the sword, I wouldn't die. I don't want to die. I want to see next year's blossoms. Anyone, please, save me. With a double resonance of hearts, Scarlet Moon's agonizing past flooded into my own. My eyes moistened involuntarily. I suppressed my instinct to dodge. Rather than facing him head-on, I stepped forward again with my left foot, bending at the knee, placing Scarlet Moon horizontally by my hip as it rested in its sheath, deliberately exposing my opening to Yang Chun. Scarlet Moon. Blade drawing ultimate technique. The entire crowd froze, stupefied, unsure of why I would leave myself completely vulnerable. In a flash, I unsheathed the blade. A colossal black arc sliced through their vision, hurtling straight at Yang Chun. Boom. The force of the slash tore through the air with a sonic boom. Yang Chun's pupils shrank dramatically. Instinctively, he raised his spear to block. Crash. The collision of blade and spear resounded. His entire body was launched backward, tumbling violently across the ground before crashing into the arena wall. I seized the opportunity, chasing him down. He looked at me approaching, his face a blend of disbelief. Why? He thought. The blade of Scarlet Moon is so thin. There's no way it can withstand such power. What has Jiangyu mastered? He tried to lift his spear to defend, but after the previous clash, the shock had numbed his arms. It was as if both hands no longer obeyed him. Long Lin shifted back into human form. We've lost, Long Lin admitted. Hearing Yang Chen concede, I came to a slow stop, spinning my blade into an elegant arc before carefully sheathing Scarlet Moon. Everything had happened so fast, the spectators in the stands hadn't even fully processed it yet. Hey, did Jiang Yu draw his blade the second time? He clearly wasn't aiming at Yang Chun, right? Yang Chun dodged the first strike and used the Monkey King's high perch to fully charge his stance. By all logic, Yang Chun should have won. So how did he end up getting blasted away? Xiao Long was equally baffled. It was clear Yang Chun had the upper hand after dodging that first blow. How did the tables turn so drastically? He turned to Li Boming for an explanation. Old Li, what's going on here? Let's get the replay, Li Boming said, equally puzzled. When I drew my second strike, the blade wasn't even aimed properly. How did it carry so much power? And how did it manage to overpower a fully charged Yang Chun? On the screen, the replay of the second strike began to roll, frame by frame, in ultra-slow motion. The left foot moved forward into a bent stance, the right foot staying back. The crimson sword Scarlet Moon was seated firmly in its sheath on the left hip. So far, Li Boming couldn't detect anything odd. But in the next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. The body twisted. A deliberate counterclockwise rotation in the torso brought Scarlet Moon from the left hip, centrifugally crossing toward the back. With that shift, the base of the sheath turned forward as the blade began its arc. I get it, Li Boming exclaimed, slapping the table with his palm. Look, Jiang Yu's waist rotation. By twisting his torso, he's adding the force of his core into the strike. It's like a whip effect. The whip phenomenon can massively amplify the blade's momentum. This is a brand new power execution technique. Everyone in the room silently made note of the technique, staring at Jiang Yu's retreating figure as though they had just witnessed a monster in human skin. Then came the system notification in my field of vision. Molten Forge notice. Enchantment function unlocked. Other enchanters directly embed enhancements into the weapon itself. It's a one-and-done deal, permanent and unchangeable. The Molten Forge's enchantments, however, are applied to the clothing of weapon spirits. Change an outfit, and you'll change the enchantment. Wait, what? This thing's an absolute cheat. A total hack. For most weapon spirits, once their core was enchanted, the effect was irreversible. And as battle levels rose and competitions escalated, outdated or mismatched enchantments became glaring weaknesses. Countless weapon spirits were stuck at the provincial level because they couldn't keep up with the increased intensity of the competition. But now, thanks to the Molten Forge, I could enchant clothing instead. Swap an outfit to adapt to the strength of a new battlefield. Always stay in sync with the challenge ahead. After claiming the championship prize, I set out to prepare for the upcoming city tournament by purchasing some enchantment materials. Walking hand in hand with Scarlet Moon, I turned toward the department store. Scarlet, 10,000 bucks. We split 50-50. Pick whatever you want. Scarlet Moon shook her head gently. Scarlet Moon doesn't want anything. All I care about is being with Master Yu. Passing by a traditional clothing shop, her gaze fell upon a pink embroidered kimono. Following the direction of her eyes, I turned. A kimono, huh? I tightened my grip on her hand and stepped into the store. Elsewhere in the department store, Lu Shui draped herself around Lin Yun's arm. The two strolled from counter to counter. Lin Yun offered her a gemstone. Once enchanted, this one will add 15 points to durability and 9 points to sharpness. Let's head to the weapon shop later and find the blacksmith for the upgrade. Lu Shui slightly furrowed her brows, forcing a bitter smile as she agreed. See that? Lin Yun smirked, seeking praise. You've only been with me for a few days, and your combat powers jumped from 200 to 219. That's the level only top 30 weapon spirits in the city championships usually have. She stayed quiet. True, her combat power had risen since joining Lin Yun, but there was an odd sense of unease in her body, a subtle feeling of imbalance. Her instincts whispered that in a real fight, she might actually find herself less effective than when her power was only around 180 while she was with Jiang Yu. But 219 was undeniable, and it was hard not to be drawn to such a high number. She kept reassuring herself. Maybe it was all in her head. Perhaps with the 15-point increase in hardness and 9-point boost in sharpness, they could make up for the innate shortcomings of Red Iron Quicksand's softness and dullness. At that moment, Lin Yun caught sight of Yang Chun and his weapon spirit, Dragon Scale, and hurried over. Captain Yang. It's me, Lin Xiao. Lin Yun wore a fawning smile, hoping to curry favor. Yang Chun gave him a sidelong glance. What is it? Lin Yun, eager not to offend him, replied politely. Captain Yang, I'll also be competing in this year's city championships. During the second round, the hunting stage, I might be able to lend Captain Yang a little assistance. What he really meant was that in round 2, He could disrupt Yang Chen's rivals and lower their scores to ensure Yang Chen's advantage. Rumors had it that Yang Chen could break the sound barrier with slow-motion blade cuts. Having such a partner guaranteed advancement to at least the provincial level and even a shot at nationals. If he could latch onto Yang Chen's success, his family's struggling hotel business might finally rebound. Lin Yun gave Lu Shui a look, urging her to greet Yang Chen. Reluctantly, with no way to resist, Lu Shui muttered grudgingly, "Hello, Captain Yang." Yang Chen didn't even glance at them, his tone dripping with disdain. "I, Yang Chen, act with integrity and have no interest in stooping to such lowly schemes." With that, he left with Dragon Scale. Lu Shui felt a chill as she watched Lin Yun's groveling behavior. It wasn't what she'd envisioned. Following Lin Yun was supposed to mean others fawning over her. How did it turn into her bowing her head instead? She thought back to her time with Jiang Yu. No matter how wealthy, powerful, or skilled someone was, Jiang Yu never made her lower her head. If Jiang Yu came to ask for her back now, she'd leave Lin Yun without hesitation. Jiang Yu wouldn't lose a thing, not a single cent spent, and would gain a free bonus of 19 points in combat power. After Yang Chen walked away, Lin Yun was simmering with anger and had no outlet. He glared daggers at Lu Shui and snapped, "It's your fault. Acting so cold with that stony face of yours upset Captain Yang and his weapon spirit. And that's why he didn't even give me the time of day." Liu Shui's expression grew darker, the frustration burning in her chest. For the sake of improving their ranking in the championships, she swallowed her anger. Once she made it into the elite teams and secured access to better resources, she'd find a way to force Lin Yun to dissolve their contract. At the kimono shop, I gestured toward a pastel pink kimono and said, "Get one in her size." Hayuki tugged on my arm, gently shaking her head. "Yukun, Hayuki really doesn't need this. Faye, you can just wear the ones you don't need anymore." She reluctantly dragged her gaze away from the kimono. I looked at her. In her eyes, there was nothing but longing for the kimono, yet she held herself back, as if thinking she didn't deserve it. What kind of life had she lived before, not even daring to want a beautiful outfit? "Fei, you're my weapon girl now," I said. "If you dress up beautifully, I'll be in a good mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll perform better, get more first-place wins, and earn more money." "Got it." I gently pushed her shoulder, practically ushering her and the kimono into the fitting room. Since one person can't tie a kimono belt tightly, the shop assistant followed her in to help. Meanwhile, I started browsing through stockings nearby. White ones, black ones, nude ones, colorful ones, fishnet patterns, rose patterns. I couldn't decide. Enchant the stockings and then have Fei Yu wear them. That's not a bad idea at all. But white stockings or black stockings? Tough choice. Forget it. Both white and black it is. While I was picking, Lu Shui happened to catch a glance of me. With Lin Yun not around, she wandered over. After scanning around to check if I had a weapon girl with me, she smirked. "Jiang Yu, the championship is just around the corner. Still haven't found a weapon girl, huh?" I ignored her. She frowned, visibly annoyed. The Jiang Yu she used to know would never ignore her, much less treat her coldly. Back then, if there was any benefit to reap, she'd be the first person I thought of. "Jiang Yu, you don't have a weapon girl now. You can't enter the championship. My current combat power is 219. If you just say a few nice words to me." She knew I liked seeing slender legs in black or white stockings. A few times in the past, I'd hinted at having her wear them for me, but she'd refused. Now, however, she picked up a pair of black stockings and added, "Beg me to come back to you, and I'll return. Not only will I come back, but I'll also wear these black stockings for you tonight." Combat power of 219, plus the allure of the stockings, with the championship looming close, she couldn't think of a reason I'd say no. After all, she was offering me an olive branch. I should be overjoyed. But I knew Lin Yun all too well, just a lust-driven guy. The way he used to look at Lu Shui was already telling. Now that they're bonded? No need to guess. They've probably been to a hotel already. "Lu Shui, when I was 15, I picked you up, worthless trash that you were," I said coldly. "Do you think now I'd still want you, a piece of trash?" Her face turned ashen. Her fists tightened, her knuckles cracking audibly. "Jiang Yu, you're arrogant. But without a weapon girl, how are you going to compete in the championship?" A voice interrupted. "Yu Jun, who is she?" Both Lu Shui and I turned toward the voice. Fei Yu approached, wearing that pastel pink kimono adorned with white cherry blossoms. Her jet black hair was tied up neatly in the back with a butterfly bow made of silky purple and blue fabric. She walked toward me in small, elegant steps and wrapped her arms around mine. Yu Jun, do I look pretty in this? That face. Lu Shui knew it all too well. In the news about the exchange match between Yu Chenghui and Sejino, there was mention of the legendary SSS potential blade Hibiki, but how could it look exactly like her? Could it be that she is the legendary blade Hibiki? No, that's impossible. Hibiki's blade was broken during the fight with the Witchblade Maiden. A broken sword, even if reforged straight, would mean her legs in human form would be paralyzed. There's no way she could stand or walk. Once confirmed that she wasn't Hibiki, she breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, kept talking a big game with his claim of being a forging master. He even fabricated nonsense about an enchanted furnace, saying that signing a contract with him could restore her original form and remove the red iron quicksand affliction. As if not even the world's most renowned blacksmiths could do that, let alone some guy who'd never even taken a single class in forging. She almost believed him when she thought for a moment that the blade girl before her might really be a reforged Hibiki that Jiang Yu had miraculously saved and restored. Jiang Yu, where'd you dig up this junk sword? She asked. What's its potential F? Or maybe E at best? Flowing water. I, the so-called Jiang Yu, replied. You abandoned me, your blade's servant. Scarlet Moon spread her arms protectively in front of me, shielding me behind her as she glared at flowing water with hate in her eyes. You vile woman, stay away from Yukuin. It was only then that flowing water realized why I no longer sought her return. It was because I already had a new blade servant. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, Lin Yun appeared, noticing me and Scarlet Moon. Scarlet Moon, charming and dressed adorably in exotic, kimono-like attire, quickly caught Lin Yun's eye. His gaze lingered, and his mind started turning. He carefully assessed her aura, a combat strength of roughly 160. Most likely, she was a new blade servant Jiang Yu had picked up to compete in the upcoming championships. Lin Yun made his plan. He'd insult me to discredit me first, then flash his wealth and offer Scarlet Moon benefits in an attempt to persuade her to leave my side. Jiang Yu, the lowest priced equipment and blade servant goods here start at tens of thousands. You can barely afford your rent. How could you possibly afford anything here? He sneered. I don't need your concern, I replied sharply. Let's go, Scarlet Moon. Lin Yun stepped in to block our path. Wait, Jiang Yu. You can leave. He turned toward Scarlet Moon, his expression softening. You're called Scarlet Moon, aren't you? Jiang Yu must have sweet-talked you, feeding you lies like world-class forge master, or how he'll help you win something in the championships. Don't believe a word of it. This year, Yang Chen from Team Wolf T1 Training and Long Lin are both competing in the championship. Jiang Yu didn't even attend a warrior university. If you follow him, the two of you will definitely crash out if you meet them. But if you come with me, I know Yang Chun and Long Lin. I could ask them to go easy on us when we encounter them. Both Scarlet Moon and I thought he was about to make some kind of serious threat, but all he said was, you two can't beat Yang Chun and Long Lin. The two of us looked at each other and immediately burst into laughter. Scarlet Moon pointed at him, saying, You Kuan, everyone says I'm a fool, but this guy's even dumber than me. This is the first time I've ever met someone dumber than Scarlet Moon. Lin Yun, clueless about what we found so funny, clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking as his anger boiled. Fire practically burned in his eyes. Laugh all you want, but what's so damn funny? Think you're up for it? Let's have a match. I pointed at Crimson Moon, then at him. Linhai City Championship. I'll be waiting. After saying that, I led Crimson Moon to the counter to pay. Sir, that'll be 15,000 yuan in total, the female clerk said. I looked at her and mumbled under my breath. Never thought a kimono would be so expensive. Over 10 grand. Crimson Moon lowered her head and started heading back to the fitting room. Yujun, let's return it. The clerk added helpfully. Sir, the kimono is 1,000 yuan. The black and white stockings you picked out are 14,000 yuan altogether. 14,000 for 2 pairs of stockings? That's not expensive at all. It's criminally cheap. I pulled out my card, swiped it, and took the bag with the stockings. Heading out, I planned to buy some enchantment supplies. Yujun, please return the stockings. They're really too expensive. They're not expensive. Quality steel goes to work on the legs where it counts. Cheap ones are a waste. Crimson Moon. We walked into the enchantment supplies shop, roaming between the shelves. The enchanted beads sparkled under the lights, dazzling. I glanced at the beads, then at the price tags beneath them. Enchantment beads were ranked by quality in ascending order: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. The shop didn't have anything above S rank. Most were the lower tier F and E beads, with fewer D and C ranks. The B and A ones were priced in the tens of millions. After buying the kimono and stockings, I only had 85,000 yuan left, 50,000 of which were Crimson Moons. That left me with 35,000 I could touch, barely enough for F and E ranks. To keep an eye on her status panel, I gave her instructions. Crimson Moon, stay close to me. Don't wander off. Understood, Yujun. She obediently stayed by my side as her information appeared in my view. Demon Blade, Crimson Moon, Battle Strength, 170-168. Type Katana contract Jiangyu weight 46.6 kilograms potential SSS material Tamahagain steel skill dual heart resonance sharpness 75 hardness 80 toughness 12 range 30. Evaluation. The blade is excessively thin. With a toughness of 12 paired with a hardness of 80, it's incredibly brittle. A single mistake in handling it will lead to catastrophic snapping. Requires utmost precision from its wielder. Is it almost too fragile to be a weapon? I looked at the two beads I had chosen. Toughness bead, F, enchant, plus 5 toughness 15,000 yen. Windchaser bead, F, plus 3% move speed, plus 1 weapon spirit strength, plus 2 weapon spirit strength for blades 30,000 yen. I fell into contemplation. Crimson Moon's toughness of 12 paired with a hardness of 80 was as brittle as glass. The core issue stemmed from inadequate tempering during the quenching, forging, and heat-treating processes. Hardness too high, toughness too low. Ideally, I try to patch it with more toughness to balance out the fragility. But to raise it up to 22 points? That would require C-rank beads, which easily cost millions each, way out of my price range. This F-rank bead only added 5 points. Resilience, a drop in the bucket. Moreover, in the upcoming city tournament, it's a given we'll come across weapon-wielding girls armed with long guns or even bows. The first thing I have to consider is, can I get close? And if so, how can I close in quickly? After weighing my options, I set my sights on the Gale Orb. While it only increases movement speed by 3%, it undeniably adds 2 points of combat power, and for an F-ranked orb priced at 30,000, those 2 points are likely what you're paying for. After paying for the orb, I took Himizuki to the bank to open an account and deposited 50,000 into it, before returning to the weapon shop. Himizuki held the newly issued bank card, staring at it repeatedly. The balance of 50,000 displayed on the card instilled an unfamiliar sense of security in her. When she saves up enough, Himizuki thought, she'll buy a house, a car, and even find Yukuen a perfect bride. Meanwhile, I busied myself fiddling with the new enchantment features on the magic furnace. Before me lay 2 pairs of stockings. One white, one black. What a dilemma. Himizuki would look stunning in either pair. But which one should I enchant? A childhood classic, whispering to myself, eeny, meeny, miny. My index finger landed on the black stockings, but after a moment's hesitation, my middle finger flicked forward to point at the white ones, and my index finger sheepishly retreated. White it is. With the white stockings in one hand and the Gale Orb in the other, the prompt of the magic furnace appeared. Magic furnace, do you wish to enchant the Gale Orb onto the white stockings? Just the thought of enchanting the stockings and personally helping Himizuki put them on later made my mood skyrocket. Yes, the glow from the enchantment swirled, resembling strands of silk dancing gracefully in the air before weaving seamlessly into the white stockings. forming an intricate and unique pattern. The silky texture sent a chill down my spine. Suddenly, new information popped into my vision. Please select the special enchantment effect. Option 1. Leg length -2, fullness +1. Wearing this creates an indented curve at the stocking's hem and achieves seamless thigh contact when standing. Option 2. Leg length +1, fullness +1, left chest fullness +1. Wearing this creates a taller, more elegant silhouette with an added curve to the left chest. I froze. Most people need to enchant onto a weapon itself, and once done, it's sealed for good, irreversible. Meanwhile, I only need to enchant clothing, swap out the clothing, and the effect changes too. That's already wild enough. But now, not only can the orb's effects be enchanted onto stockings, but these stockings also come with hidden attributes, like tweaking leg length and fullness. Gaze locked onto the two options, I hesitated. Option 2, no, can't do. If I pick that, Himizuki would end up lopsided. With great enthusiasm, I settled on option 1. Chubby, soft, little carrot legs? That works too. White stockings enchanted. F-ranked Gale Orb effect. Move speed +3%. Combat power +2 hidden. Leg length -2. Fullness +1. I couldn't wait any longer and turned around. Himizuki. Her gaze fell to the stockings in my hand. Her entire body stiffened. She clenched her fists and pressed them to her chest, her legs snapping together, toes curling awkwardly on the floor. Yukun, what are you trying to do? Sorry, I can't assist with that request. They leaned against each other hesitantly for a moment before she got onto the workbench, reminding me. Swordkin, be gentle, all right? Don't worry, it was an accident earlier. I placed both hands on her back, and in my view, glowing purple veins began to float into focus. Around the midsection of her blade form, many vein-like patterns were severed and not connected. I focused my energy and slowly pushed the broken ends together. The veins gradually approached one another, and her combat power steadily rose. +1, +1, +1. After a couple of hours, I was drenched in sweat. The moment the two breaks were fully joined, her combat power shot up again. Yao Daoji Crimson Moon. Combat power, 171-195. Type, Katana Potential. SSS Material, Jade Steel Talent. Twin Resonance. Sharpness, 75 Hardness. 80 Toughness. 12 Range. 30 Speed. +3%. Seeing the number, 195, I finally let out a breath of relief. The city tournament required weapon girls to have a minimum combat power of 185 to qualify. But most contestants were either top-tier martial arts university students or star players from city teams, so just reaching the threshold of 185 wasn't going to cut it. Aiming for a placement would need a combat power nearing 200. With her 195 now, Crimson Moon should easily surpass 200 during actual matches. Even if she couldn't rival the ace fighters on the city teams, this level of strength was more than enough to crush Lin Yun, or that barely, over 200 combat power Lu Shui. All right, that'll do for today, I said. Crimson Moon got up, hastily grabbed her kimono, and wrapped it loosely around herself. Without anyone to assist her, she tied the sash in a rather haphazard fashion. Feeling her combat power increase further, she looked at me in shocked amazement, her curiosity about my abilities growing. When a blade broke, other forgers could only fix its shape at best. In human form, the weapon girl's lower half would still remain paralyzed. But when I worked, I not only restored the blade's integrity, but also enabled her to walk freely in her human form. While other enchanters directly applied enchantments to the blade itself, which limited the number of times enchantments could be added or modified, my method was different. I enchanted her stockings. The moment she wore them, she would instantly benefit from the effects, completely bypassing these limitations that slowed down combat scaling early on. She studied me curiously, still tightening her sash as she climbed down from the workbench. The moment her feet touched the floor, thud. She dropped to her knees before me, her face flushing deep red. Her legs had gone weak, unable to support her. "Are you okay?" I asked, quickly moving to support her. "I'm fine," she responded softly. We left the shop and headed toward Happiness Apartments. On the way, we passed by a couple-themed hotel. A little kid stared at Crimson Moon, noticing her trembling legs. "Mommy, that girl's legs are shaking when she walks." The child's mother glanced at the hotel behind us, then hastily shielded their eyes. "Oh, these young people. First time and no idea how to take things slow. Poor girl can barely walk properly." Crimson Moon's eyes widened, and her whole face turned scarlet. "No, no. Ma'am, you've got it all wrong." Hearing her accent and realizing she was a kimono-wearing Japanese girl, the mother instead turned to me with a stern look. "Young ma, kid, give it your all and make her beg for mercy. Bring glory to the nation." With that, the man grabbed his child and walked away, leaving Yumai standing there, her expression a mix of confusion and awkwardness. She turned to me and said, "Fishkun." I gave a sheepish smile, then supported her as we returned to the apartment. Yumai seemed unsettled, as though something felt off. When she tilted her head up to look at me, she noticed I somehow seemed taller, standing straight. She glanced down and thought my legs looked different, too. Lifting the hem of her dress slightly, she revealed her legs in white stockings. "Fishkun, wearing these stockings gives me such a strange feeling, but I can't quite figure out why," she said. I took my time to admire the sight before me. Her legs were shapely, and the tops of the stockings pressed into her thighs just enough to create a subtle indent. The fit seamless and snug when she stood straight. "Perfectly fine, no issues here, Mai," I replied reassuringly. "You're just overthinking." With that excuse, I managed to pacify her. Sitting down at my computer, I started researching the next qualifying competitions in Lanhai City. Two were particularly eye-catching: the Fishing City Weapon Maiden Championship and the Hurricane Weapon Maiden Championship. The prize pools were the same across both events: 15,000 for first place, 10,000 for second, and 5,000 for third. But the Fishing City Championship stood out. The first place winner would also be awarded an additional $1 million spokesperson contract for a local landmark. Winning that would mean walking away with a total of $1.15 million. With that much money, I could afford better gem upgrades, outfit Mai with more enchanted wearables, and eventually gather enough Yugong steel to rebuild her true form. "My next stop, Fishing City," I announced. Having showered and wrapped herself snugly in a blanket, she crawled onto the bed. I'll follow your lead, Fishkun." Later that night, after my own shower, the exhaustion from the day began to weigh on me. My mind foggy, I crept into bed and fell straight into a deep sleep. Elsewhere, in the Wolfpack Youth Training Facilities practice room, the floor was littered with broken katana blades, scattered haphazardly amidst the echoing clangs of metal. Yang Chun gripped yet another katana, repeatedly striking it against a thick iron rod. Each time the blade made contact, it snapped instantly. He couldn't make sense of it. Jiang Yu's blade, which he had seen up close, was thinner than his, yet it remained unbroken. His own blade shattered with a single swing. Why? Why can Jiang Yu do it, and I can't? There's no way I'm inferior to him. Yang Chun muttered furiously to himself. Long Lin, watching him from nearby, was filled with worry. Ever since losing to Jiang Yu and Yu Mai, Yang Chun had been obsessed. He bought stacks of thin-edged katanas and spent entire nights slicing at iron rods, desperate to understand why Jiang Yu's blade wouldn't snap. "Chun, if you can't figure it out, why not just ask Jiang Yu the next time you see him? There's no need to keep punishing yourself like this," Longlin suggested. "It must involve some kind of new technique," Yang Chun replied. "Stuff like that isn't shared around easily." As he spoke, he reached a hand toward Longlin. "Forget the blade technique for now. When the city championships roll around, I swear I'll beat him." Longlin took his hand, their fingers interlocking as she transformed into a long spear. At 9:11 a.m. the next morning, at the Fishing City competition arena, Su Xiaolong, Li Boming, and Yu Ji arrived at the venue. "Li, I went over the participant list," Su Xiaolong started. "There are two particularly interesting teams competing today, Jiang Yu and Fei Yu." Li Boming and Yu Ji's eyes lit up. After heading back, the two of them kept analyzing my blade technique over and over again. They thought they'd figured something out and even went to buy a thin-edged blade. Following their newfound understanding, they struck a hard object, fully confident it wouldn't break. Instead, with a loud clang, the blade bent. Confused and frustrated, the incident kept them up all night. Upon hearing I was heading to Fishing Fortress, They got so excited they secretly vowed to uncover the mystery behind my technique. Never expected Jiang Yu and Fei Yu would come, Li Boming remarked with a touch of awe. Su Xiaolong noticed his curiosity and ventured a guess. The sword path of the cross. Its techniques don't distinguish between genders, but are never taught to outsiders. Now, Jiang Yu using the signature II draw of that style. What do you think? Could he be connected to that school? Li Boming wasn't sure and avoided the question. Instead, he shifted topics. Who's the other team? The young master of the Tianlong Corporation, Long Xiangyu, Su Xiaolong replied. Li Boming frowned slightly at that. The Tianlong Corporation was one of the nation's top conglomerates, with industries spanning all across the country. Their pro-gaming team, Tianlong Alliance, was a national-level team. Every weapon spirit in their ranks started with an A-grade potential. Their official lineup was exclusively made up of S and SS-grade entities. And Long Xiangyu? He was the younger brother of Long Yao, the corporation's CEO. Tianlong HQ is based in Kyoto, and their activities usually stay in that region. What's he doing here? Li Boming asked. His physical form wields a Miaodao, SS grade with a combat power of 205, Su Xiaolong explained. Probably out honing his skills to secure a spot in the Tianlong team. Unexpectedly, Yu Ji, the usually silent one, spoke up. Long Xiangyu has a poor reputation in Kyoto. Both men looked at her in unison, clearly expecting her to elaborate, but she clammed up again, refusing to say another word. The suspense was killing them. Come on, just spit it out already. At the foot of Fishing Fortress, Fei Yu and I made our way through the crowd. Many martial artists and weapon spirits had their eyes drawn to her. Her jet black hair fell gracefully to her waist, while the soft pink and white cherry blossom patterns on her kimono gave her an exotic charm. Hey, check out the chick in the kimono. Damn, that guy's eating well. Didn't you notice her legs shaking as she walked? Bet they were at it all night. Fei Yu's face turned crimson. She buried herself into my arm and, peeking out, noticed more people with weapon spirits heading for the grove nearby. Another group heading in there for food? I glanced at the imposing silhouette of the ancient fortress. Fishing Fortress was surrounded by lush waters and steep hills, secluded and defensible. The site had helped martial artists hold off beast invasions during the Great Outbreak, earning it a poetic title from the ancient texts, the place where God broke his whip. As I got lost in the scenery, Fei Yu broke my focus with a comment. Yukuan, look, they're going into the grove for food again. Fei Yu wants some too. I rolled my eyes and coughed. Eating in the grove? You're just asking to choke. She looked crestfallen. The more I tried to dissuade her, the more her curiosity grew about what could possibly be so enticing in the grove. Just then, a male martial artist emerged from the trees with his weapon spirit in tow, heading toward the fortress. His name was Long Xiangyu, a figure, a man dressed in a pale pink suit with gleaming leather shoes, though the edges were tainted with dried mud, strode by with slicked-back hair, sharp features, and a tired look about him. Beside him stood his companion, a weapon spirit girl, diligently adjusting his slightly disheveled collar. As we brushed past each other, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Himika, dressed in a cherry blossom kimono. Her aura screamed that she was from Japan. His lips curled into a sly smirk. A foreign model? Rare goods from Japan. Tempting. The man took a few steps back, now hands buried arrogantly in his pockets, completely ignoring me as his gaze locked intently on Himika. Himika gripped my arm tighter and half hid behind me, visibly uncomfortable. Upon getting a clearer look, the man, who went by Ryushiyu, suddenly had a flash of familiarity. She bore a striking resemblance to Doorblade, the famed weapon crafted by Sugino. The design was almost an exact match. Yet, there was a warmth and liveliness in her energy that the cold, disciplined aura of Doorblade lacked. But that shouldn't be possible. Doorblade, one of the prized SSS-class weapons, had been damaged during its third duel against Master Swordsman Yu Chengwei. The blow had left a nearly irreparable flaw in its structure, akin to a human suffering a spinal injury. Even with the top-tier repairs, it could never fully recover. If it could stand and move now, it couldn't possibly be the same blade, could it? Just a replica, then. A coincidence. Casually, Ryushiyu stretched out a hand and gestured to his weapon spirit girl. She shuffled through a leather bag and handed him 3 thick stacks of cash. 300,000 right here. Let your weapon spirit girl keep me company for. He paused to smirk before continuing. 10. No. How about 5 minutes? I frowned and stared at him like he was an absolute idiot, my voice low and deep. Get lost. I turned, pulling Himika along with me towards the arena, but the man stepped in front of us, blocking our path. 300,000 isn't enough? He asked, raising a brow as he flipped out a blank check and dramatically tossed it toward me. Here, name your price. Write any number you want. The commotion caught the attention of those milling around nearby. Whispers spread quickly, and only at that point did I finally piece together his identity. Ryushiyu, huh? Younger brother of Dragon Yao, the captain of the Tianlong racing team? He seemed smug, delighting in my recognition as if it affirmed his superiority. After all, not every day did someone throw you a blank check like this. Add 7 figures, and most would trade their weapon spirit girl in a heartbeat, downgrading for money and status. Push it to 8 figures, and even some of the strongest S or A-class spirits would easily be won over at an auction. Temptations like these were not meant for ordinary people to resist. No matter how proud one was now, they'd be bowing with desperation as they scrambled to pick up that check. But not me. How do you know me? He asked, his ego practically basking in anticipation. I didn't bend to pick up the paper. Instead, I smirked. I don't. I replied curtly as I turned, tugging Himika forward again. He blocked my path once more. Did I say you could leave? I chuckled at his audacity and tilted my head. Does the law allow you to commit crimes? Are you planning to make a move in broad daylight? If not, kindly step aside. With that, I briskly moved past him, leading Himiko away. Ryushiyu's face twisted in anger, his expression sour as he glared daggers at our retreating backs. You're competing in the Jiaoyu Castle matchups, aren't you? He muttered venomously through gritted teeth. Watch me cripple that weapon spirit girl of yours. Let's see how she stands after I'm done. At the registration desk, the receptionist faltered briefly, noticing a faint, lingering aura from Himika, the residual power of a windbreaker orb. Weapon spirits could only be enchanted with magical orbs up to 4 times in their lifetime. Most racers, cherishing and nurturing their companions, would hesitate to use them in the early stages, saving up for better orbs to maximize their potential. But what emanated from Himiko wasn't of high quality at all. If anything, it was the unmistakable trace of an F-class orb, one so ordinary it was relegated to beginners or those simply passing time. Sighing, the receptionist shook his head slightly, uncertain what to think as he watched us walk away. They left, 4 chances and 1 wasted. At the resting area, passing warriors and weapon maidens instantly picked up the faint aura of an F-tier enchantment. They paused, surprised, and then sighed as they walked away. Long Xiangyu also entered the resting area, casting a glance and immediately recognizing the enchanted energy surrounding Scarlet Moon. F-tier? To boost combat strength, he actually used such a low-grade gem for his weapon maiden. Everyone thinks he cares deeply for her and wouldn't part with her for money, but he used an F-tier enchantment. He walked over with Blade Spine, his weapon maiden, trailing behind him. Ignoring me, he spoke directly to Scarlet Moon. Each weapon maiden can only be enchanted 4 times. He used an F-tier on you, and once it's applied, it can't be removed. You've just wasted one of your precious enhancements. Clearly, he doesn't actually care about you. Scarlet Moon hid behind me, her voice firm. Yujun can remove the F-tier enchantment and replace it with a different one. Long Xiangyu froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Him? Remove an enchantment? Not even the world's top forge masters can remove an inherent enchantment. And here you claim he can? Little girl, you've been duped. Scarlet Moon clenched her fists tightly. She knew all too well that removing the enchantment was as simple as taking off her white stockings. Of course she knew. No one could convince her otherwise. She was ready to reveal the truth and remove the stockings to prove it, but I gently grabbed her hand and shook my head. Enchantments being embedded in clothing rather than the host. This was unheard of. Remelting and clothing-based enchantments. If either of those leaked to the megacorporations, it would only bring disaster upon us. Until my strength matured, I had to keep my abilities under wraps. Just as I was about to speak, Long Xiangyu interrupted with disdain. Staying with him, you'll be weak, broke, and going nowhere. Why not follow me? I'll give you an A-tier enchantment. No, maybe even S tier. All the other weapon maidens in the vicinity turned to look instantly, their eyes brimming with envy. A tier and S tier enchantments. Those were lifelong dreams for them. They glanced at me next, their expressions loaded with skepticism. My attire was plain at best, giving off a decidedly down-and-out vibe. Scarlet Moon shook her head solemnly. No, Yujun is the strongest warrior in the world, and also the greatest forge master. She was intimately aware of her own flaws. Her blade was thin. Even Sano, back in the day, could only get 2 proper clashes out of her before a third strike would surely break her. Yet, whenever Yujun wielded her, she could engage in 5 consecutive head-on clashes without the faintest fear of breaking. Just for that alone, being unbreakable in his hands, she felt a faint but fervent desire rising deep within her, a longing to face that cursed blade maiden again. Scarlet Moon knew she could stand up to her. She looked up at me, silently vowing, if it's with Yujun, Scarlet Moon will definitely defeat Yuqing Hui's blade maiden. Then she turned her steady gaze toward Long Xiangyu and said firmly, so, stop bothering Scarlet Moon. For the rest of her life, Scarlet Moon is bound to Yujun. Even if Yujun finds Scarlet Moon useless, I'd rather sink to the bottom of a river, rusting away inch by inch, than let another person ever hold me by the hilt. And as for comparing the strength of warriors, no one matches up to Yujun. Above you. As the prized blade of Sugino, she comprehended the nuances of warriors' skills all too well. Just from observing the subtle movements between Ryusho Yu and me, she easily discerned the gap between our abilities. Fishkoen might not have attended martial arts university, but his proficiency in wielding weapons far eclipsed that of Ryusho Yu. A slight smile crept onto my face as I clasped her hand. The surrounding weapon girls sighed inwardly. What an opportunity! Following Ryusho Yu would undoubtedly lead to soaring success. With his wealth, forget regional competitions. Even city championships or state-level championships seemed well within reach. Ryusho Yu pointed at me and looked incredulously at Scarlet Moon. You're saying he's better than me? Do you even know who I am? My weapon girl, Blade Spine, ranks as A-grade in potential. Unforged, unenchanted, unenhanced, and her blade hasn't even been unsheathed. Her base combat power is already 205. Do you know what a starting 205 signifies? The crowd of warriors and weapon girls gazed enviously at Blade Spine. You think your warrior is stronger than me? He said angrily. Fine. In this fishing castle match, let's see who takes first place. I stood my ground, facing him directly. Fine. If you lose, you owe me 300,000 yuan. And if you lose, he retorted, let your weapon girl accompany me tonight. First, I won't lose. Second, Scarlet Moon is not an object. And third, you're definitely going to lose. All remaining competitors in the rest area, please enter the arena to be introduced. Ryusho Yu scoffed coldly as he led Blade Spine into the arena. So confident. Let's see who comes out the winner. I held Scarlet Moon's hand as we entered. Commentary filled the air around us. The Fishing Castle event originally had 3 stages, but the organizers have restructured the system. The first stage, martial demonstration, will now merge with the second, hunting. The 2 competitors with the highest scores will advance to the third and final duel to determine the champion. Event staff guided us to the riverbank. On the emerald-hued water, small, cushion-like platforms floated with the current, the closest at least 20 meters from the shore. Attention, all competitors. In the first round, you'll need to leap onto those floating platforms out there. A word of caution, those platforms are made of specially treated materials, making them incredibly slippery. Anyone who falls into the water will be immediately disqualified. The audience burst into an uproar. Is the first round really this hard? If that were me, even if I managed to jump on, I'd slip right off into the water immediately. Some competitors had already sprung toward the platforms. The instant their feet touched the surface, they slid uncontrollably. One stumbled backward and plunged into the water with a loud splash. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring complaints. What in the world is the Fishing Castle Committee thinking? Floating cushions were hard enough, but now they're slippery too. Every rule in a competition comes from a place of blood and sweat, Su Xiaolong remarked. Even he felt this first test was overly challenging. Balancing on moving platforms called for incredible precision and stability. Anyone who hadn't practiced thoroughly wouldn't last a second, not to mention the added difficulty of the slick surface. He turned to Lee Boming with a thoughtful look. "So, what's your take, Lee?" "Lee, what's the challenge here?" Lee Boming's expression turned peculiar. Out of 400 contestants, just stepping on those floating mats on water would eliminate more than half of them. Add a slippery factor to it, and it's hard to say if even 50 people could stand steady. Heck, it wouldn't be surprising if no one could stand at all, leading to the competition being halted entirely. Jiayu Castle merged 2 stages into one, he said. The difficulty might as well be at a provincial level. The first hurdle is balance. Only those who can stand firm have the right to even start showcasing their skills. Seeing the people ahead fall into the water one after another, the competitors in the back were hesitant to go first, each wanting to assess the situation before making a move. I exchanged glances with Fei Yue, and she understood immediately, transforming into a katana. I approached the water's edge. My figure appeared on the large screen, sparking chatter among the crowd. Didn't he see what happened to the people before him? Trying to act all high and mighty, thinking he's going to stand firm there? The smart thing is to wait until the organizers change the rules. Just then, Su Xiaolong lit up like he'd seen hope. "Ladies and gentlemen, the competitor now on screen is Jiang Yu, bonded to his weapon girl, the katana Fei Yue. He just won first place at the Jinhai Bay tournament yesterday." The crowd collectively froze for a second before breaking into a buzz. Jinhai Bay? Didn't Lang Team's youth training T1 member, Yang Chun, compete there yesterday? Quick, check it. A bunch of people pulled out yesterday's battle reports and videos. Watching it, their eyes widened. Are you serious? This guy can actually cut through slow-motion sonic blade waves. First place in all 3 rounds. That's strong. Overhearing this, Long Xiangyu scoffed dismissively. Lang Team? That's just a local city-level team. So what if he beats the youth team captain? For all we know, Yang Chen could have held back to avoid revealing his full hand before nationals. Besides, this is a completely different game and event. Just because someone does well in Jinhai Bay doesn't mean they'll excel at Jiayu Castle. This stage demands not just balance, but also tremendous strength in your legs and core. A tiny misstep, and you'll slide off immediately. The other competitors nodded in agreement with him, each eager to watch me make a fool of myself by falling into the water. I stared at the floating pads drifting on the water's surface, running calculations in my head. The mats are small and incredibly slippery. If you land with both feet, and they're even slightly off-center, you'll flip for sure. But every mat must have a center of gravity. If I land with a crane stance, using just my toes and hitting the middle perfectly, coming straight down vertically, I can eliminate the risk of losing balance sideways. Fei Yue hesitated, worried I might fall, and whispered, "You can. Those mats are really slick. How about waiting a bit to see how others handle it?" She said it quietly, but the people nearby still caught it and burst into laughter. First place in Jinhai Bay, and now he's chickening out. If you're scared, just leave instead of embarrassing yourself. I ignored their taunts and just said to Fei Yue, "Do you trust me?" "I do. You're the greatest warrior and the best forger in the world, Yu Kuan." "Good. That's all I need to hear." I took a step forward, then leapt into the air, carving a graceful arc as I descended toward the floating mat. The mat sank beneath the water with a plop, sending ripples and small splashes outwards before slowly rising back up, carrying me steadily above the surface. I gave a slight twist of my waist, and at that moment, under my foot, the floating mat. With a spin and a fluid glance around the area, he lazily held his blade in one arm and let out a yawn, finally turning his gaze toward Long Xiangyu. "What's so hard about this?" The entire crowd was stunned. He resembled a ballet dancer, balancing on one tiptoe atop the meditation cushion, his other leg raised mid-air, cradling his blade in his arm, all while casually yawning. He's standing on one foot, on a cushion. Is this a provocation? Or just complete disregard? Long Xiangyu's eyes widened as he stared, dropping vertically to absorb the impact and using a crane stance to avoid uneven leg force. This guy definitely had some serious skill. Jiang Yu's maneuver here is no joke, Li Boming explained. He leaped precisely above the center of the cushion, then transitioned into a classic crane stance, balancing perfectly on one foot while avoiding two key issues: kicking the cushion away from too much force or toppling over from an uneven landing. It's precision through and through. Spotting Long Xiangyu entering the area, Su Xiaolong quickly introduced him. Next up, Long Xiangyu and his weapon spirit, Blade Ridge. He flipped through the records briefly. Long Xiangyu didn't have a fixed partner. As a non-core member of the Tianlong battle team, he'd frequently paired with different weapon spirits and competed in various matches, switching allies as needed. Reviewing his accomplishments, Su Xiaolong muttered to himself in awe. Starting from the age of 15, Long Xiangyu had hardly ever ranked below top 3, first or second in most bouts and third at worst. Some underground matches he'd been through were considered as challenging as provincial-level contests. His strength clearly marked him as provincial tier. Also worth noting, Su Xiaolong continued for the audience. Long Xiangyu's sister is Long Yao, CEO of Tianlong Corporation and a core member of the national-level Tianlong competition team. He added with an excited grin, while not everyone can pull off Jiangyu's crane stance move, perhaps Long Xiangyu will demonstrate an even better way, giving the others a chance to reach the platform. The crowd's attention unanimously shifted to Long Xiangyu. Blade Ridge. He opened his palm, and his weapon spirit transformed into a slim Miao Dao. With a kick to the blade's hilt, the Miao Dao shot forward, embedding itself squarely into a floating meditation cushion. The cushion was pushed forward by the blade's momentum, skimming across the water's surface. People were puzzled, unsure what his plan was. Long Xiangyu scanned the lineup of competitors, giving them all a look of pure disdain. Watch and learn. Without another word, he leaped towards the cushion. As he landed, instead of stepping on the cushion itself, he planted his foot on the flat back of the embedded blade. Using the combined momentum, he and the cushion skimmed and skipped across the water's surface, creating a series of ripples. Once the cushion came to a halt, he calmly drew the Miao Dao from its embedded position. The cushion now bore a noticeable indentation where the blade had been driven in, which he used as a foothold to steady himself. The crowd collectively gasped, suddenly grasping the smart improvisation. Nobody had expected such a clever workaround. Inspired, the other competitors immediately began attempting to replicate his technique. The air was soon filled with the splash after splash of contestants tumbling clumsily into the water. Those who managed to successfully get on a platform couldn't help but admire Long Xiangyu. Jiangyu's crane stance was out of reach for most of them, but without Long Xiangyu's method, many would have been stuck, unable to even step onto the floating cushions. The rules don't prohibit altering or stabilizing the meditation cushions. Long Xiangyu's approach is entirely within the competition guidelines. Su Xiaolong confirmed through the mic, observing that only around 70 or 80 participants had successfully found their footing. He formally moved on to announce the structure of the challenge. The Jiaoyu City competition is divided into 2 stages. In the second stage, the top 2 finishers from the first stage will go head-to-head. Now, let's talk about the first stage, the Martial Arts Performance Challenge. You'll only need to complete 5 preset routines. Performing a routine and executing a kill move, such was the essence of the challenge. The rules of the 5-1 rhythm had their own quirks. During the routine, frisbees would sweep across the sky. To score a point, a contestant must strike a frisbee precisely on the beat of 1. Combat between players was prohibited, but on that same 1 beat, it was permitted to intercept a frisbee targeted by someone else. And lastly, a harsh stipulation. Any contestant who fell into the water would be disqualified immediately. As the rules were announced, contestants exchanged uneasy glances. The difficulty level? Comparable to a provincial championship. I strategized in silence. The sliding mat beneath us would test lower body stability, and the rules demanded that one could only execute a move every 5 beats. Even then, a frisbee might not appear at the right moment in the sky. And with the rule allowing frisbee interceptions, one misstep or unstable footing could lead to immediate disqualification by water. 10 minutes total. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1, start. Contestants sprang into position, with frisbees soaring overhead. Some barely moved before losing balance with a splash into the water. Many others clenched their weapons tightly, cautiously performing their routines with minimal, deliberate movements, stretching each action to 6 or even 10 seconds. After completing a single move, they'd silently breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, "This difficulty? Forget it." No one scoring within the first 30 seconds. Suddenly, a sharp explosion rang out as the reflection of a slender, black blade shimmered on the glistening river. Heads turned. I had already sheathed my crimson-edged blade and began preparing for the next 5-1 cycle. Brows furrowed across the arena. While most had performed only 2 moves, I had already claimed the first point. How is that possible? Audience members darted their eyes between me and the other contestants. While casual observers might fail to discern the key difference, the stands were filled with martial artists and weapon specialists. They instantly noticed the unusual stability of my footing. Everyone else has cuts on their mats from trying to improve their grip and prevent slipping, but Jiang Yu's mat? It's flawless, and he was the first to strike. "I'm telling you, the top scorer in this round is probably him," murmured one observer. "Don't be so sure. You clearly don't understand," another protested. "Long Xiangyu hasn't gone all out yet. When he goes full force, there's no way Jiang Yu will outscore him." Boom. With a sharp crack, another frisbee shattered midair. Long Xiangyu had earned his first point. Glancing my way out of the corner of his eye, he narrowed his focus. My black blade streaked across the sky, punctuating the air with relentless, shattering strikes. How is he so fast? Long Xiangyu's grip on his weapon tightened instinctively. Meanwhile, Renji, a substitute-level competitor for national tournaments, barely able to qualify as a reserve, watched me closely. She had trained alongside some of the top martial artists and weapon specialists in the country, giving her the ability to keenly perceive subtle strengths in others. From her analysis, my balance was on par with competitors at the highest level. A memory surfaced of Xingang, her former mentor. He could balance barefoot in a golden rooster stance, dancing effortlessly on the tip of a high-altitude steel wire. Comparing Xuangang's stable, elegant grace to my current one-legged stance, she couldn't help but note the remarkable resemblance. Forget giving me a mat. She genuinely suspected I could balance and dance on a steel wire just as skillfully. "Master Long," Renji said, her voice steady. "Jiang Yu is reminding me of Xiangang in his prime. More than that, every strike he makes carries the precision of a cross. The spirit of the Shinto style is remarkably similar to the almost saintly mastery of Kenshin Sugino." Long Xiangyu paused, stunned by Blade Spine's high praise. He couldn't help but scrutinize me with a new intensity, almost as if he doubted my gender. If I weren't his opponent, and if he didn't know I was a man, he might have suspected I was a woman. With my body bent back, one leg extended forward, my flexibility seemed almost unbelievable. No, losing to those Kyoto guys isn't a big deal, but to fall here, in such a small venue, to someone entirely unknown, that would turn into a joke. He needed to figure out a way to disrupt Jiang Yu's rhythm. Su Xiaolong checked the stopwatch, then muted his microphone. "Oldly, in those 51 strikes between Jiang Yu and Long Xiangyu, Jiang Yu's been consistently faster by about 0.6 seconds. The gap is still widening." When Li Boming didn't answer, Xiaolong glanced over, only to see Li with his fists clenched, staring intently at me. They'd known each other for years, and Li was usually so composed, rarely showing any overt reaction. Yet now, his gaze carried a mix of seriousness and admiration, and it was aimed squarely at me. Could it be? Did Old Li have his eyes on Jiang Yu? Though Li Boming competes at the provincial level now, in his prime, he was a national-level competitor. It was only because he couldn't fully recover from an old injury and couldn't keep up with the grueling pace of national training that he reluctantly stepped down to the provincial circuit. If Li Boming truly saw potential in me, didn't that mean I essentially held a ticket to national-level selection in my grasp? "Old Li, Old Li," Su Xiaolong called him a couple times, pointing toward the microphone to snap him out of his trance. Li Boming blinked, returning to himself. The Fishing Town Challenge was originally split into 3 segments. The first segment involves martial arts routines performed on floating cushions. It demands exceptional balance. Every single movement shifts the center of gravity. Stray too far from the cushion's central line of balance, and you fall into the water immediately. The difficulty is already at a city-level championship standard. The second segment involves smashing flying discs overhead while balancing on the water. Even harder than the first, it requires not just physical balance, but also mental precision. If their focus falters, even a minor misstep could send them plunging into the water. Now, the two segments have been combined into one. The difficulty of the first portion alone now exceeds city level and is pushing toward provincial level. In the current standings, the duo of Long Xiangyu and Blade Spine, as well as Jiang Yu and Crimson Moon, are the fastest by far, their scores significantly ahead of the others, Su Xiaolong chimed in. Jiang Yu and Crimson Moon beat Yang Chun, the Wolf Team's T1 trainee, and they've got both talent and combat skills to back it up. Long Xiangyu, on the other hand, dominates the underground circuit. If he's not taking first place, he's almost always winning second. His third-place finishes are practically non-existent. So, Oldly, who do you think will take the win? Jiang Yu's talent and combat skills are impressive. Let's be honest, in any other scenario, without Long Xiangyu and Blade Spine in the picture, he and Crimson Moon would sweep this championship without breaking a sweat, Li Boming admitted. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu's facing Long Yao's brother and Blade Spine, who was cultivated by the Heavenly Dragon team. Blade Spine's potential sits at a solid A grade, and his base combat strength starts at 200. Meanwhile, Crimson Moon's potential is barely below C grade, and her thin blade is a critical weakness. Jiang Yu even attached an F-grade Windbreaker orb to her, which is hardly helpful. Li had initially wanted to see how far Jiang Yu could take Crimson Moon, how far a martial artist and his bonded weapon daughter could go together. Is there a new path to tread on the field? They mentioned that F-level enchantment, and he felt a bit disappointed. Clearly, he was in a rush to boost his combat power, make more prize money, and save up enough to get a blade with greater potential at the auction. I believe in Jiang Yu's potential as a warrior, but before that potential can translate into real strength, standing against someone like Long Xiangyu, who practically grew up soaking in the experience of top-tier teams, it just leaves me regretful. Jiang Yu might win, but just not today. The scoreboard flickered, the numbers shifting. First place, Jiang Yu Scarlet Moon 57, 1/2. Second place, Long Xiangyu Blade Ridge 49, 1/2. Third place, Wang Feng Saber 12, 1/2. An 8-point gap between first and second, but a staggering 37 points between second and third. No one's even close to Jiang Yu and Long Xiangyu. The fight for first is clearly between just those two. That match at Golden Bay with Jiang Yu and Scarlet Moon? Impressive. If they hadn't come up against Long Xiangyu and Blade Ridge, they might have grabbed first. What a pity. Suddenly, the clash of metals split through the murmurs, grabbing everyone's attention. Look, Jiang Yu and Long Xiangyu are going at it. A long shadow of a black blade collided midair with the gleaming arc of a blade as bright as the moon. Scarlet Moon shuddered, her pupils shrinking in panic as she hurriedly checked her body for damage. Only after confirming her blade was straight and unharmed did she heave a small sigh of relief. My expression darkened as I locked my gaze on Blade Ridge. Its stats materialized in my vision. Blade Ridge, initial combat strength, 205. Type, Miao Dao potential. A material, refined steel weight, 57.7 kilograms. Sharpness, 66 hardness, 67 toughness, 50 range, 51. I scanned over the attributes, my focus landing on the stats. With sharpness at 66, Blade Ridge was clearly a deadly weapon, but what really caught my attention was its balanced hardness and toughness, both above 50. Even if the swordsman slipped up while striking hard objects, the blade wouldn't break, providing an exceptionally high margin for error. If Scarlet Moon's toughness could reach 50, combined with a sharpness above 70 and hardness at 80, what a terrifying blade she would become. Yet, when I thought about it, increasing toughness to 50 would disqualify her from being an SSS potential weapon. I let out a sigh of relief. It was her flaws that I would strengthen with my own skills. Blade Ridge, a very impressive Miao Dao, I acknowledged. Long Xiangyu smirked. Picked by Tian Long himself. Could it be anything less? The two combatants locked eyes, their glares sparking like live wires, electricity snapping through the tension. A frisbee soared through the air. My left hand pressed against the scabbard, tugging the blade out an inch with my thumb. My right hand gripped the hilt before slicing toward the frisbee. Long Xiangyu lagged just a beat behind, aiming his Miao Dao for the frisbee as well, except his real objective lay in the shadow of Scarlet Moon's black arc. If he couldn't have it, he'd rather destroy my blade. I'd seen through his plan long ago and ignored it entirely, shattering the frisbee with a swift and decisive strike. Bang! 1 point added to the score. I turned toward him, shaking my head with a deliberate, taunting sigh. Is that all you've got? Really? The audience around was left utterly dumbfounded. Moments ago, it was crystal clear to anyone paying attention that Long Xiangyu's slash had been aimed directly at the blade of the Crimson Moon. Not only did I swiftly dodge the attack, but I also had the audacity to provoke him right after, something almost unheard of. Long Xiangyu, after all, was the younger brother of Long Yao, the leader of Tianlong. Who wouldn't fear Long Yao? Who would dare to provoke him? The commentating booth was filled with annoyed tension. Su Xiaolong muted his mic and turned to his colleague. Old Li, that earlier strike from Long Xiangyu. Wasn't he trying to break the Crimson Moon's blade? Li Boming nodded. Before he could speak, Yu Ji cut in. I've said it before, Long Xiangyu has a terrible reputation. He's known to stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He's broken numerous weapon spirits in the past. Around the Beijing outskirts, in the underground circuits, just the sight of his name on the roster drives weapon bearers and weapon spirits to withdraw from tournaments. Things got so bad that, before the city championships, he couldn't even find a single warm-up match in the outskirts. When he signed up for the city championships, the other teams collectively forfeited. Out there, the name Long Xiangyu is synonymous with infamy. What exactly did he do to make competitors hate him so much? Su Xiaolong asked curiously. Intentionally breaking other people's weapon cores during matches and retaliating against anyone who dared to challenge him. Yu Ji trailed off, stopping mid-sentence. Su Xiaolong and Li Boming exchanged a knowing glance, fully grasping the degree of Long Xiangyu's despicable behavior. After a brief silence, Su Xiaolong asked, "Nobody fought back?" Long Yao. The atmosphere in the commentary booth froze the moment those two words were spoken. The Tianlong Group, more aptly described as the Tianlong Financial Conglomerate. Its trained fighters were often the backbone of elite adventuring teams in the Abyss and Sea Trench, and they wielded undeniable strength. Whenever Long Xiangyu caused trouble, his older brother Long Yao, backed by Tianlong's wealth and extensive network, would smooth things over effortlessly. Realizing that I had just openly provoked Long Xiangyu, the three commentators grew uneasy. They feared not only unexpected chaos during this match, but also for what might come after for me. Zhang Yu is squaring off against Long Xiangyu. Su Xiaolong's voice returned to the mic. Long Xiangyu makes the first move to test him, but Zhang Yu evades brilliantly and even manages to seize a target disc for a point. Standing on one leg on the prayer mat, I lightly spun in sync with the rippling river beneath me. Following the performance routine for 5 moves, I reenacted the final strike by slicing toward a target disc. Yet Long Xiangyu's Miao Dao came sweeping toward the Crimson Moon blade instead. Clang! The sound of metal colliding filled the air. The target disc zipped past my blade without contributing to my score. Long Xiangyu grinned at me. Your blade's thin. It didn't break this time, but after a few more tries, let's see if it holds up. I locked my eyes on him and reset my stance. First move. Second move. Then, Long Xiangyu's Miao Dao flickered, its blade extending into an illusion as it sliced toward a soaring disc. I intercepted with my own blade to stop him from scoring. Clang! Sparks flew as metal struck metal. Long Xiangyu whipped his head around to glare at me angrily, his gaze filled with malice. Zhang Yu and Long Xiangyu are engaging in a direct clash, using their performance routines as a cover to block each other from scoring in the live combat segment. It's within the permitted rules, Su Xiaolong announced. The moment he finished, the clash between our performance strikes exploded into a chaotic exchange. Strike after strike rang out in rapid succession, the sharp clangs and clashes melding into a symphony of combat. The tension in the arena seeped into the surrounding waters, causing the river to churn violently. The turbulence sent many competitors tumbling into the water, one after another, each glaring at the two of us. If you're going to fight, just fight already. Why drag us into this? The two of you deserve to die. The clash grew more intense. Their blades whipped through the air with such force that even the wind around them became turbulent. Trees swayed. The arena's spectators struggled to hold their balance, some clutching the railings, while others tumbled into the water with loud splashes. Sure, Long Xiangyu being strong makes sense. He's Long Yao's brother. But Jiangyu? How is he managing to go toe-to-toe with him? Su Xiaolong, Li Boming, and Yu Ji all wore serious expressions. Long Xiangyu's strength was undeniable. He was already at city level for martial artists and was nearing provincial level. But his talent and wealth were a given, being the younger brother of Long Yao. Jiangyu, on the other hand, was a lone wolf, a freelancer. He never attended a martial arts university, never trained under renowned masters. By all logic, he shouldn't be able to match Long Xiangyu. Talent? Even if he was gifted, it should merely make him a quick learner. But with no one teaching him, how could he possibly possess such refined techniques? Suddenly, the three couldn't help but recall how his moves bore an uncanny resemblance to the crossed divine path sword style, a specialty of the Senyano family. Doubts swirled in their minds. Could there be a connection between Jiangyu and the Senyano clan? Oldly, can you see if you can find out if Jiangyu has ties to the Senyano family? Su Xiaolong asked. Both Li Boming and Yu Ji were curious themselves. His blade-drawing technique looked far too similar to the crossed divine path style. All right, I'll ask around. Li Boming nodded. Long Xiangyu furrowed his brows, growing more frustrated with each strike. How is Jiangyu's blade still intact? His grip tightened, his strikes becoming heavier. The sharp clang of colliding blades rang out endlessly, and sparks danced above the azure river. As his speed and strength increased, so did his confusion. A blade that thin, it shouldn't possibly withstand my attacks. So why hasn't it broken yet? Renji, Long Xiangyu's sentient blade, sensed his agitation and shifted her gaze to my figure gripping Crimson Moon. Compared to Long Xiangyu, Renji was even more perplexed by Crimson Moon's condition. That blade, it was absurdly thin, an obvious sign of flawed forging. A sword like Crimson Moon? It wouldn't even qualify for entry at auctions, let alone catch the attention of elite competition teams. It was trash, a blade that should have been scrapped, one that would snap the moment anyone else used it. So why, when wielded by Jiangyu, has it not only survived this battle but matched her clash for clash? A trash blade, being evenly matched with me? How is that possible? The round is over in 10, 9, 3, 2, 1 time. First place, Jiangyu Crimson Moon, 70, 1/2. Second place, Long Xiangyu Renji, 62, 1/2. Third place, Panjiang Heavenly Justice, 40, 1/2. Second and third place are a whole 22 points behind. The gap in strength is massive. Jiangyu and Crimson Moon took first. Long Xiangyu and Renji placed second. Wait a second, wasn't Crimson Moon deemed unfit? How did it hold up in such high-intensity clashes with Renji without snapping? The entire audience turned their eyes towards me in unison. Silence. I led Crimson Moon back to the shore, striding toward the rest area. As I moved forward, the competitors ahead of me stepped aside without a word to clear my path. Why? Simply because the world focuses too much on weaponized waifu traits and the physical conditioning of warriors, yet it neglects the deep study of force application techniques. Why can a soft reed leaf cut through a finger? It's all about force and the angle of impact. The Scarlet Moon blade is thin, but as long as, in the moment the sword strikes, the edge, spine, and back align into one line along the force trajectory, it won't break. Su Xiaolong and his team hosted 2 matches involving me and Scarlet Moon. Their curiosity was relentless. Director, please replay that footage. Su Xiaolong turned to Li Boming. Old Li, the Scarlet Moon's blade is so thin. Why hasn't it snapped under such intense clashing? Li Boming looked somber. If Su asked him, who could he possibly ask? Back in the lounge, Scarlet Moon and I sat down, the echo of the commentary still in our ears. Scarlet Moon clung to my arm, her gaze fixed on the side of my face. During the clash earlier, she could feel it, the way Long Xiangyu deliberately targeted her weaknesses, clearly intending to snap her blade in half. Yet, with my every barely noticeable wrist movement and adjustment, I guided her away from vulnerability. Fish Jun once explained it. Something about 3 points aligned force. As long as the blade's edge, spine, and back all follow that same trajectory, it minimizes the risk of the sword breaking. Fish Jun, meeting you has truly been Scarlet Moon's greatest luck. Scarlet Moon whispered. I reached up to rest my hand on her head, and was about to respond when Long Xiangyu and Blade Wing approached us. Jiangyu, for the next match, you must lose to me. Long Xiangyu's tone left no room for negotiation. I rubbed my thumb and forefinger together in a gesture. Pay up, and we can talk. No money, no conversation. Long Xiangyu stared at me. Typical short-sightedness of a pauper. Here I am offering a connection people dream of, and he's demanding payment. Money? Are you seriously passing up a chance to network with me? Do you even understand how many people take pride in just knowing me? His chin tilted higher and higher. Please, this pie is way too big. I rolled my eyes. Then save that honor for someone who actually cares. Jiangyu, don't think I can't beat you. I do. Long Xiangyu froze, anger bubbling visibly on his face. It took him a moment to force out a retort. Where does all this confidence come from? To him, this was absurd. He had the full support of the Tianlong Corporation. His elder sister, Long Yao, was captain of the Tianlong competitive team, with full access to explore the abyss and the undersea. Talent, wealth, battle experience, they all placed him a tier above me. When he asked me to admit defeat, it was meant to save me from provoking his wrath. Yet here I was, refusing to take the hint. Is it your arrogance that fuels you, or just pure ignorance? It's the fact that you came here yourself to ask me to throw the match. The next match was announced in the commentary. Scarlet Moon and I stood without giving him another glance. Long Xiangyu stood motionless behind us, fists clenched so tight his knuckles popped audibly. All right, Jiangyu, you're in for it. By the end of this round, you'll see how wrong you are. At the riverbank, where the mat floated in the water, it was all gone, replaced instead by a series of floating bamboo poles. Yukuin, is this the setting for the second round? I gave a small nod. In weapon maiden tournaments, every stage is arranged with historical significance, usually modeled after situations warriors or weapon maidens of the past had encountered in caves, undersea trenches, or other unique battle environments. The matches created these replicas to help participants hone their battle readiness. I'm sure you've all noticed the bamboo poles floating in the water, Su Xiaolong explained. In this round, Jiang Yu and Crimson Moon will face off against Long Xiangyu and Rainblade Ridge. Contestants must battle while moving across the floating bamboo. Whoever manages to press their blade to their opponent's neck, heart, or other critical area wins. Falling into the water means you lose. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Fighting on floating bamboo. One slip up and you're going for a swim. This is insane. Who do you think will win, Jiangyu or Long Xiangyu? Jiangyu might have won the first round, but Long Xiangyu's record has always been first or second place. Plus, his sister is Long Yao. He's clearly got the edge. I'm betting on Long Xiangyu too. Participants, please step onto the stage. I tightened my grip on Crimson Moon. She transformed into a katana in my hand. With a single bound, I landed on one of the bamboo poles. The stock sank slightly under my weight, soaking my shoes. Long Xiangyu landed on another pole, and our gazes locked. Calm as our eyes were, they both carried the sharp, killing intent of seasoned warriors. Yukuin, good luck. Crimson Moon wants that championship. Back in the day, she wouldn't have dared to harbor this dream. Her blade was too thin, far too fragile. But now, I'm the one wielding her. In the hands of others, her blade might crack, but with me, it doesn't just hold. It cuts through cleanly, even capitalizing on her slimness for unmatched air resistance. Ever since winning the championship at Golden Bay, Crimson Moon had slowly gained confidence. Seeing her growth filled me with a quiet satisfaction. Don't worry, Crimson Moon. We'll claim first place at Fishing Fortress. Crimson Moon will do her best, Yukuin. Though our voices were soft, Long Xiangyu still overheard. You think you can take first place? Did I say you could? I met his gaze. It doesn't matter what you say. My blade says so. Crimson Moon agrees. And I agree. First place is ours. Exactly. First place is ours. Crimson Moon chimed in. Long Xiangyu unsheathed his Miao Dao slowly, one leg stepping forward on the bamboo while the other steadied behind him. My blade disagrees. Match begin. The instant the words were spoken, Long Xiangyu brought his blade down with lethal intent. His Miao Dao's flashing edge stretched 51 meters in an instant, cutting through the air with a sorrowful howl like a storm bearing down. My left hand pressed firmly on the scabbard, thumb unsheathing Crimson Moon barely an inch. I kept my posture upright, my right hand moving so fast that only afterimages remained as I gripped the hilt and drew the blade. In a split second, Crimson Moon's 30-meter shadow, a streak of inky black, slashed toward Long Xiangyu. His Miao Dao hadn't yet completed its swing, forcing him to abandon the attack and leap into the air, narrowly dodging Crimson Moon's arc before landing back onto the bamboo pole. Behind him, the gust stirred by my blade's strike whipped the river water toward the shore in massive waves. Splash! The wave crashed onto the spectators, drenching them head to toe. "You? How is your draw so fast?" Long Xiangyu asked. I sheathed my blade, holding it horizontally across my chest for everyone to see, silently thinking. There's no secret to a fast draw with a curved blade. It's merely the arc of the blade perfectly aligning with the curve of the right hand's motion during the draw. It's all about curve and shortness. Its impact doesn't rival that of a Miao Dao, but its shorter length and speed make it lethal at close range, leaving no chance for an enemy to evade its edge. I didn't answer his question, but instead countered with one of my own. Take a guess. Long Xiangyu furrowed his brow. The Crimson Moon's blade is 71 centimeters, with an effective attack range of 30, but its spine measures 51 centimeters. In terms of range, I have the upper hand. Besides, the Miao Dao relies heavily on strength, favoring large, sweeping motions that allow for tremendous power, far greater than that of the Crimson Moon. Thinking through his advantages, a smirk played on his lips. Zhang Yu, recently, our nation's sword saint, Yu Chenghui, sparred against the sword Dao semi-saint, Sejino. Yu Chenghui wielded the SS grade Wugu Nyang, a Miao Dao, while Sejino used the SSS grade legendary blade, Vertigo. If you've read the news, you'd know that the Miao Dao, Wugu Nyang, sliced through the legendary blade, Vertigo. You are not my match. Long Xiangyu's words stirred old wounds in Crimson Moon, recalling the time when she suffered a crack in her blade. Being called out like that put her in a foul mood, fueling her desire to face Wugu Nyang one day and prove she wasn't just a flawed blade. What bothered her even more was how he used her weakness as ammunition to humiliate me. Maybe Sejino's Vertigo was a flawed blade, Crimson Moon said while clenching her metaphorical fists. But Master Zhang Yu's demon blade, Crimson Moon, is no such thing. Sensing her frustration, I gently brushed the hilt of the blade and turned my gaze towards Long Xiangyu. A blade breaking under pressure isn't a flaw of the blade. It's the failure of the swordsman wielding it. Let me show you how to wield a thin blade without snapping it. As the final word left my lips, Crimson Moon returned to its sheath. My left thumb pressed gently against the guard, my right foot stepped forward, and my right hand gripped the hilt. Draw. The black blade flashed free from its sheath, the edge slicing through the air with a supersonic ring. A gust of wind, rippling with the energy of my swing, tore towards the right side where Long Xiangyu stood. He raised his Miao Dao horizontally to block. Clang. Sparks shot out as our blades clashed. The recoil sent a jolt through his hands as he bit down hard to stifle the pain shooting through his wrists. There was no time for him to assess the state of his hands before my second strike came crashing down. He had no choice but to block again. Clang, clang, clang. Strike after strike echoed out, the surrounding river spraying outward from the force of our blades. The crowd collectively held its breath, a palpable tension in the air pressing down on everyone like an unseen weight. Li Boming and Yu Ji counted my strikes. In just 10 seconds, I had already drawn and struck 50 times. 5 strikes per second, far faster than they could have anticipated. Yet, what perplexed them most was not my speed, but why the Crimson Moon hadn't shattered yet. Anyone else using such a thin blade against the spine of a Miao Dao would have broken it within the first or second clash. Yet here I was, my strikes cutting through without a single scratch marring Crimson Moon's surface. It wasn't because Crimson Moon was particularly durable. It was because I understood how to wield such a thin blade. The blade's initial combat durability was measured at 205, came Su Xiaolong's analysis reverberating through the arena. As for Crimson Moon, it hasn't even reached 200 yet. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhang Yu's Crimson Moon is absolutely dominating. Dragon Soar's reign, blade ridge strikes. And yet, the edge of Crimson Moon's blade is only a few millimeters thick. Even the spine's thickness is barely in the single digits. A knife that thin should have broken long ago, but even now, it hasn't snapped in the slightest. The crowd stood with their mouths agape, utterly speechless, feeling as if they were dreaming. Dragon Sword's Rain is Dragon Yao's younger brother. Blade Ridge is an A-class sword maiden, yet they're both being overwhelmed by Jiang Yu and Crimson Moon. Dragon Sword's Rain gritted his teeth. With every clash, the impact reverberated along his blade and seared through his arms. His hands had gone numb. If not for his desperate grip on the handle, his blade would have flown out of his grasp in the next moment. Why? Why hasn't Jiang Yu's blade broken yet? He thought back to the Tianlong tournament. After Yu Qinghui's strike split the gate, one competitor wielding a Miao Dao and another holding a traditional Japanese sword clashed fiercely. The wood-body blade broke on the third strike, but not once had any Tianlong team's weapon lasted beyond the second. Yet now, Jiang Yu, wielding an obviously flawed Hua Dao Japanese-style sword, had been exchanging blows with him for this long, and Crimson Moon hadn't even shown a hint of cracking. How could Jiang Yu achieve what even Tianlong's elite couldn't? I abruptly sheathed my blade. In the instant it slid into its scabbard, the dark shadows around us dissolved into nothingness. The waves pounding the bank calmed, leaving no more than expanding ripples. "This is the so-called useless blade you belittled," I challenged. "Is it broken now?" "Well, is it?" Dragon Sword's Rain gripped his weapon's handle tightly, his trembling hands betraying his physical strain. His gaze locked onto me, his face pale yet determined. At that moment, it felt as though the world around us had disappeared, leaving only me standing there, holding Crimson Moon. Behind me stood a young girl dressed in a sakura-patterned kimono. One hand pressed against the short blade in her waist-mounted scabbard while her other hand slowly drew her weapon. She pointed the edge toward herself. Snapping back to reality, my right hand instinctively moved to the hilt of my sword. Dragon Sword's Rain's pupils shrank in panic as he quickly raised his Miao Dao to block. A black arc flashed. The river erupted with a thunderous roar, white spray shooting skyward. Bang! Blade Ridge was sent flying, spinning through the air before landing, impaling itself in the mud along the riverbank. Well, in that instant, the dark silhouette of my blade rested coldly against Dragon Sword's Rain's neck. His gaze dropped in disbelief, his eyes fixed on the glinting blade mere inches from his throat. His mind went blank. Ike lost. The Fishing City Weapons Competition, Jiang Yu and Crimson Moon. First place. Even as Su Xiaolong announced the results, the entire arena remained dead silent, as though frozen in time. It took several moments before the crowd stirred. Faces turned to one another in shock, and murmurs finally broke the hush. Crimson Moon didn't break. Jiang Yu actually won. I pulled a white cloth from my pocket and carefully wiped the water droplets from my blade to prevent rust. Once done, I leapt back onto dry land, my soaked shoes and trousers clinging uncomfortably. All I wanted was to grab my prize money and head home to change. Guided by competition staff, Crimson Moon and I walked away with a jackpot of 150,000 yuan in prize money, a one-year Scenic Park brand ambassador contract for Fishing City, and another 1 million yuan as a bonus. Just as I was on my way to the apartments, Dragon Sword's Rain stopped me. "What's your deal?" "My sister is the CEO of Tianlong Corporation and the captain of their competition team," he snapped, his tone heated. "You defeated me, humiliated me in public. How do you plan to settle this debt?" I was throwing a bit of a tantrum there. I spread my hands and shrugged. "If you don't have the guts to break the law, coming at me offline, then forget it. See you on the battlefield. If you're really brave enough to commit a crime, I'm not afraid of you either." After leaving those words, I grabbed Fei Yu and started walking away. Long Xiangyu clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking audibly. This time, not only had he failed to get Fei Yu, his blade hadn't held up, and he lost to Jiang Yu, a guy everyone else avoided as if he were a plague. Yet Jiang Yu didn't just not fear him, he outright ignored him. "Jiang Yu, I'll admit I'm not good with Miao Dao technique, so it doesn't count as losing to you," he roared. "For the Linhai City Championships, you better show up. If not, I'll come find you for an offline duel." I didn't bother turning back and waved dismissively. "All right, City Championships. See you on the battlefield." Later, at the department store, shelves were lined with enchanted orbs. Fei Yu and I wandered through the aisles until I picked out two. Information projections appeared. Maiden Sai, Grade E, plus 16 resilience, plus 1 combat power. Best suited for blades with low resilience and high hardness, 654,000 yuan. Bark Orb, Grade E, plus 14 resilience, plus 1 hardness. Best suited for blades with low resilience and high hardness, 110,000 yuan. I started weighing my options carefully. Most Grade E orbs are priced between 100,000 yuan and 200,000 yuan, with some special ones exceeding that. Despite being a Grade E, Maiden Sai offers 16 points of resilience, outperforming the other by an extra 2 points. That number hits a sweet spot in orb attributes. Anything better is a Grade D orb, but those would start at 2 yuan to 3 million yuan minimum. Many weapon spirits with Grade F, E, or D classifications are haunted by issues of resilience or hardness due to craftsmanship and materials. And since weapon spirits can only have 5 enchantments, each enchantment must be as optimal as possible. For most fighters, the 16 resilience on Maiden Sai makes it the first choice, driving its price up. But where others are limited to 5 enchantments, I can enchant gear directly, pile on enough enchanted clothing, and Fei Yu's resilience can break 30 easily. Spending on Maiden Sai would be overkill. I grabbed 3 bark orbs, total cost 330,000 yuan. Fei Yu, that 1.15 million yuan championship prize money, half of it's yours. Anything you want to buy? Her gaze lingered on the bark orbs for a moment before she realized I intended to use them to boost her resilience. She shook her head. Yukuan, there's no need. Her words said one thing, but her eyes kept darting to a store selling kimonos and inner linings. I sighed. When a girl says no, she usually means yes. New clothes? All right, let's go grab a few kimonos. Fei Yu looked absolutely stunning in a kimono. It filled me with an unexpected sense of pride and accomplishment, almost like I wanted to show her off. See this? An authentic Japanese girl, right here. At the checkout counter, we ran into Yu Ji and Li Boming. Jiang Yu, Li Boming called out, stopping me in my tracks. I glanced at him, not recognizing who he was since I hadn't paid much attention to the commentary during the matches. His voice, though, it did sound familiar. And you are? The commentator for Golden Bay and Fishing City. My eyes lit up. Ah, I remember now. I carefully observed the 2 people in front of me. Li Boming was dressed in a suit, though a couple of buttons on his jacket were undone. His unkempt beard and grizzled demeanor gave him an air of ruggedness. Beside him stood Yu Ji, her makeup impeccably done, her tall figure exuding elegance. As I focused on her, a stream of information surfaced in my view. Plus 10 ruined Yu Ji, combat power, 757. Type, bow contract. Li Boming, resonance contract. Potential, B material, composite steel. Talent, eagle eye, wherever a warrior's gaze lands. The arrows follow, automatically correcting the trajectory and reducing deviation. Enhancement, hardness plus 20, toughness plus 25. Sharpness, 45 hardness, 60 plus 20, toughness, 44 plus 25. Range, 998. Looking at these stats made me green with envy. In terms of pure weapon combat power, the maximum cap for SSS grade weapons is 10,000. SS is up to 6,000. S is 4,000. A max is out at 999. B tops at 600, and so on. C at 400, D at 200, E at 100, and F at 50. Yuji's potential as a B grade might limit her to 600, but she sits comfortably at 757 combat power. It's clearly Boming has fully developed her base combat power and further boosted her stats through enchantments, maxing out hardness and toughness to achieve that 757. Finally, by upgrading her to plus 10, she gained a 27% increase, bringing her total combat power to 961.39. A near-perfect development. Combat power 962, 1 enchantment slot used, max level upgrades. You've practically squeezed out every ounce of her potential, I remarked. This caused both Li Boming and Yu Ji to freeze in place, exchanging surprised glances. They clearly hadn't expected me to read Yu Ji's stats so effortlessly. After recovering from the initial shock, however, Li Boming's expression shifted to one of pleasure. My ability to discern Yuji's stats with just a glance revealed the sensitivity of my aura perception. It was a skill that didn't rely on instruments to assess the specifics of another's weapon spirit, thus allowing me to strategize effectively against opponents. Yuji's gaze dropped to the orb in my hand, a brown sphere with a faint, glowing current swirling within it. Upon realizing it was a tree bark orb, she frowned, likely deducing that my weapon, Scarlet Moon, had low toughness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bought 3 of these orbs in one go to enhance toughness. A weapon's core can only be enchanted 5 times, she remarked, using 3 slots for tree bark orbs in one go. Sure, you've added 42 points to toughness, but you've left yourself with only 2 available slots. Li Boming, catching on to the conversation, shifted his attention to the orb in my hand. He quickly chimed in, trying to dissuade me. 5 slots. Each one should be reserved for the absolute best. With that, he added, hang on a second. Roughly 3 minutes later, he returned with an orb and handed it to me. A B-grade orb, the Fallen of the Black Warrior. Toughness plus 25, adds a dark property to attacks, and boosts combat power by plus 5. Take it. The orb was semi-translucent, with a spot of blackness so deep it seemed to absorb the surrounding light. However, I didn't take it immediately and questioned him. This thing costs 60 million. He firmly placed the orb in my hand. The dark property will offer significant potential gains for Scarlet Moon's attack power, and the 25 points of toughness perfectly cover her biggest weakness. Use it to enter competitions, win prizes, and start saving bit by bit to upgrade to something even better later on. I've equipped Scarlet Moon with the Windbreaker Orb, and if I add 3 more bark shards, there would only be 1 slot left. That would severely limit her combat power potential. I was puzzled about why he gave me the orb. Why are you giving this to me? I asked. Li Boming pulled out a business card and handed it to me. He said confidently, have what it takes to become a national-level competitor. Maybe even descend into the abyss or venture into the deep sea to see the other side of this world. As he said this, his gaze shifted to Scarlet Moon, who was peeking out shyly from behind me. A faint look of regret flashed in his eyes. Scarlet Moon has a thin blade that's easy to break, but she stuck with me through countless battles without being damaged. Combined with my signature slow swing sonic boom technique, this proves my skill. I have national-level potential, but due to my poverty, I could only afford F-grade Windbreaker enchantments and E-grade bark shards, so Scarlet Moon, who I bought, likely has no more than F or E potential, at best AD. Her potential as a weapon maiden limits her combat power development and might not allow me to reach the national stage. But to someone like him, weapon maidens aren't just weapons, but also companions, close friends, even lovers. He couldn't bring himself to bluntly say, if you want to reach higher levels, your weapon maiden should be at least B-grade, preferably A-grade. Instead, the one thing he could do was give Scarlet Moon better enchantments, enabling her to walk alongside me just a little longer. If you can place in the top 10 at the Linhai City Championship, I want to recommend you to the youth training program of the Empire Lions team, he said. Consider the orb an investment in your future. I took the orb, a mental image of the Empire Lions team flashing through my mind. Formerly known as the Imperial Lions, they are a national-level team, consistently in the top 10 domestically and the top 50 worldwide. Thanks. I'll make good use of it, I said, accepting it without further hesitation. The 4 of us exchanged contact information, made some small talk, and then Scarlet Moon and I headed to a shop that sold kimonos and undergarments. Scarlet Moon went straight toward the kimono section, while I occasionally stole a glance at the undergarments. Classic blue and white stripes for a pure look, rose patterns for something a bit bolder, all kinds of enticing designs. Suddenly, I noticed a pink ribbon tied to a white pearl. Curious, I wondered, was it a hair ornament? Or perhaps misplaced in the wrong section? It looked nice, so I decided to buy it for Scarlet Moon. About 10 minutes later, Scarlet Moon walked over to me. How do I look, Yukuin? She was dressed in a white kimono adorned with soft pink cherry blossoms, faintly glowing under the light. Her sleek black hair flowed smoothly down her shoulders, and her cheeks were flushed as she gazed up at me with shimmering eyes, clearly waiting for my approval. You look beautiful, I told her honestly. Relieved, She gave a small smile and stepped forward, clasping my arm as we walked. At the cashier, I placed the pink ribbon on the counter. "How much for the ribbon and the kimono together?" I asked. Scarlet Moon's face turned beet red the moment she saw the pink ribbon, staring at me as if she couldn't believe her eyes. The lady at the counter, meanwhile, gave me a curious and somewhat indescribable look, as if choosing her words carefully but ultimately holding them back. "Altogether, that'll be 190,000, she stated. 190,000. I glanced over at the luminous, silk-like kimono Scarlet Moon was wearing. This kimono must be around 180,000 alone, right? "The kimono is only 49,000 yen, said the cashier. "What's expensive is the hair tie you're holding. It's 131,000 yen. I was dumbstruck. How could a simple piece of string cost so much? I decided to return it. "Then I'll just return this hair tie." Before I could finish, the cashier leaned in close to whisper in my ear. Their final words were, "When you put it on, it unlocks a special effect." For a moment, the hair tie in my hand felt like it was burning hot. Of course, this store was packed with magical gear. Why would they have an ordinary hair tie in stock? An item that could unlock some rare effect? Expensive? No. That pearl alone looked like it was worth hundreds of thousands. In fact, it was incredibly cheap. "Do you have any more?" "I'll take another one." I grabbed another hair tie and set it on the counter. This one was adorned with fine silk stitching that crafted the image of a black butterfly, as if a delicate black moth was perched on a blade of grass. Meanwhile, Himizuki's face turned beet red as she silently pleaded, "That isn't a hair tie. Stop buying them, Yukoin." Once we wrapped up the purchase, she kept her head down and followed me quietly all the way back to my apartment. "Himizuki, change into something more comfortable first. I'll enchant your kimono for you." She pulled one of my white button-ups from the wardrobe, took off her kimono, and slipped into the oversized shirt. The hem barely covered her upper thighs, and she wasn't wearing pants underneath, just a pair of white stockings. I didn't pay much attention since I was busy working on the enchantments. 3 bark fragments and a single fallen black warrior core. The bark would provide 42 points of resilience, and the core, an additional 25. Adding Himizuki's innate resilience of 12, that came out to a total of 79 resilience. Paired with 80 durability, this setup completely bypassed the usual issue of fragility. But while resilience and durability work wonders for bows, blades require a more targeted allocation. Keep resilience near 50 and focus the rest on durability and sharpness. That results in a much stronger setup. So, I revised the plan. 2 bark fragments for 28 resilience, the fallen core for 25, plus Himizuki's 12. It totaled 65 resilience against 80 durability. Perfectly balanced. I placed the fallen black warrior core into her pink and white sakura kimono, then attached the bark fragments to the 2 hair ties, keeping 1 spare bark fragment just in case. Handing the kimono and hair ties to her, I said, "Himizuki, here. Go ahead and put it on." She stared at the hair ties, gripping the hem of the shirt so tightly it practically crumpled in her hands. Any tug downward made the shirt ride up. She was caught in a tricky spot. "Yukoin, do I really have to wear these?" Her worried eyes darted toward the hair ties, and she stood there with her knees turned inward, looking so anxious she was about to cry. "There's a pearl enchantment on them. 25 resilience points from one, plus 14 from the other, 39 points total. Add that to your innate 12, and your resilience reaches 51, I explained. "This is all to make you stronger." But, she glanced at the pearl, then shuffled her feet as if bracing herself, her big doe eyes shimmering with hesitation. I pushed the outfit into her hands. "Himizuki, do you think?" "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with this request." The girl gave me a sullen, petulant look, her gaze lingering on me with a trace of unfulfilled longing. Her hand instinctively reached toward my wrist, but hesitated to truly stop me once she touched it, as if torn between holding me back and letting me continue. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead as I worked to align the 2 blade veins, finally stopping when the task was done. Information appeared before me. Yodoheim, Crimson Moon, Combat Power, 240. Type, Katana Potential, SSS Material, Jade Steel Enchantments. Windbreaker, Bark, Black Swordsman's Downfall. Sharpness, 78 Hardness, 80 Toughness, 12 plus 39 range, 30 dark attribute, 240. I murmured, a little surprised. The bark orb and black swordsman's enchantments added plus 39 to toughness, bringing it up to 51. With 51 toughness, paired with an 80 hardness, her combat power increased by about 10 points. If the Crimson Moon's blade veins were undamaged, that toughness of 51 could easily yield a boost of 1,000 points. Aligning 2 blade veins alone should have added plus 20 to her original baseline of 190, placing her somewhere around 220 to 230. Yet here we were at 240, slightly above expectations. Crimson Moon, your combat power's at 240 now. That puts you in the top tier for the city championship. You've practically got the championship in the bag this time. She seemed to feel her body flowing with newfound energy, but as her eyes darted to the soaked bedsheet, a flash of embarrassment crossed her face. She shrank back into the blanket, silently vowing to never let me share her bed again. All she could think about was washing both herself and the sheet. "All right," I said, teasing. "Fishkuin will rest here while you, Crimson Moon, handle the bedsheet first." "No," she quickly countered, her voice firm yet tinged with nervousness. "I'm exhausted. I just want to sleep." I reached to pull the blanket aside, which prompted her to clutch it for dear life, her voice rising in protest. "Fishkuin, no. Let Crimson Moon. Let me change the sheet first." "It's fine," I replied reassuringly. "We'll do it tomorrow." With that, I scooped her blanket-wrapped form off the bed as she flailed with every ounce of her strength to resist, but to no avail. My eyes fell on the map, now emblazoned across the sheet. Flushed red with embarrassment, Crimson Moon clamped her hands over her face, wisps of imaginary steam practically billowing from her head. I'm sorry, Fishkuin. I didn't even realize." And then, I gently set her down and began to strip the sheet myself. She stood nearby, frozen and ashamed like a child who had just been scolded. After tidying up, I had her wash herself again and change into fresh undergarments. Finally, I offered her one of my oversized sleep shirts instead of her usual nightwear. "Well," I said with a chuckle, "at least someone who can draw maps on a sheet will never find themselves lost." Hours later. On the rooftop of the happy apartment complex, I stood gripping my sword with both hands, staring straight ahead. A young girl's small hands wrapped around mine, her soft voice whispering by my ear. "When it comes to wielding a blade, it's not about speed, but steadiness. Let the motion fall slowly." I followed her guidance as the blade sunk downward. The edge, ridge, and spine of the sword all aligned perfectly in one precise line. The point of contact never wavered, never wobbled. Once the tip of the blade brushed the ground, she guided my hands into a reversal, the edge turning skyward as the sword swept upward in a smooth arc. The follow-through for a cross-draw slash is one of the core techniques of the Divine Cross arts, a move we call the cross bloom. I performed the sequence again and again, each motion painstakingly slow and deliberate. In my mind's eye, a memory began to surface. Beneath a sakura tree, a younger Crimson Moon practicing her blade forms. Little Crimson Moon slid the blade back into its sheath with care. Her left thumb pressed firmly against the tsuba, handguard, locking it in place. With her right hand ready to draw, she exerted strength, but her thumb held fast, ensuring the blade wouldn't slip free. The tip of her drafu. As the tension peaked, her grip relaxed suddenly. The blade slid from its sheath, flashing in a graceful arc of light. In an instant, her left hand gripped the handle, and with a deft twist of her wrist, the blade slashed upward in a sweeping motion. A cross-shaped glimmer carved through the air, intersecting with precision as it surged forward. The sudden burst of wind swept through the cherry blossoms, sending a cascade of petals tumbling to the ground. Amidst the shower of pink, she slid the blade back into its sheath with a quiet resoluteness. She stood beneath the tree, one hand resting on the sheath, the other open to the sky, gazing upwards at the falling petals. Her youthful voice carried an air of sorrow, a lament for her own existence. Powerful, isolated, and yet fragile. Then, she slowly turned to look at me. "Want to give it a try?" One of the Cross Shinto Ryu's secret techniques. Cross Sakura. I definitely wasn't part of that memory. And yet, I felt like Hayatsuki could see me. This wasn't some out-of-body conversation. No, it felt like my very being had become part of that memory. I mimicked the exact movements of a childhood Hayatsuki, slow and precise, ensuring every minute detail was correct. The blade shot free with a sudden snap from the hold of my thumb, moving so fast it formed a fleeting black arc streaking forward. My left hand seized the hilt as the blade's edge defied gravity, pointing skyward as it swept upward. The secret technique of Shinto-ryu, cross Sakura. Two deep black arcs sliced through the distance. The drawing of the blade was so swift that vacuum pressure formed within the sheath, and the rushing air filled the void with a keening wail. Happiness Apartments, a building nestled amidst the bustling city. That distinct, haunting resonance turned heads. Curious pedestrians followed the source of the sound. Their gaze rose skyward, drawn to the shimmering cross-shaped beams cutting through the clouds, parting them and leaving a cross-shaped fracture in the sky. I stood atop the rooftop with my blade. Below, warriors and weapon spirits alike fell silent, staring in awe at the sky. That sound, was that an unsheathing birdsong? Yeah, exactly. When a weapon is drawn at extreme speed, the air pressure imbalance creates a vacuum in the sheath. When the outer air rushes back in, it produces that birdsong-like sound. The faster the draw, the higher the pitch of the song. Snippets of their conversation reached Suiryu's ears. Following the trajectory of the cross-Sakura technique, her gaze flickered back to the source. It stopped at Happiness Apartments. From there? No way could it have been Jiangyu. A wave of unease swept through her as she glanced in the direction of my residence, her expression tinged with complexity. After training under Lin Yun, her combat power had reached 234. Yet she was acutely aware that in real battles, her performance could never match the precision she felt when wielded by Jiangyu. And there was this tearing sensation deep within her, as though her blade was gradually being torn apart. It happened after every match. But once she was home, Jiangyu's massages, pressing on her back and waist, would slowly ease the pain until it dissipated completely. She'd had Lin Yun try to replicate it once, but not only did it fail to help, it exacerbated the tearing sensation. Could it be that Jiangyu truly understood crafting? Not just crafting, but martial theory too? The thought left her rattled. The more she considered it, the more fearful she became, and so she hastened to deny it. No, no way. He's never been to a martial arts university or taken a casting course. How could he possibly know? It has to be pure luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Just guessing, and it happened to ease my discomfort. On the rooftop, I slid the blade back into its sheath. Hayatsuki shimmered, a momentary blur of light, and returned to her form as the girl. Staring silently at the cross-shaped gap in the clouds for what felt like ages, my gaze shifted back and forth between the gap and my own hands. The cross-mushroom slash. It's even harder to master than the blade severance strike, known as one of the most difficult techniques of the cross-Shinto sword style. Yet, Fish mastered it in one go. Could it be that Fish is genuinely a genius swordsman of unmatched talent? And to top it off, the cross-mushroom slash extends the attack range by 5 to 10 times, perfectly covering the blade's known shortcoming, its limited range. Even that woman could only extend her reach by 10 meters using the technique, but Fish's range surpasses hers by several multiples. And for me, I gained an additional layer of swordsmanship memory, not just cognitively remembered moves, but instincts and muscle memory too. I could distinctly feel the slight warmth in my muscles, as if I had trained with a sword for years, mastering its techniques effortlessly. Is this the symbiotic resonance of Crimson Moon's talent at work? Accelerating my mastery of blades, even allowing me to pick up cross-Shinto sword-style techniques. Crimson Moon. Let's head back. In preparation for the city championships ahead, I stopped participating in underground matches altogether, focusing entirely on sword training. Only on the day of the competition did Crimson Moon and I make our way to the venue in Ocean City. Outside the venue, banners from fans and support teams stretched across the fences, while some enthusiasts camped out around the registration and verification area to catch a glimpse of the competitors. Navigating the crowd, I guided Crimson Moon towards the verification desk. Suddenly, waves of cheers erupted around us. Crimson Moon, you've got this. Go, Crimson Moon. Crimson Moon, Crimson Moon, Yamit. That last part had me choking on my breath. Crimson Moon, however, turned to wave at the cheering group of middle-aged fans and tilted her head, curiously asking, "Fish, what is yammeat? Is it a butterfly? Where can I catch one?" Crimson Moon loves pretty butterflies. I like butterflies too. I grumbled to myself internally while pulling her along into the verification hall. Unexpectedly, we ran into Lin Yun and Flowing Water. "Jiangyu, couldn't believe you'd actually enter the city championships." Lin Yun gave me a once-over and smirked. The top 100 competitors are either current students or graduates of martial arts universities. Flowing Water's combat power had since reached 234, on the verge of being among the elite weapon companions in attendance. Lin Yun, on the other hand, had invested heavily in private coaching from Yang Chun and significantly improved his own abilities. He calculated that as long as he avoided running into players like Yang Chun or Long Xiangyu, securing a top 30 finish, or even breaking into the top 20, should be entirely feasible. "You didn't even go to a martial arts university. It's impossible for you to beat me," Lin Yun taunted. Even Yang Chun from the Jungle Wolf youth training team gave me personal pointers. "Defeating me is just a pipe dream for you." Before I could retort, Crimson Moon dashed forward, leaping to stand protectively in front of me and spread her arms as though shielding me from harm. She glared at both Lin Yun and Flowing Water, baring her teeth. "Bad woman. Stay away from fish." Crimson Moon's dazzling beauty caught Lin Yun's attention, leaving him visibly intrigued. He frowned, clearly unable to figure out where I'd managed to find a weapon partner as exceptional as her. Having been preoccupied lately with creating life, with Flowing Water at their hotel, Lin Yun hadn't been following the underground match scene and was completely unaware of the victories Crimson Moon and I had racked up. "Look at Flowing Water," Lin Yun bragged. "Back when you were with Jiangyu, your battle power was stuck at 200 for years. Now, you're at 234. Interested in signing with me? I guarantee your power will hit 230 soon." "Following Jiangyu has no future." Feiyu scoffed coldly. "No way. Feiyu wants to stay with you Jun forever. I won't be tricked by someone like you, like a bad woman." I ruffled her hair, ignoring Lin Yun, and turned to Lu Shui. "Lu Shui, do you feel sharp, tearing pain in your body?" Lu Shui's head shot up in shock, her mind rippling with unease. "How does Jiangyu know? Could it be he's really a forging master?" "No, that's impossible. If he were, why hasn't he even passed the certification exam?" Her expression gave her away completely. I continued, "Your sword veins are fractured, and there are hidden injuries inside you. If you keep engaging in high-frequency battles at this intensity, the hidden injuries will only worsen. Listen to me, dial it back, or you'll be just one step away from a broken weapon." Lin Yun noticed Lu Shui's complexion change and quickly tried to comfort her. "Lu Shui, it's just because we've been overly intense. Of course you're feeling a bit worn out. Don't believe Jiangyu. He's never studied forging, doesn't even have a certificate. He's just trying to scare you." Lu Shui grew uneasy, fearing that Jiangyu might be right, so she stayed silent. Lin Yun, anxious that she might back out of the tournament at the last second, angrily shouted at me, "Jiangyu, Lu Shui followed you for 3 years, and you only pushed her to a power rating of 200. Look how far she's come with me. Already 234. That new partner of yours, her rating just passed 200, didn't it?" I glanced over at the verification area, a station equipped with a scanner resembling an MRI machine. Weapon companions could lie inside, and it would measure their battle power, attributes, and development potential. "Lin Yun," I said, "weren't you here for the tournament? Come on, let's get tested together." "Fine. I'll show you the difference between what a martial university student can do with their weapon partner compared to a nobody who's never set foot in martial training." The 4 of us headed toward the verification station and filled out the forms. Lin Yun turned to Lu Shui. "You go first and show Jiangyu the gap between the 2 of you." Lu Shui lay down on the steel platform of the scanning machine. The platform slid inward as red lasers swept across her. The machine beeped and began its assessment. At that moment, Yang Chen arrived with Long Lin, intending to verify Long Lin's battle power. Seeing me, he walked straight toward us. Lin Yun immediately scrambled over with a fawning smile plastered across his face. "Captain Yang, your guidance last time was truly enlightening. I'll make sure to do my part in the city championship and help you secure first place." Yang Chun didn't even look at him. His gaze stayed locked on me and Fei Yu as he coolly uttered two words, "Step aside." Lin Yun turned back in confusion, watching Yang Chun head toward me. His thoughts churned. Does Captain Yang know about Jiang Yu's connection to him? Maybe Jiang Yu offended him, which is why Yang Chun ignores him. Rage boiled in Lin Yun as he turned on me, yelling, "Jiang Yu, did you offend Captain Yang? Are you crazy? Do you even have the strength to back it up? If it weren't for the law protecting you, Captain Yang could shatter your weapon and end your life with one strike." Right after shouting, Lin Yun turned back toward Yang Chun, desperate to explain. "Captain Yang, Jiang Yu was just picked up by my parents. We're not blood-related," Lin Yun said. Yang Chun suddenly stopped in his tracks and glanced toward Lin Yun. Lin Yun had quite the reputation. He was known for being opportunistic. The first time he met Long Lin, his eyes were practically glued to her. Rumors at the martial arts university said he relied on multiple influential families, only to vanish when it was time for him to contribute. A master at exploiting resources but unwilling to give back. Yang Chen didn't like him. "Oh, so Jiang Yu was adopted by your parents. Then that makes you brothers, no?" Yang Chun hadn't expected Lin Yun to have such an impressive sibling. Lin Yun, clearly anxious to disassociate himself, quickly clarified, "Jiang Yu and I don't really get along, Captain Yang. Please don't misunderstand." Yang Chun chuckled slightly, seemingly understanding our relationship dynamic. Ignoring Lin Yun, he approached me directly and said, "Jiang Yu, last time I lost to you. This time, Long Lin and I won't." Lin Yun froze in place, his eyes darting between me and Yang Chun in disbelief. Yang Chun, the top-tier member of the Jungle Wolves youth training team and ranked among the top 5. Admitting he was defeated by Jiang Yu? How is that even possible? "The championship title in Linhai City is mine, secured with Fei Yu," I declared confidently. "Oh, and since when did Long Lin and I agree to that?" Yang Chen countered. Fei Yu placed her hands on her hips, tilted her chin up proudly, and grinned. "Fei Yu and Fish Kuan totally agreed. First place is ours. In your dreams. Long Lin and I won't let that happen," Yang Chen shot back. Lin Yun stood there utterly stunned, watching the camaraderie, or was it veiled rivalry, between me and Yang Chun. Countless thoughts flooded his mind. Were we friends? Or was this some sort of friendly facade hiding an intense rivalry? But more importantly, why would Yang Chen ever admit to losing to Jiang Yu? Then Lin Yun remembered the recent rumors floating around. The Jungle Wolves Yang Chun had supposedly lost a wild competition match against an unaffiliated contestant. Could it be that the mysterious person was Jiang Yu? In disbelief, Lin Yun whipped out his phone to search online. When Yang Chun defeated by Jiang Yu popped up, he frantically refreshed the page, hoping it was fake news. Impossible. Jiang Yu couldn't have beaten Yang Chun. Long Lin's combat strength had already surpassed 200, and back then, Jiang Yu's newly acquired weapon companion's strength hadn't even hit 190 yet. There was no way Jiang Yu could have won. Lin Yun turned to me, his gaze a convoluted mix of doubt and frustration. Meanwhile, Yang Chen's attention shifted to the scanner. His gaze settled on Fei Yu next, conducting a quick estimation of her current combat strength. Already over 215? Long Lin was at 237 now. That should still be higher. Long Lin's potential was rated at B. Judging by Jiang Yu's plain lifestyle, Fei Yu's potential couldn't be higher than a B either, possibly as low as a D or, at best, a C. There was no way Fei Yu's potential would surpass Long Lin's. Yang Chun turned back to me, smirking. "So, how about a match? Let's see who's been training their weapon companion better." I glanced at Long Lin, and her details popped up on the interface. Long Lin, combat strength, 238. Type, spear. Owner, Yang Chun. Potential, B. Material, high carbon steel. Enchantments, dragon roar orb. Attributes, sharpness 30, hardness 35, plus 15, flexibility 45, plus. The range increased to 68, plus 15. A B-rank dragon roar pearl worth over 30 million? Hardness plus 15, toughness plus 30, range plus 16, and an additional 17 combat strength points. Sure, pearls that boost combat strength are pricey, but what makes the dragon roar pearl so valuable is the plus 15 hardness, plus 30 toughness, and plus 15 range it offers. For bow-type weapons, this range increase is negligible, but for long spears, it's an absolute treasure, more expensive than most A-rank pearls. It increases the dragon scale's attack range to 83 meters. With the right maneuvering skills, a spear-wielding warrior can adopt the advance when they retreat when they advance strategy, and run circles around close-range weapon-wielding warriors. The Dragon Roar Pearl is such a perfect match for the dragon scale. Yang Chun smugly said, "Of course. Do you know how many underground matches I had to fight to afford this pearl that pairs so perfectly with spears? What? Are you scared now? Don't even want to compete." "Compete? Why not?" I replied. "If my Scarlet Moon loses, I'll give you 200,000. If I lose, I'll give you 200,000. Yang Chen quickly interrupted. "Deal." At this moment, Flowing Water's evaluation results appeared on the screen. Flowing Water, Combat Strength, 234. Type, 9-ring Broadsword Potential, D. Attribute details kept confidential. Seeing that Flowing Water's potential had dropped to D-, I couldn't help but sigh. It was due to reckless enchanting and attribute modifications that dragged her from AD to AD-. But she's no longer my weapon spirit. I had already warned her not to engage in high-intensity battles, so I had done my part. The rest no longer concerns me. When Yang Chen noticed Flowing Water's combat strength was 234, he gave Lin Yun a second look. "Didn't expect you to spend so much on a weapon spirit." Boosting AD potential spirit to 234 combat strength. It's already top tier for the city championship. "What? You aiming for the top 10? Lin Yun waved his hand quickly. "Captain Yang, I'm just doing this to support you in aiming for first place. I was worried about holding you back, so I—" "Stop," Yang Chun interrupted him curtly. "You and I have nothing to do with each other." After finishing, he shot me a glance, then walked off with Dragon Scale toward the inspection machine. Lin Yun sidled up to me, trying to soften the mood. "Bro, you know Captain Yang?" I gave him a glance. "I still prefer it when you look down on me." Back then, when he learned I wasn't biologically related to the Lin family, his words became all snarky, aiming to squeeze me out. At 18, I moved out, cutting myself off from the Lin family. Despite his spite, I still saw him as my brother out of gratitude to the Lin parents. But after he tricked away Flowing Water, I had no sentiment left for him. Lin Yun's expression twitched, clearly losing face. "See? Flowing Water has 234 combat strength under my guidance. AD, rank companion spending so many years with you. It was a complete waste." I ignored him, waiting for Dragon Scale's inspection to finish so I could send Scarlet Moon in. But the words D- caught Flowing Water's eye, and she froze. D-? It was clearly AD before, so why did it drop? Why would potential drop? She panicked as she recalled the Forge Master's judgment long ago. They had labeled her as F-, designated for reforge, only for Jiang Yu to purchase her later. When her potential surged to D, she chalked it up to a misjudgment by the Forge Master or believed she was simply unique, finally revealing her true potential over time. She figured Jiang Yu had merely lucked out on an overlooked treasure, but the glowing B for Dragon Scale really got under her skin. Her fists clenched involuntarily, her knuckles cracking. Why? Why am I not a B level? Jiang Yu, do you see this? Dragon Scale, 238, potential B. Yang Chun splayed his right hand arrogantly. "No contest here. Just pay up already." I smiled without a word, pulling Scarlet Moon toward the scanner. Just as she was about to lie down on the steel examination bed, a voice boomed across the room. "A big figure is here. Everyone clear out." Heads turned toward the ruckus, and people recognized the newcomer. They quickly stepped aside. "That's Dragon Xiaoyu, Dragon Yao's brother from the Tianlong conglomerate. Why is he here, competing at Linhai City's regional championship?" Lin Yun and Liu Shui's eyes immediately sparkled with envy and ambition. Being associated with Long Xiaoyu could mean endless opportunities of wealth and status. As Long Xiaoyu saw Scarlet Moon about to lie on the bed, his glare turned on the examiner. "Dare to let her check in ahead of me, and I'll make sure you're handled. Watch yourself." Just before finishing his sentence, the examiner trembled slightly, casting a pleading look at me as if to say, "I can't afford to cross him. Please wait a moment." I ignored him and locked eyes with Long Xiaoyu. "Yang Chun, who had been training in combat since losing to me and Dragon Scale, approached hurriedly, placing a hand on my shoulder. Jiang Yu, Long Xiaoyu is notoriously petty and vengeful, a well-known playboy throughout the Panjing circle. He's much stronger than me and Dragon Scale. Sure, you defeated me, but beating him? You might want to stand down for now. I chuckled. He's entered Linhai City's championship for one reason only, me. Stand down? Why would I? Yang Chun exchanged surprise-filled glances with Dragon Scale, caught off guard. My words also elicited a mocking laugh from Lin Yun. A guy like Long Xiaoyu, a rich young master from a prestigious family, would never concern himself with a nobody like you, Jiang Yu. Who do you think you are? Why would he come looking for you? Associating with you would only lower his status. Long Xiaoyu held my gaze for a moment before speaking. Jiang Yu, I lost to you in Jiayu City last time. This time I won't. He then smirked and patted the weapon girl standing beside him on the lower back. This one's my true specialty. Jiayu City? Jiang Yu beat Long Xiaoyu? Yang Chun, Dragon Scale, Lin Yun, and Lu Shui all simultaneously fixed their disbelieving eyes on me and Scarlet Moon. In the Panjing region's wild matches, Long Xiaoyu was always ranked first or second, and seeing him take third was unheard of. He was known as a nearly unbeatable champion. The idea of Jiang Yu defeating him, could it actually be true? At that moment, the information about Long Xiaoyu's weapon girl popped into my view. Overlord Dragon, Mace, Destruction, Combat Power, 250, Restriction, Destruction. Type, Dual Mace's Potential, S Material, Rebar Steel Weight, 70 kilograms. Sharpness, 21. Hardness, 70. Toughness, 65. Range, 45. Evaluation. To participate in the city championship, they brought out a weapon maiden qualified for national-level tournaments, intentionally downscaling her abilities with special tools. An S-rank potential weapon, made of rebar steel no less. For maidens ranked A or above, the moment they hit the auction house, they're immediately snatched up by elite competitor clubs. S-ranked or higher typically attracts attention from top-tier conglomerates. For someone like Yang Chun, owning a B-ranked maiden is already hitting the ceiling of what an ordinary person can attain. Fighters from average families mostly stick to E or C ranking. D is already considered a huge blessing. Yet Long Xiaoyu has not only debuted an A-ranked weapon maiden before, but today, he's brought out an S-ranked one. If it weren't for a lucky break, how could the SSS-ranked Scarlet Moon have ended up in my possession? I think back to how the twin dragon maces earned their reputation as blade breakers. Any sword that tries to clash with it ends up chipped at best, broken at worst. I glance at Long Xiaoyu. We're about to verify potential rankings. Want to make this interesting? Let's see whose maiden's potential is higher, yours or mine. A wave of shock ripples through those around us. Long Xiaoyu is the young master of the Tianlong conglomerate. Pretty much every SSS, SSS, and A-ranked weapon maiden on the market gets bought up by them. Who's this guy that he thinks he can challenge Long Xiaoyu with his own maiden's potential? Yang Chen snaps out of his daze. Long Lin schemes through the battle reports of Fishing City, while Yang Chun pulls me aside to advise. Jiang Yu, Long Xiaoyu's sister, runs the Tianlong conglomerate. They've cornered the market on top-tier maidens. Even my B-ranked Long Lin could sign with any competitive club for an 8-digit contract fee. Without stepping into the national stage, B-rank dominates most competitions. A ranks are almost unheard of, and B is king. That's why B ranks are hotly contested in auctions. If I hadn't been fortunate enough to stumble upon her, I wouldn't have won either. He has recently learned about my background, adopted into the Lin family with presumably limited financial means, and adds, your maiden's potential, at best, might be B, more likely F or E. If you're lucky, D at most. Meanwhile, Long Xiaoyu's maidens are always A or S ranked, sometimes even SS when he goes dungeon raiding. Do you really think you can outmatch him? Not a chance. Lin Yun mocks with a sly grin. Jiang Yu, know your place. With your kind of background, you dare compare potential scores with Long Gongzi? Stop embarrassing the Lin family while you're at it. I shoot him a cold look, but don't bother replying. Instead, my attention stays on Long Xiaoyu. Well, care to make a bet? Long Xiaoyu's eyes flick towards Scarlet Moon, and he lets out a chuckle. Everything above A rank is hoarded by our family's conglomerate. Even B ranks are rare on the open market. You? Competing with me in potential? Are you sure you're not crazy? If I lose to you, I'll pay you 200,000. If you lose, you'll pay me 200,000. So do you dare? Scarlet Moon hides a giggle behind the sleeves of her kimono and mutters to herself. Yu Kuin is so sneaky. He knows Scarlet Moon used to be one of Cyano's legendary blades. Fei, an SSS tier blade, was teased into a duel for profit. For a moment, she chimed in. What's wrong? Scared? If you're inviting humiliation, Fei Yu won't stop you. Long Xiangyu raised his chin, signaling to check the destructive power first. Fei Yu stepped aside. The crowd, drawn by this bet, gathered around the electronic screen, eager to see how doting Long Xiangyu could actually be. Minutes later, the destructive output was revealed. Konglong Baton's destructive power, combat power, 250. Type, dual baton potential, S. Of course, he's the young master of a conglomerate. S tier. That's not right. S tier's base combat power starts at 500. Unlike us common folks who would fight tooth and nail over a C tier weapon. Then why is the combat power only 250? Someone explained, you're confused. The city championships require levels to be between 195 and 250. Long Xiangyu must have used a special limiter item to downgrade his S-tier weapon to meet the requirements. Another person buried their head in their hands. My God, an internationally ranked Ma, showing up to a city tournament. Are you serious, you overqualified smurfs? Stop ruining low-tier matches and go play in ranked. Lin Yun stared longingly at the Konglong batons, muttering to himself, if I had an S-tier Ma, I could break top 10, not just in the city tournament, but in the provincial one too. He shot me a pitying glance, shaking his head with a sarcastic grin. This little fish dares to challenge Long Xiangyu in terms of potential. The Konglong batons moved closer to Long Xiangyu, and with one hand resting on her hip, he mocked, Jiangyu S-tier, still confident to compete with me? Why wouldn't I be? I answered, eyes shifting between him and Yang Chun. The 200,000 credits. You and him better have them ready. I motioned for Fei Yu to take her assessment. Nervously, she lay down on the cold, metallic bed. The icy surface sent a shiver even through her kimono, and she shot me a worried glance, fearful the machine might malfunction. Don't worry, it'll be over soon, I reassured her. The bed slowly slid inward, red lasers scanning from head to toe, buzzing softly as they worked. 10 minutes later, Fei Yu's data materialized on the screen. Demonic Blade, Fei Yu, Combat Power, 240. Type, Katana Potential, SSS. I glanced at the screen, then scanned the room, mentally smirking. Take a good look. Look at Fei Yu's potential score. The entire venue fell into stunned silence, every eye glued to the electronic display. Someone rubbed their eyes, murmuring, SSS? Did I read that right? Yang Chun and Long Lin exchanged disbelieving looks before their gazes darted to Fei Yu. A katana like hers, with its fatal inherent flaw of a fragile blade, shouldn't possibly achieve an SSS tier ranking. Yet there it was, written plainly, SSS. Jiangyu. Fei Yu is SSS tier? Yang Chun sounded in disbelief. I shrugged nonchalantly. What else? Long Xiangyu frowned. His eyes filled with doubt as he stared at Fei Yu, muttering, You're SSS tier, forging an SSS tier Ma. Note, Ma is shorthand for maidens or weapons often referred to in these types of contextual settings, anime, gaming, etc., to reflect weapons with personified characteristics. Adjustments in terminology can be clarified depending on audience familiarity. The base materials are all classified items under strict regulation, and the auxiliary materials have to come from the deep abyss or oceanic trenches. Money alone might not even secure them. Even if the materials are gathered, you'd still need the craftsmanship of a world-class master smith. And even if such a smith agrees to forge it, the number of SSS-grade creations they can make in their lifetime can be counted on one hand. Besides, crafting an SSS-level weapon doesn't just require extraordinary materials or craftsmanship. It also depends on the soul of the weapon. Even if the material and technique meet the SSS standard, if the weapon's spirit lacks the ultimate martial talent, the result would only be SS grade at best. The spirit residing in this blade possesses supreme martial talent. Therefore, only the greatest martial clans, those who can gather the materials, afford the services of a legendary smith, and sacrifice the soul of a prodigiously talented girl, could produce an SSS-grade weapon. Thinking of this, Long Xiangyu stared at Crimson Moon and couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. It looked almost identical to Sanya Sijin's famed blade, Tobira. No, not just similar, it was exactly the same. Could it be that Crimson Moon is Tobira? But Tobira was shattered into a useless blade by the cursed Wuganami. Besides, Sanya and Tobira haven't been seen together since then. It should have already been destroyed. So, no, it's not Tobira. But still, where did this one come from? What family are you from? He asked Crimson Moon. Crimson Moon moved to hide behind me, and I stepped in between them. What's it to you? I quipped, then shifted the topic with an outstretched hand, signaling at both Yang Chun and Long Xiangyu for money. All right, gentlemen, that'll be 200,000 each. Long Xiangyu's gaze shifted from Crimson Moon to me. I raised an eyebrow. What? Don't tell me you don't have the money. I taunted. Are you looking down on me? Do you even know who you're talking to? I'm Long Xiangyu, the younger brother of the head of the Tianlong Financial Group. Then we shouldn't have any issues here. I handed the two of them my account info. Moments later, my phone pinged with a series of messages. Notification from XYZ Bank. 200,000 credited to account ending in XXX. Notification from XYZ Bank. 200,000 credited to account ending in XXX. Just as I was feeling quite satisfied at the sight of the totals. Anti-Fraud Center reminder. Be wary of offers for overseas high-salary positions from friends. Avoid falling into traps. Looking at the balance, I couldn't help but grin. Earning 400,000 in under half an hour? Now that's what I call a quick payday. Lin Yun and Lu Shui were staring at the display showing SSS in bright letters, their jaws practically on the floor. Their gaze flipped back and forth between me and Crimson Moon, utterly baffled. They knew all too well what my financial situation was like. Buying even an E-grade weapon would stretch my budget, let alone anything close to an SSS grade. Finally, Lin Yun broke the silence. The scanner must be broken. The crowd collectively turned to inspect the machine with suspicion. Even the staff on duty found the situation suspect. SSS-grade weapons only hail from elite martial families and are only seen in national-level tournaments. How could one possibly appear here? Concerned about a potential malfunction, the staff promptly reported the situation. Soon, a technician arrived to check over the machine, only to shake their head at the end of their inspection. The machine was functioning perfectly. They had Crimson Moon rescan, and sure enough, the display still read SSS and 240. Yunyang's assessment revealed a different result. In an instant, the gazes of everyone in the room turned toward Fei Yu and me, growing increasingly intense. Jiang Yu, I misjudged you. I didn't expect Fei Yu to be SSS class, Yang Chen remarked, respect growing in his eyes. I initially thought the thin blade was a flaw, but it turns out to be an intentional design choice, doesn't it? The thinner the blade, the greater the skill required of its wielder. An SSS-class weapon like this is extremely selective about its user. However, he also couldn't help but notice how Fei Yu, dressed in her traditional attire, bore an uncanny resemblance to Sagano Yasaint's famed blade, Toby. If not for the fact that Toby had long since been broken, he would have suspected that Fei Yu was Toby. Fei Yu blushed slightly, even feeling the urge to clarify to Yang Chun that her thin blade was actually the fault of the weaponsmith. But I spoke before she could, saying, "That's right. That master craftsman purposely created a blade that not just anyone could wield, a true SSS-class weapon. Fei Yu's blade may indeed be thin and fragile, prone to breaking, but that was deliberate, a way to filter out unworthy warriors. Now that Fei Yu has found a warrior truly worthy of her, the master trusted me and gifted her to me." Fei Yu tilted her head to look at me. She initially thought my words were inappropriate and wanted to explain, but the murmurs of understanding and admiration around us silenced her. Glancing around, she noticed the looks of reverence in the eyes of the other weapon spirits surrounding her. This was a kind of attention she had never experienced before. Back when she was with the Sagano family, warriors who visited and were told they'd have a chance to see an SSS-class weapon came in brimming with excitement. But as soon as they saw her blade's thin frame, Their gazes would shift to disappointment, regret, and even pity as they departed. The murmurs of discussion drifted to her ears. A thin blade by intentional design. That blade's so fragile, it must demand extraordinary skill from its user. So what that means is the only person who can wield Fei, you must be one of a kind? The craftsman designed it this way like a father choosing a son-in-law, ensuring his daughter would never end up with just any run-of-the-mill warrior. Why? Fei Yu froze in place, her mind racing, her surroundings seeming to slow. She knew Jiang Yu was lying. Fei Yu was the failed creation of the renowned swordsmith Gong Shou. How could a few fabrications from him suddenly make her the object of envy? And yet, in the heat of their gazes, she felt something she'd never sensed before. Fixing her eyes on me, she whispered, "Fish Lord." I patted her head, my tone unwavering. "Fei Yu, that master craftsman intended for your blade to be thin, isn't that right?" Fei Yu nodded emphatically yes. Fei Yu's blade is a symbol of uniqueness, forged to test warriors. It's not that Fei Yu easily breaks. It's that you weren't the right warrior to wield her. With that, she dismissed Sagano as unworthy. It wasn't that she, as the famed blade Toby, was weak. It was simply that those who previously held her were too inadequate. Whether it was the past or now, if I broke, it's because you weren't the one meant to hold me. Her tone gradually grew lighter, her voice no longer burdened with hesitation. Restless and uneasy, the knot in my heart had finally been untied. I held Scarlet Moon's hand as we walked toward the competitor's lounge, preparing to close my eyes for a bit and conserve energy for the match ahead. Inside the competitor's lounge, rows of soft couches were laid out neatly. I reclined on one, while Scarlet Moon curiously surveyed our surroundings. She noticed a number of martial artists leading their weapon spirits by the waist towards a corner of the hallway. Curious, she asked a passing weapon spirit, "What are you all doing over there?" "Grabbing a little sneaky snack," the weapon spirit replied. "Sneaky snack?" Scarlet Moon's interest was immediately piqued. "Fresh meat buns, perhaps? Braised pork buns? Or something else delicious?" "Can Scarlet Moon go sneak a snack too?" she asked eagerly. The duo didn't expect her to ask so innocently, and, with a slightly embarrassed smile, glanced toward me. "If you want a sneaky snack, you'll have to bring your martial artist with you. Otherwise, you won't get to have any," the weapon spirit said. She licked her lips seductively, her already vibrant lip color becoming even more alluring, then turned and followed her martial artist toward a secluded corner. Scarlet Moon jumped up and grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the corner as well. "Master Yu, Scarlet Moon also wants to go sneak a snack with you." All around us, people cast knowing, playful glances in our direction. I frowned. "Scarlet Moon, this sneaky snack isn't what you think it is." "I don't care. I want to go sneak a snack with you," she insisted, tugging me further toward the corner. The further we walked, the dimmer the lights became. Down the shadowy hallway, I began to notice martial artists pinning their weapon spirits against the walls, kissing them deeply. Faint, intimate sounds could be heard. Scarlet Moon's eyes went wide, her cheeks instantly flushing deep red as the color spread all the way to her ears. She hurriedly clapped her hands over her eyes, but couldn't resist peeking through her fingers to watch. She'd heard rumors about the unusual bonds between male martial artists and their weapon spirits. And though she'd even idly wondered what it might be like to have Master Yu pin her against the wall, gripping her chin like a domineering CEO, seeing such a scene play out before her eyes left her frozen in place with nervous tension. She stammered, her words stumbling over one another. "Pitch this. The weapon spirit from earlier noticed Scarlet Moon's reaction and chuckled. "All right, little lady, now's your chance to sneak a snack from your contract partner's lips." Without another word, she returned to her own martial artist's embrace. I pulled Scarlet Moon aside. "Now you understand what they meant by sneaky snacks, right?" Scarlet Moon kept her head down, pouting. The vivid images of what she'd just witnessed were burned into her mind, and every now and then, she'd steal a glance at me. Her gaze started at my eyes, checking to see if I was looking her way, and then traveled slowly over my face, inch by inch, until it landed on my lips. Suddenly, her mind conjured up an image of me bending down to kiss her. "Scarlet Moon, Scarlet Moon," I called, snapping her back to reality. Her face was bright red, practically steaming with embarrassment. Clearly, She hadn't heard a single word I'd just said. With no better option, I decided to lead her out of the hallway. As we walked back, me in front and her trailing behind, Scarlet Moon was still short-circuiting, her legs stiff and her movements a bit clumsy. Low whispers from those nearby reached us. Judging by that walk, looks like it's her first time. Scarlet Moon snapped out of her daze, frantically waving her hands and shouting, It's not. It's not what you think." Sure, we get it," someone teased. "Yeah, you totally don't have to explain." Another chimed in, smirking knowingly. Her legs were stretched straight, probably because she was trying to avoid the pain. Her face turned even redder as she deliberately took measured steps to prove her innocence. "See? I'm fine. Yeah, I get it. All right. Fine, you're okay. Just stop now. Don't hurt yourself." Realizing that trying to explain was pointless, she sighed, lifted the back of my shirt, buried her head under it, and hid herself there. I couldn't help but sigh. "You just had to follow me over here, and now you're getting teased. Feeling embarrassed now, huh?" Feiyue pressed her forehead against my back, her little fists lightly pounding on me. "You're such a dummy fish." Meanwhile, in the VIP room of the competition venue, the door was locked. Breaking Point was kneeling on the couch, her hands covering her mouth. Long Xiangyu was dialing a number on his phone. After a few rings, a mature woman's voice answered. "Found a new weapon girl you're interested in?" On the other end, there was a brief pause before the voice continued reproachfully. "Long Xiangyu, could you take things seriously for once? You're the only male left in the Long family. Don't mess yourself up and leave the family with no heirs." Long Xiangyu interrupted her nagging with a playful tone. "Sis, this is serious business." The other side went silent, waiting for him to continue. "I encountered an SSS grade weapon girl at the Linhai City Championship." He sent over Feiyue's photo and skin data. "Sis, I need you to dig into Jiang Yu's background for me." Keyboard tapping sounds could be heard from the phone. After a few minutes, his sister, Long Yao, spoke. "The records show that Jiang Yu was adopted by a couple in Linhai. As for Yukiri Heim Feiyue's data, there's no official registry of her within the Weapon Girls' Rights Association. If Jiang Yu is willing to transfer ownership of that SSS grade girl to us, accept whatever terms he sets. If he refuses, see if you can recruit him into the Tianlong team. And if he won't agree to that, Breaking Point is with you, right?" "Yeah." "During a match, destroy Feiyue's original body. Completely eradicate her." "Got it, sis." Long Xiangyu hung up the phone, his hand resting on Breaking Point, but his thoughts were elsewhere. If Jiang Yu refuses to transfer her, he plans to lure him into signing a contract with Tianlong team, embedding traps within the terms to saddle Jiang Yu with massive penalties, thus coercing him to sign the transfer agreement. And if Jiang Yu won't even join the team, then in order to prevent other top teams from gaining Feiyue, he'd rather destroy her than leave any opportunity for others. His sister was indeed ruthless. Back in the players' lounge, Feiyue and I were resting when Long Xiangyu approached with Breaking Point. Other competitors gave way as soon as they saw him, careful to avoid provoking him. He sat down next to Feiyue, his gaze roaming over her in an unsettling way. Disgusted by his lecherous stare, Feiyue stood up, stepped around me, and hid behind my side. "Bad guy, Feiyue hates you." I patted her hand, reassuring her, and turned to glare coldly at Long Xiangyu. "What do you want?" "The Tianlong esports team, huh? One of the country's top teams, holding steady in the top 3 rankings every year. Since you're aware of its prestige, then you must also know how many talented fighters would do anything to get in. I, Long Xiangyu, am not petty. Honestly, I admire you. So, I'm giving you a chance to join the Tianlong team." The crowd around us buzzed with envy. The Tianlong esports team. That's the Tianlong team. Getting in there means walking amidst geniuses everywhere, where talent is as common as weeds. "As long as you say yes," Long Xiangyu continued, "we'll give you 5 S-tier enchantment gems and fully sponsor upgrades to +10 for your weapon maiden. All expenses covered by Tianlong Financial Group." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. 1 S-tier gem alone is worth billions, and even higher at auctions. 5 gems, plus full +10 upgrades. Is Jiang Yu really worth that much? "I'm not interested," I said. "Not enough, huh? Regardless of your offer, I won't join the Tianlong team." Setting aside the fact that Li Boming had already invested in me and planned to recommend me to the Imperial Lions team, there was Long Xiangyu's ulterior motives surrounding Fei Yu I would never accept. The crowd erupted in shock at my outright rejection of Tianlong. Seeing how firm my attitude was, Long Xiangyu changed his approach. For the city-level championships, having one weapon maiden with solid battle stats is enough to compete. But when you move up to the provincial or national level, the competitions become far more complex. A single combatant needs to cover close range, mid-range, long range, and even ultra-long-range attack capabilities. So how about this? Pick any 3 of Tianlong's S to SS tier weapon maidens, and they'll be yours. All I ask is that you hand over Fei Yu to Tianlong. This deal benefits you. You'll have a team strong enough not only to dominate international tournaments, but also to handle expeditions to the underworld or sea abyss levels. Fei Yu clung tightly to my arm. With her blade already fractured, I still needed to save up for materials to repair her. Agreeing to Long Xiangyu's deal would mean I could acquire 3S to SS tier weapon maidens for free, more than enough to form a winning lineup for provincial and national levels. For a fleeting moment, hesitation flickered in her eyes, filled with worry, as if silently pleading, "Please, don't abandon me." "Fish," she whispered anxiously. I looked deep into the unease in her gaze and placed a hand on her head. "You're my weapon maiden, my partner, not some commodity to trade away." The insecurity in her eyes began to melt away, and she softly whispered, "Fei Yu only wants to stay by Fish's side forever." I turned to Long Xiangyu. "You've seen it." My answer still, "My weapon maiden is the twin dragon's mace," he interrupted, "a nemesis for blades and swords. If you care about Fei Yu's well-being, you should let her go. Otherwise, you know full well where her path leads." A thinly veiled threat. I rose to my feet and loomed over him, my tone icy. "Long Xiangyu, bring your dirty tricks. I'll be waiting for you on the battlefield." He stood as well, meeting my glare head-on. A lone warrior with no backing. "An orphan like you, worth me playing dirty? I can crush you with a single finger. Do you think you even deserve it?" He rested a hand on my shoulder and lightly patted my face. "Don't forget, in the arena, weapon girls' blades might break, warriors might fall, but no contestant is held accountable. See you on the stage." Crimson Moon clenched her fists, baring her teeth as she watched their backs disappear into the distance. Then, after a moment, she turned to me with a worried look, like a child confessing a mistake. "Fishy, it's all Moon's fault. It's Moon's fault you got noticed by the big corporation. Maybe it's better if they take me in exchange for those 3. I pushed her head down, cutting her off. "Don't say something so stupid. There's no way we're losing to Long Xiangyu. All contestants, please proceed to the competition grounds." Moon and I followed the crowd into the pathway. It led to a sealed bridge stretching out over the ocean. The smell of salty seawater filled the air. The ocean breeze carried the sound of crashing waves and seagulls' calls echoing in the distance. The commentator began explaining the rules. The Linhai City Championship adopts a standard triathlon structure. The first 2 rounds are point-based, with the top 2 scorers advancing to the 3rd round. The first event, a 4-to-1 beat martial showcase, 4 demonstration moves followed by 1 combat move. The commentator's voice suddenly heightened. "Think that's as hard as it gets? Think again. You're dead wrong. Look at the water. Floating there are hundreds of lotus platforms." Moon and I stared out at the vast number of 20-centimeter radius lotus platforms bobbing with the waves. "Fishy, don't tell me. Is it going to be like Fishing City again? Are we competing on the water?" "Judging by the setup, looks like you hit the nail on the head. Contestants must complete their 4-to-1 beat routine while balancing on the lotus platforms," continued the commentator. "And to stay on rhythm, you'll follow the signals we provide. See those drones hovering overhead? They'll flash 4 red lights followed by 1 green light. Use those as your tempo. Moreover, when the green light flashes, you can attack other contestants on the field." The crowd went utterly silent for a moment before erupting into murmurs and disbelief. "This championship is insane. 4-to-1 beat alone is super intense. Even worse when you're forced to follow their rhythm. And now they're telling us green lights mean combat? This is brutal." I measured the difficulty in my mind. The 4-to-1 beat routine was already grueling. Under self-imposed pacing, it'd at least be manageable. but aligning with someone else's lights? That's a test of both stamina and sharp attention to detail. It drains both body and mind. A punishing dual challenge. Think that's it. Oh, there's more, the commentator declared. The shock from the crowd and contestants was almost tangible. There's no break between the first and second rounds. None. As soon as the first round ends, contestants move straight into the second. And after the second round, the top two scorers immediately face off in the final showdown. It wasn't just the contestants who were stunned. The spectators in the stands and viewers watching the live stream were equally floored. Bullet comments started flooding the screen. They're really cranking up the difficulty this year, huh? This Linhai City Championship is straight up cruel. A platform barely the size of a palm on the sea. Fine, I can deal with that. But 3 rounds in a row without rest? This is both physically and mentally exhausting. The intensity of this feels like a top-level state competition. Hearing my thoughts, Huiwa looked at me with visible concern. Yukuan, Long Xiangyu is watching us like a hawk, and the competition's intensity is this high. If something dangerous happens, she paused, her expression serious. Nothing is more important than your safety. Her words stirred a fleeting sense of unease in me as I glanced around at our surroundings, but I smiled to reassure her. Linhai City must have its reasons for arranging it like this, I said. In this world, while magical beasts have been driven back into underground pits and ocean trenches, some still manage to break through the defenses set up by warriors and weapon tamers, causing chaos. Because of this, cities hosting competitions are organized by tier. The weakest cities still field teams for their local championships. Yet in emergencies, these teams immediately transform into adventuring squads tasked with eliminating any magical beast that threatens the city. Maybe it's because there's been a shift in the defense lines at the pits or trenches. The magical beasts inside could be stirring. Linhai City might be using this higher-intensity urban championship to gauge the current strength of the local teams to prepare for whatever may come. Don't worry, Huiwe. She nodded obediently. Competitors, please enter the arena. Everyone froze. The nearest lotus-shaped platform was at least 50 meters away from the bridge. Were we supposed to jump across on our own? As if spurred on by the thought, individual freelance participants scrambled to leap from the bridge, trying to claim the closest platforms. Most of them splashed into the water, struggling awkwardly to climb back up. I surveyed the scene and gave a small sigh of relief. The rules this time didn't seem like the ones in Diaoyu Fortress, where falling into the water meant immediate elimination. Plus, all the freelancers who fell weren't part of any team. The team players hadn't even moved yet. I turned to Huiwe. Huiwe. She nodded in understanding, and in an instant, her body shimmered with a dark light, transforming into a sleek battle katana. I removed my jacket, tying the long sleeves around my waist, and slid the katana across my back. Taking a few steps back, I prepared to sprint and leap as far as I could. Just as I was about to launch forward, Yang Chun, leading the members of Jungle Wolves, approached. Jiangyu, wait. I adjusted my stance and looked toward him. What's up? Despite the competition between us, I didn't dislike Yang Chun. My tone softened a little. I heard Long Xiangyu came to see you. By now, word of my run-in with Long Xiangyu had spread among the competitors. Yang Chun had initially been relieved for me, but when he heard the latter half of the rumors, his face darkened. Everyone's saying Long Xiangyu plans to target you and Huiyue during the competition. Why don't you work with us, the Jungle Wolves, for now? So at least you won't be singled out. I noticed how the Jungle Wolves members kept their eyes glued to the katana strapped to my back. Some were filled with admiration, others with greed. Yang Chun might have been genuine in his suggestion, but there are always wolves lurking among good men. I'd rather face an enemy I can clearly see than risk a stab in the back from supposed allies. I declined directly. I'll remember your kindness, but I'm used to being on my own. Yang Chen's silver spear began to transform into a woman, but subform, Dragon Scale advised me. Jiang Yu, in the arena, breaking a weapon maiden's core body or severely injuring. Sometimes even killing. A warrior carries no legal liability for the offender. To maintain societal stability and reduce law enforcement costs, the law has carved out a loophole for warriors' disputes. Private assassinations or group hunting of warriors are severely punished, but in the arena, No matter how grievous the injury or even death, the perpetrator only needs to pay compensation. Because of this rule, almost all warrior grudges are resolved in the arena, resulting in an odd sense of societal peace. No buildings are destroyed, no streets disrupted by warriors' lethal battles. Long Xianyu's maiden is the twin thunder maces, specialized in countering blades, which makes her the perfect match against Scarlet Moon, Dragonscale explained, continuing, for your sake and Scarlet Moon's, teaming up with us, Jungle Wolves, is your best option. My hand rested casually on the hilt of my blade, and I politely declined. Rain or shine, Scarlet Moon and I will face whatever comes head-on. Besides, Long Xianyu isn't a threat to either of us. With those words, I turned and sprinted toward the edge of the bridge. Yang Chun and Dragonscale exchanged looks, surprised. It was clear they didn't understand where my confidence came from. A team member from the Jungle Wolves, however, chuckled lightly. Does Jiang Yu even know who Long Xianyu is? In the Panjing region, as long as it's not at the provincial level, whether street matches or regulated city tournaments, Long Xianyu's long been blacklisted, someone noted. Yang Chen mused, pick a lotus platform close to Jiang Yu. We can lend a hand if he resorts to underhanded tactics. Dragonscale nodded. That's about all we can do. I leapt onto the lotus platform. As it descended, I drew the katana from my back, scabbard pressing against the platform's surface while I kept my feet slightly raised to avoid getting my shoes wet. The envious gazes of the warriors standing in the water turned my way one by one. No uniform? He's unaffiliated. Everyone in the team got wet, but this lone guy, he's still bone dry. Even Dragonscale and Yang Chen's eyes held a hint of admiration. Jiang Yu isn't on a professional team, hasn't fought many street matches, and doesn't seem to have formal martial training. Yet his agility is beyond impressive. And Scarlet Moon. I didn't expect her to be SSS class. I used to think her blade was too thin to last, but turns out it's a master craftsman's deliberate design. That Jiang Yu wields her without breaking her. Well, you can't say we're undeserving losers. Dragonscale looked at Long Xianyu and then at Yang Chun, asking, if we both used full force, could we take Long Xianyu down? Saying no would mean a lack of confidence. Saying yes would be arrogance. Exactly. His reputation might be terrible, his methods despicable, but his skill is undeniable, Dragonscale sighed. Yet in that Diao Yucheng match, Jiang Yu beat him. Beat someone that even the two of us together couldn't. Yang Chun gave a wry smile, gripped Dragonscale's hand, and solemnly said, it's not that we can't beat him forever. We just can't beat him for now. With that, Dragonscale transformed into a spear, and Yang Chun, holding her, walked toward the bridge. As the whistle blew, the signal lights overhead began flashing orange-yellow. The waiting warriors all tightened their grips on their weapons, falling into their stances, eyes locked on the lights. I drew my blade and scanned the surroundings. I could feel the weight of their stares. It was clear what they wanted. Were they planning to eliminate me first? The orange-yellow light flickered for the third time, and the crowd's eyes sharpened. The first red light flared, and the warriors began to swing their weapons. Long Xianyu smirked faintly, his eyes prowling over me like a wolf hunting its prey. Jiang Yu, he sneered, take your time dealing with the others around you. Once you're completely worn out, that's when I'll strike. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has just started, and already the contestants seem to have their sights set on Jiang Yu. The commentator's voice echoed through the arena. Could it be that they're planning to team up and take him out first? In the audience, Li Boming and Yu Ji stared at the massive screen, their expressions tense. This two-round elimination challenge, where combatants were even allowed to attack one another without breaks in between, was a grueling test of endurance. It looks like several fighters are trying to curry favor with Long Xianyu by ganging up on Jiang Yu and Fei Yu, Li Boming remarked. With Long Xianyu targeting him, Jiang Yu is up against the entire arena. Honestly, losing early might not be the worst thing. Unaware that Fei Yu is SSS tier, Li Boming assumed Long Xianyu was simply bitter over the loss at Diaoyu Fortress and seeking revenge. Feeling a twinge of regret, Li Boming sighed. If Jiang Yu could make it into the top 10, we could recommend him to Empire Lion, and he'd stand a solid chance at being selected. But now that Long Xianyu is coming for him, he might not even crack the top 10. He's probably getting eliminated soon. Yuji stayed silent, though her eyes remained pinned to me. The red light flashed for the fourth time, and the air grew heavy as if the whole arena was holding its breath. The odds seemed grim. Being targeted by so many fighters, it looked like I'd be the first one out. Yang Chun gripped the end of his dragon scale spear, ready to lash out and block some of the attacks the moment the green light appeared. Yujun, Feiyu called out. Don't worry, Feiyu, I replied calmly. The red light dimmed, and the green light ignited, bathing the ocean's surface in a warm emerald glow. For a moment, the world fell silent, save for the crashing of waves and the distant cries of seagulls. In the blink of an eye, countless ghostly weapons converged toward me from all four directions like an inescapable avalanche. Jiangyu, you're under my protection. Who dares to touch him? Yang Chun roared, brandishing his silver spear in a wide arc, so quick that it cracked and boomed through the air, sending gusts of wind hurtling toward the surrounding warriors. Many were swept into the water, disqualified in an instant. But despite his efforts, more ethereal weapons loomed overhead, descending like Mount Tai itself. Amid the crisscrossing phantoms, I caught sight of a narrow gap. Lifting my head slightly and bending my knees, I leaped through it with precision. The weapons collided with the ocean's surface, detonating with a deafening roar, shattering into sprays of force and light. The lotus platform beneath my feet splintered into fragments. Seeing me now in free fall with my platform destroyed and nowhere to land, Yang Chun and Dragonscale both sighed in unison, disheartened. That's it, he's out. Meanwhile, the arching smirks of surrounding warriors betrayed their delight. Even Li Boming let out a breath, as if relieved. As expected, it's a shame, but an early exit might be for the best. Now, for those unfamiliar with Jiangyu, let me remind you that his feats include besting both Yang Chun and Long Xiangyu at Golden Bay and Jiayu Fortress. The commentator noted, his tone carrying a tinge of regret. We expected him to deliver an electrifying performance, but who would have thought? Jiangyu has fallen into the first batch of eliminated contestants. Damn it! Long Xiangyu clicked his tongue and suddenly felt a twinge of regret for eliminating me too early. Jiangyu, guess you're lucky you didn't face me. I'll let you and Feiyu off this time. But next time, if you don't surrender to me, the day you step onto the arena will be the day Feiyu's wings are clipped. Yukuin, this match, what a pity. The nearest landing spot is at least 50 or 60 meters away. Feiyu exclaimed anxiously. I kept my eyes fixed on the lotus platform floating on the sea, waiting for the green light to turn red. Suddenly, the sea surface lit up with a red glow. Feiyu, we haven't lost yet. Drawing my blade, I struck the sea surface hard with the back of it. As I plunged into the water, I used the recoil of the strike to propel myself like a cannonball toward the distant lotus platform. The impact of my blade against the water sent a towering curtain of spray into the air, at least 10 meters high. Nearby fighters lost their footing and toppled into the water one after another. All who were watching me had their eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? What? My shield. Zhang Yu executed an incredibly quick blade strike to the sea surface, borrowing power from the water to avoid falling incompletely. The commentator's voice rang out. The audience was silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. That was insane. It seemed like a hopeless situation, but he just pulled that off. Li Boming's pupils contracted briefly before relaxing. In awe, he murmured. When the light turned red, he immediately utilized the force from the sea. As long as one strikes fast enough, not just water resistance, even air resistance becomes significant, and he didn't break any rules within the 4-1 rhythm. If it were any other participant, they probably would have given up by now. This Zhang Yu has a remarkably sharp mind. His eyes gleamed with admiration. A fighter like that, recommended to Emperor Lion Academy, would undoubtedly bring new vigor to any team. Long Xiangyu felt a jolt in his chest. His grip on the mace tightened as he glared at me maliciously. When the next red light flashes, you'll be done for. The red glow reappeared on the sea surface. Long Xiangyu launched himself into the air, spinning as he combined the force of free falling with the momentum of his whirling mace. He slammed both weapons onto the sea surface with a thunderous crash. Two massive waves shot up into the sky, towering more than 10 meters, rushing toward me like walls of water. The onlooker's eyes widened in shock. This isn't good. The lotus platform I stood on vibrated violently from the aftershock and shattered beneath me. I began falling toward the water, but then, with my left hand, I swung the hilt of my blade downward, striking the water. Bam! The movement was so fast it approached supersonic speed, creating a piercingly sharp sonic boom as the hilt sliced through the air. My body arced through the sky again. This is unbelievable. The commentator clutched the mic tightly, his voice trembling with excitement. Jiang Yu has saved himself again. The speed of that strike just now reached 300 meters per second. That's at transonic speed. The crowd froze for a moment, stunned. 300 meters per second? The hilt of a blade doesn't typically generate much momentum. If even the hilt could move at transonic speed, how fast could his blade go? Wordlessly, speculation filled the air as team managers across the arena began to seriously consider recruiting Jiang Yu. Just as murmurs questioning whether Long Xiangyu had broken the rules began to ripple through the crowd, the commentator announced, after deliberation by the referee panel, Long Xiangyu did not directly attack Jiang Yu. Thus, his actions do not constitute a violation. Yukuan, they're so despicable, joining forces to bully us. Fei Yu panicked. The longer I stayed suspended in midair, the more my stamina drained. She wished I would land quickly and take a breather. I reassured her while observing the situation below, faces full of malicious intent watching me. Fei Yu, don't worry. We're going to win the championship. The red glow disappeared again, and my heart sank. I knew the next wave was coming. Pairs of eyes were locked on me, calculating my landing point. The competitors were imitating Long Xiangyu. Yang Chun shouted angrily. Despicable and shameless. Li Boming's expression was heavy. On one hand, he hoped I would get eliminated soon to avoid forming an irreconcilable grudge with Long Xiangyu in the second round. On the other hand, he hoped I could weather this safely. He had already made up his mind. Once I lost, he would take me for training to prepare for the next city championship and earn a recommendation to join Imperial Lion. Waves of weapon shadows hurled toward the lotus platform below me, while others blocked the paths I could use to resist gravity. Misty silhouettes closed off every retreat. Jun, it's all my fault. Because of me, the bad guys are targeting you. Fei Yu blamed herself. Fei Yu, if it weren't for you, I might already be eliminated by now, I replied calmly. It's precisely because of you. In my line of sight, I saw a little girl in a kimono. She met my eyes for a moment, then stretched out her arms, humming a unique melody, as she walked barefoot on the shadows formed by the weapons. Hum hum hum, hum hum hum. Fei Yu's talent, dual resonance. I gained a power not originally mine, the unparalleled martial talent of Sejino Tobi, the first genius of the Sejino clan's cross-Shindog school. In my dark eyes, a trace of crimson began to swirl, slowly matching the crimson hue in Fei Yu's gaze. I sheathed my sword. Long Xiangyu, seeing this, along with the other competitors, assumed I had given up. Oh, Jiang Yu, money can make the mare go, and with just a little trickery, you can't even make it to the second round. A penniless amateur fighting against a megacorporation? What a joke. But I followed the little girl, stepping onto the weapon shadows she traversed. The very illusions that were meant to attack me became my footholds, a staircase beneath my feet. Step by step, I walked midair. The sound of weapons cutting through the wind whistled in my ears. My black hair danced in the fierce gusts, yet my eyes remained fixed on the little girl maneuvering through the shifting shadows. She turned back to glance at me as she moved. Keep up, she murmured softly, almost to herself. I am but a sliver of a soul, lodged in the remnants of a broken blade. The world of martial arts knows nothing of my swordsmanship, but this world has already lost me. She halted, standing atop the weapon shadows, her gaze pleading as she looked at me. Jun, my talent is hidden in this blade. As long as you don't abandon me, my martial prowess, it will always belong to you. Her eyes shimmered with both hope and vulnerability. It was sadness, filled with a deep lack of confidence, afraid I'd abandon her. I walked over and placed my hand on her head. You're my weapon spirit. How could I ever abandon you? Really? Fishkoen really won't leave me, she asked, needing reassurance again and again. I won't. Finally, she told me. With Tobira's gift and Tobira's dream, Fishkoen, become the strongest warrior. She paused before softening her words. No, wait. I'm your Scarlet Moon now, not Senyano's Tobira. Let the world witness, I said. Tobira under the cherry blossom trees, whose kendo talent at 8 years old was already enough to rule the realm. I walked casually atop the chaotic shadows of weapons around me, as if they were a garden path. Dead silence swept over the venue. The once chatty live stream, usually plastered with comments, came to an abrupt halt. Am I going blind? How is Jiangyu walking on weapon shadows? Moments later, the live chat erupted with an uncontrollable flood of comments. The casters roared. What are we seeing right now? Jiangyu is walking through the air. He's using the weapons as steps. Do you know how insane your reflexes have to be to pull something like this off? Li Boming and Yu Ji's pupils contracted sharply. How fast must Jiangyu's neural reflexes be? The warriors targeting me were left dumbfounded one by one. Someone shouted furiously, "Damn you, Jiangyu, you're using my attacks as a springboard." Long Xiangyu stood frozen, mouth agape in disbelief. In his memories, only his elder sister, Long Yao, could perform a feat like this. How is Jiangyu's reaction speed on par with my sister's? If it's really this fast, with just a little guidance, he could immediately dominate nationally. No way. It must be his weapon. There's got to be some uncanny ability within his blade that's boosting his reaction time. The crashing waves dispersed the red glow, and the second the green light flickered on, I sheathed my blade at lightning speed. My left hand locked the tsuba tightly with my thumb, while my right hand gripped the hilt firmly and yanked outward with force. Secret art, blade draw. Scarlet Moon was unleashed as I spun midair, the blade slicing a 30-meter black arc into existence, forming a circular, spinning vortex. In that instant, the ocean around me surged upward with tremendous force, and a towering white waterspout shot into the sky with a thunderous roar. Every nearby warrior was sent tumbling into the waters, while the stunned onlookers around the arena fell silent, brains frozen in shock. The live stream chats went berserk. I ascent this move exactly like that of Senyano's ascent from a while back. I thought so too. It's eerily similar to the cross-divine sword style's blade draw technique. Director, roll back the footage. On the giant screen, a slow-motion replay lit up the moment. I pressed the tsubo with my left hand, while my right hand violently unsheathed the blade diagonally. Before you draw, the blade must first be sheathed. Your left hand grips the scabbard firmly, locking the guard in place with your thumb. The aim is to amplify the blade's speed at the moment of release. This is one of the core moves of the cross-divine sword style's blade draw secret art. Jiang Yu's exact movements match the fundamentals of the cross-divine sword style. Could it be he's a divine blade practitioner, the gatekeeper of flow? The crowd speculated about my identity. Li Boming's expression turned serious as he sank into deep thought. While Empire Lion remained in the nation's top 10 teams, their roster was on its last legs. Many of the veteran members would leave within the next 5 years to explore the abyssal cavern and the ocean's abyss in search of new worlds. Once they were gone, it was feared that Empire Lion would quickly slide out of the top 10 rankings. With Jiang Yu's current skill level, a little polishing, and he could rack up the 100 points needed to qualify for state-level tournaments within a year by running a few city championships. A bit more training at the state level, and he might even make it directly into Empire Lion. Once there, with the team's national championship slots, he could compete at the national level. Recalling the scene of me moving gracefully in the illusory shadow, Li Boming reached a conclusion. Even if Jiang Yu weren't the top of the top at the national level, he would undoubtedly be first class. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just received the profile of contestant Jiang Yu. The commentator's voice boomed. The blade in his hands, Crimson Moon, is an SSS tier weapon maiden. The entire audience, the team managers, and viewers watching the live stream were all stunned. Their gazes collectively locked onto the blade in my hands. SSS tier. Who exactly is Jiang Yu? And how could he have an SSS tier weapon maiden? Li Boming and Yu Ji exchanged glances, their eyes wide as they stared at Crimson Moon. Yu Ji, is that really SSS tier? A storm of thoughts whirled inside Yu Ji as she remained quiet. Weapon maidens could generally perceive each other's rank through their auras. While not perfectly precise, the disparity would not be this far off. The last time they'd encountered Crimson Moon at the department store, her aura was so faint it didn't even reach B tier. How could she now be SSS tier? UG, UG. Snapping back to reality, she muttered. Last time I saw her, her aura was so weak she wouldn't even qualify as B tier, let alone SSS. Li Boming nodded, looking at me as a subtle grin crept onto his lips. A thought flashed through his mind. Jiang Yu's personal talent was already remarkable on its own, and now he had an SSS tier weapon maiden in Crimson Moon. If he were recruited into Empire Lion, he wouldn't just start as a key player. There was even a chance they'd groom him for the role of team captain. Long Xiangyu's face darkened with displeasure. His eyes narrowed as he glared at me, clicking his tongue in irritation. He scanned the sea's lotus platforms surrounding us, seemingly searching for a way to close in on me. To anyone who willingly makes way for me, I'll personally take care of you when you come to the capital circle, Long Xiangyu declared, his words drawing the crowd's attention. Watching him leap between the floating platforms, some competitors feared retaliation and immediately dove into the ocean to steer clear of his path. Everyone, stay away from Long Xiangyu and take care of yourselves. Yang Chen shouted to the Jungle Wolves team members before paddling toward Long Xiangyu with his rifle held like an oar. As he reached Long Xiangyu, Yang Chen crossed both hands, blocking his path. How about facing me first? Shifting his gaze from me to Yang Chen, Long Xiangyu sneered. You? Do you think you're worthy? The words barely left his lips before he leapt. Hurtling through the air like a cannonball, his deadly trajectory was aimed directly at me. Jiang Yu. Turning at the sound of my name, I saw Long Xiangyu rushing toward me. Yang Chen's voice followed. Long Xiangyu, did I say you could move on? High above, Yang Chen raised his dragon scale spear, spinning it rapidly to create a vortex. The sea surged, forming a towering waterspout. The warrior cursed under his breath. What kind of monsters are in this tournament? Whether it's Jiang Yu being strong or Long Xiangyu being even stronger, now even Yang Chen isn't just some ordinary player. He's supposedly only a youth trainee, but he outperforms even the official members of Forest Wolves. The captain of the Forest Wolves cast a wary glance, clenching his jaw. At this rate, Yang Chen and Dragon Scale will inevitably replace me. A powerful air current yanked Long Xiangyu back to the ground from midair. It felt as if someone had grabbed his ankle. Turning his head, he spotted a towering waterspout, 50 or 60 meters high, swirling behind him. A shadowy figure floated faintly within. Yang Chen, do you have a death wish? Yang Chen raises the dragon scale spear and spins at high speed. The commentator's voice reverberated. The resulting whirlwind stirs up seawater, forming a waterspout. Nearby racers are heavily affected. Some fall into the water, while others struggle to stabilize their positions, unable to keep up with the beat of the signal lights. As a star player of Linhai City, Yang Chen and the Dragon Scale are living up to their reputation. Fans erupted in cheers from the stands, their voices forming a thunderous wave of support. As the green light flashed, Long Xiangyu raised his right hand, clutching a crushing Konglong cudgel, and swung it fiercely downward toward Yang Chen, while his left hand prepared the other cudgel for follow-up. The shadow of the cudgel collided with the waterspout. The impact splashed the vortex apart, spraying white foam everywhere. Yang Chen raised his spear horizontally to block. Bam! A metallic clash rang as the shockwave shattered the waterspout. Seawater rained down relentlessly. A sharp pain shot through Yang Chen's wrist as his hands trembled, numb from the strike. It barely felt like his own arms anymore. Long Xiangyu's strength is terrifying, Yang Chen thought. In that brief moment of distraction, the second cudgel lunged toward him. Dodge. Impossible. There wasn't enough time. It's over for him. Suddenly, a shadow, a black blade, intervened just before the cudgel could land. The blade tip struck precisely against the cudgel's thin point. Sparks of orange and gold burst from their collision. Yang Chen's gaze traced the line of the blade back to its wielder, me, standing single-handedly gripping the weapon. He inhaled sharply at the sight. The blade was thin, fragile even. The cudgel, with its concentrated force at that tiny point, would normally risk snapping the blade entirely. What made it worse? The Konglong cudgel was known for countering swords and blades, a natural bane. For anyone else, It'd be sheer recklessness to take the strike head-on. But my precision left no room for error. Was that what the blacksmith saw? Jiang Yu's unrivaled mastery over blade control, that he entrusted Crimson Moon to him? This is between me and him. Don't get involved and force me to divert my attention to protect you instead, I warned, my tone direct and unwavering. Startled, Yang Chun snapped back to reality, nodding hesitantly. Still, he cautioned, be careful. The Kong Long cudgel counters, swords and blades. Long Xiangyu is no joke. Let me team up with you. It's better than risking Crimson Moon being destroyed. No need, I replied flatly. Yang Chen's words caught in his throat. He wanted to argue again, but I had already turned away. Jiang Yu, always so arrogant the moment he shows a shred of skill. What if Crimson Moon really gets broken? Unsatisfied, Yang Chun resolved to watch carefully. If there's a chance to intervene and help in secret, he wouldn't hesitate. Long Xiangyu, now fuming without an outlet, glared daggers at the two of us. You're really not teaming up? Ridiculous. Do you honestly think you're capable of being my rival, Jiang Yu? What a joke. As the green light flickered off and the red light illuminated the fight, once again I soared. The lotus platforms beneath my feet were completely shattered, leaving me with no choice but to keep myself suspended in the air, hovering mid-air continuously. The crowd stared in stunned silence. Contestant Jiang Yu, he's literally floating in mid-air. The commentator's voice was filled with disbelief. Is he using subsonic blade swings to generate enough force to stay airborne? If he can keep leveraging this, wouldn't that essentially mean that martial artists can fly? Li Boming and Yu Ji frowned deeply. Previously, hearing such a claim would have drawn laughter, but Jiang Yu was the living proof standing, or rather, floating, right before them. Yu Ji, when we get back, we're trying this ourselves to see if we can stay afloat too, Li Boming said. A video of me using subsonic blade swings to leverage force from the seawater and air found its way onto major short-form video platforms. Shocking. Martial Arts Championship sees a game changer. Kicking off your own foot to fly. Turns out to be real. Jiang Yu performing miracles. Martial arts technology revolution incoming. Curiosity peaked. Viewers clicked on the videos. They saw me hovering in the air, surprised at first, then doubted its authenticity. Once they caught sight of the logo from the Linhai City Martial Arts Championship embedded in the footage, they flocked to the live stream en masse. Here for it. Where's the person flying around like crazy? I'm here to debunk this nonsense. It's gotta be a hoax. Don't hype it up so much. Wait a sec. It's real. He's literally flying everywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, Jiang Yu is indeed able to stay afloat by swinging his blade at subsonic speeds, the commentator confirmed. But maintaining this speed for an extended period will severely fatigue his body. He likely won't last much longer before crashing into the water. Minutes passed, as everyone held their breath. Long Xiangyu and other martial artists destroyed every platform that might have given me footing. Soon, no lotus platforms remained on the surface of the sea. Yet, I remained airborne. The audience glanced at the timer. It had been 25 minutes. Jiang Yu had been holding on for 25 full minutes. Suspended in midair for 25 minutes. Wasn't that practically equivalent to flying for 25 minutes? Martial artists without flying beasts or devices could never take to the skies, but Jiang Yu hovering for a full 25 minutes? That was as good as flying. The stronger I performed, the more thrilled Li Boming became. The 60 million he had invested into me felt like money well spent. Yu Ji, my instincts were spot on. Jiang Yu is a perfect fit for Emperor Lion. Honestly, he could even be groomed as the main captain of the team. Give it a few years, and during gatherings, I'll be able to brag. See that? Jiang Yu, captain of the Emperor Lion team. That was my recommendation. Yu Ji, however, doused his excitement with a cold shower. Constantly swinging subsonic or supersonic strikes must have drained him seriously. The first stage is almost over, and the second stage allows free combat. If Jiang Yu's stamina is burnt out, he won't have any edge in the next round. Li Boming's face instantly clouded. We truly have to commend Jiang Yu's endurance. This first round lasted a total of 25 minutes, and he managed to stay airborne for the entire duration, the commentator announced. However, with such enormous stamina expenditure, it's uncertain whether he'll be able to hold his own in the second stage. The first stage has now concluded, and we're about to enter the second stage. The tournament organizers are introducing a 1,000 power combat grade Su-Imo whale into the field. During the hunt, you can either eliminate your enemies head-on or launch a surprise attack against your opponents. The camera shifted to focus on the cage holding the colossal must-killer whale, a structure 100 meters long and 100 meters wide, half submerged in the ocean. The gate slowly rose, and with a powerful slap of its giant tail, the whale sent waves 5 meters high surging through the air. The water rippled as a blurry, dark silhouette emerged on the surface, gliding ominously toward the arena. The audience buzzed with chatter. The must-killer whale, one of the top predators of the abyssal sea. Why is the tournament in Linhai City this intense this year? Li Boming and Yu exchanged a glance, sensing that something about this tournament wasn't right. Yu, don't you think they made it way too hard this time? 3 rounds back-to-back, no breaks in between. Do you think there's something bigger going on? Yu stayed silent. Linhai City was a delicate border. On land, it faced the threat of abyssal beasts, and on sea, the dangers of the abyssal depths. If anything was wrong, it would likely stem from one of those 2 zones. Considering the arena was positioned on the sea this time, the problems were likely related to the abyssal depths. Maybe something's happening in the abyssal depths, so they're using this city championship to test the strength of our local teams and clubs. A realization struck Li Boming. Oh right, normally they're just clubs, but in critical moments, they basically turn into adventuring teams. I almost forgot about the threats of the beast caves and the abyssal depths. It's been so peaceful for so long that it slipped my mind. The announcer's voice drowned out their conversation. The first round results are in. First place, Jiangyu Scarlet Moon, 100 points, 1/3 complete. Second place, Dragon Soar Rain Destruction Force, 90 points, 1/3 complete. Third place, Yangchun Dragon Scale, 8 points, 1/3 complete. I had earned a perfect score of 100 and secured first place, a whole 10 points ahead of Dragon Soar Rain. Yukuin, we got first place in the first round. Woohoo! Scarlet Moon and Yukuin are unstoppable. Scarlet Moon cheered excitedly. I turned my gaze to the shadow approaching in the water, then glanced at Dragon Soar Rain. Scarlet Moon, in the second round, keep an eye on Dragon Soar Rain. He'll probably try some underhanded tricks. Stay sharp. Scarlet Moon obediently nodded twice in acknowledgement. Yang Chun watched me claim victory with envy, but when he recalled the techniques I just displayed, he couldn't help but feel inadequate. He could sense our gap growing wider and wider. To move a weapon that fast, forget water, even air creates immense drag. But he came up with a way to fight while floating midair. I still haven't fully figured out how thin blades remain unbroken, and now he's thrown me this airborne combat problem to solve. Jiangyu, I admit defeat. But just so you know, I'm not giving up without a fight. Dragon Soar Rain cast a glance at the scoreboard. Although he had anticipated me taking first place, seeing the actual results still stirred irritation in his chest. He raised his coiling dragon mace and pointed it at me. Jiangyu, feeling smug now, huh? It's just 1 round. You really think you can beat me in the second round? He spread his arms wide, motioning for me to look around. One by one, the surrounding fighters stared at me with ill intent, their predatory grins sharpening like knives. I responded calmly. Second place? What did you just say? Dragon Soar Rain's brow twitched. Jiangyu, you've got no backing, no real power. What makes you think you can stand up to me? Second place, trailing by 10 points. What did you just say? You. He stared daggers at me with unconcealed fury. In the elite circles of Beijing, who would dare speak to him like this? Whatever he wanted, who would dare deny him? But here, in this remote little town, someone dared to challenge him. Since you're bold enough to offend me to the core, don't blame me for cutting off your blade. I ignored him. Yang Chun paddled over to my side, using his rifle as a makeshift oar. He followed my gaze and fixed his eyes on the dark shadow breaking through the waves. A bearded devil whale, perhaps? Jiangyu, in the arena, deaths aren't punishable by law. Your martial arts talent is out of this world. Give yourself another 3 to 5 years, or no, even just a year or 2, and you'll definitely rise to the level of a national competitor. You're right, I said, looking him in the eye. In a year, maybe less, I'll be at a national level. This wasn't arrogance. It was confidence rooted in the dual heart resonance bestowed by Crimson Moon. Thanks to it, I could borrow elite martial arts talent from the top-tier fighters, enhancing both my martial understanding and neural reflexes. The ease with which I maneuvered amidst the mirage of weapons earlier, that was only possible because of this. Yang Chun froze for a moment, inwardly screaming. I was just paying you a random compliment, and you actually took it seriously? What I mean, he clarified, is that in the second match, Long Xiangyu will definitely make his move. Not only will he try to cut Crimson Moon's blade, but he might even see to it that you die in the maw of a beast. I patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it. Yang Chen realized I wasn't taking his warning seriously and, unwilling to let me walk unprotected into potential disaster, tried to enlist Crimson Moon in persuading me. Crimson Moon, try reasoning with him. Convince him to forfeit today's match. Crimson Moon's response was merely a soft, dismissive Whatever decision Yujun makes is my decision, she added firmly. Her reason was clear. She wanted me to lead her to face Yu Chenghui again, to challenge the Witch Gu mistress once more. In her mind, if it was me, only I could win against Yu Chenghui and the Witch Gu mistress. Crimson Moon wants to face Long Xiangyu by Yujun's side. Yang Chun was left speechless. All he could do was sigh and silently rack his brain for a way to lend me a hand during the match. At that moment, a familiar yet unexpected dispute reached my ears. Who are you? Why are you grabbing the microphone? The next thing I saw was Li Boming forcibly taking the mic, shouting toward me. Jiang Yu, forfeit this match. He had been watching the first round and quickly identified my potential. It was undeniable. At a minimum, I was destined for national prominence, maybe even elite status on a global stage. And with Crimson Moon, an SSS-level partner, by my side, together, our growth potential was boundless. Eventually, I'd serve as the captain of an expeditionary team, venturing into the abyss or the oceanic trenches. Knowing that Long Xiangyu was going after me with the legendary Whiplash Dragon Cudgel, he couldn't stand idly by. He wanted me to stop before Crimson Moon had the chance to lose her blade. The deal we had before? Forget it. Don't compete in this match. I'll just directly recommend you for the Emperor Lion's team. When the words Emperor Lion's team dropped, the entire arena went dead silent. Shock spread like wildfire. The stands, the live stream. Everyone was murmuring about the man who had just spoken. The Emperor Lions. Is he talking about that Emperor Lions team? Top 10 nationwide, top 30 globally? That Emperor Lions. I mean, what other one could he be talking about? But seriously, who is this guy? And how does he have the authority to recommend Jiang Yu for the Emperor Lions? He kept feeling like the man in front of him, and the anthropomorphized weapon seemed familiar. In haste, he opened the National Competitor Database. Once he clearly saw the profiles of Li Boming and Yu Ji, his pupils instantly contracted, and his heartbeat seemed to stop for a moment. Li Boming, former vice-captain of the Empire Lion main team. He once swept through a generation of geniuses with a single silver bow. But unfortunately, due to a chronic illness, he couldn't endure the intensity of the national competitions and had to retire. The Hawkeye archer, Li Boming, Lin Yun, and Waterflow had just crawled up from the sea onto the shore. Looking at me suspended in the air, their faces were full of disbelief. How could Jiang Yu be this strong? Upon hearing that Jiang Yu is an Empire Lion Reserve seed, Lin Yun clenched his fists tightly and muttered, Jiang Yu is an Empire Lion seed? How is that possible? This has to be a lie. After a long pause, he accepted the reality and was filled with regret. He had dismissed Waterflow, initially planning to use the city championship to connect with Yangchun and chase a bright future. But now it turned out that Jiang Yu was an Empire Lion seed. If he had maintained a good relationship with him, with the Empire Lion's influence behind his name, who in Linhai City wouldn't show him respect? Now that they'd fallen out, he was furious with himself. He slammed the sand with his fist, utterly remorseful. Waterflow stared blankly at me, jealousy clear in her gaze as she eyed the scarlet moon in my hand and muttered, the Empire Lion team? Jiang Yu is a seed for the Empire Lion. How can it be? She initially thought this was a lie, but recalling my incredible moves, she gradually started to believe it. Jiang Yu should be holding the hilt of my blade right now, leading me into the Empire Lion. She debated with herself, should she apologize? Jiang Yu was a good person. As long as she admitted her mistakes, he might still take her back and enter the Empire Lion together. Once the commentator discovered Lee Boming's identity, they stopped interrupting the broadcast and silently allowed him to speak, already planning to invite him as a guest commentator for this round. Yang Chun and Long Lin looked at me in stunned disbelief. Yang Chun stammered, You're a reserve seed for the Empire Lion?" Once he learned that I had the qualifications to join Empire Lion, all my seemingly impossible skills suddenly made sense. It explained everything. Why I could fight with a thin blade without snapping it. Why I could conceptualize subsonic and supersonic blade techniques that borrowed force from the resistance of seawater and air. None of that could be something a self-taught rogue competitor could dream up, no matter how naturally talented. But as a reserve for Empire Lion, it all added up. Long Xiangyu furrowed his brows. "You're an Empire Lion seed?" As a member of Tianlong, another top-tier national team, he knew their rivalry with the Empire Lion ran deep. He had already intended to break Scarlet Moon, cutting off her blade, to hinder future competition. Now, learning that I was affiliated with the Empire Lion only made his resolve to destroy her even stronger. With Jiang Yu's natural talent combined with training from Empire Lion, he would become an even bigger threat. It was all the more reason to eliminate him now. Seeing that I didn't respond, his face darkened further. I dared to ignore him? Fine, just wait and see. I turned my gaze toward Li Boming's direction, but shook my head, declining his goodwill. "Jiang Yu, you and Scarlet Moon withdraw from this match immediately. I'll give you 10 times the prize money." I shook my head and instead pointed the end of my sword sheath at Long Xiangyu. Li Boming felt a tightness in his chest. No matter how strong Jiang Yu's innate talent is, pairing with an SS ranking partner is impressive, but how can SS ever compare to SSS? Teaming up with the SSS-ranked Crimson Moon far surpasses pairing with an SS-powered ally solely on talent. Meanwhile, Long Xiangyu's whirling dragon maces are clearly aimed at targeting Crimson Moon's true form. Yet, Jiang Yu persists in engaging head-on with her. Does he really think winning once at Diaoyu Castle means he can keep winning? Such folly. There's no way Long Yao would allow his younger brother, Long Xiangyu, to be underestimated. His full power and tactics have not yet been revealed. If, by chance, Crimson Moon's true form is destroyed, even the world's top-tier smiths couldn't repair it. The commentators invited Li Boming to join the broadcast. "Mr. Li, I'm Wang Xin. Would you do us the honor of commentating on this match alongside your partner?" Li Boming nodded. Wang Xin introduced him to the audience. "Everyone, we are thrilled to have former vice-captain of the Imperial Lion Squad, the wielder of the Golden Eagle Bow, Li Boming, along with his partner, Yu. The crowd went wild at this announcement. The vice-captain of the Imperial Lions, Li Boming and Yu. That's a T0 level expert in ranged attacks. If he's backing Jiang Yu, just how strong must Jiang Yu be? Wang Xin's voice was animated with excitement. "Ladies and gentlemen, Jiang Yu is a competitor handpicked by Golden Eagle Bao Li Boming, while Long Xiangyu is the younger brother of Long Yao, captain of the ferocious Emperor Squad. 2 players personally chosen by the aces of 2 top-tier competitive teams are here, face-to-face, in the City Championship. Who's stronger, who's weaker? We'll find out in this match." On the big screen, a massive silhouette moved steadily through the underwater depths toward the players. Its overwhelming size sent shockwaves of dread even through the audience watching on-screen. "Mr. Li, in your opinion, how tough will this second round be?" Wang Xin asked. Li Boming began his analysis. "For warriors, there are 2 fatal weaknesses. They can't fly, and they can't breathe underwater. Most specialized talents can hold their breath for 10 to 30 minutes underwater, while warriors tend to be better, capable of lasting over an hour. However, strenuous movement drastically reduces one's ability to hold their breath. Add to this the enormous resistance water creates. Wielding a weapon faster means greater resistance, leading to higher physical exertion and weaker attacks. Between land, air, and underwater combat, underwater is by far the most challenging.